Chapter 29. November was proving to be an eventful month. On Election Day, November 8th, Charles H. Percy, bolstered by an enormous sympathy vote over the death of his daughter, was swept into office as a Republican U.S. Senator from Illinois by 375,000 votes over the defeated Democratic incumbent, Senator Paul Douglas. Meanwhile, in the criminal court building, the state's attorney's office was preparing to prove that Speck was competent to stand trial, and was simultaneously embroiled in a heated internal debate over whether the trial should be moved out of Chicago. Also, Bill Martin finally moved to the top of his must-do list, the project described, Interview Cora. Martin used a yellow legal pad to outline the projects he needed to complete. At the end of each day, he crossed out what had been accomplished and prepared a new list for the next day, retaining what was not done. For weeks, Interview Cora had been on his list, but was always postponed. Plain and simple, the prospect of interviewing the key to his case frightened Martin, who, mindful of Dr. Haynes's advice, often awakened before dawn worrying that he would destroy his own case by ruining Cora's ability to testify. He pictured her sitting speechless on the witness stand, too frightened to speak a word. However, by November, a trial date was fast approaching, and Martin knew he could no longer postpone the interview. One issue Martin wanted to clarify was any discrepancies between Cora's initial description of Speck, as recorded by the police immediately after the murders, and her subsequent description of the killer to a police artist. To prepare for his interview with Cora, Martin first interviewed Otis Rathel, the police artist who had talked to Cora and then drawn a sketch that was eerily similar to Speck. Despite the remarkable similarity of Rathel's drawing to Speck's actual appearance, Martin knew that public defender Gerald Getty could still attack Cora's credibility by noting that her tape-recorded interviews with police investigators the morning of the murders had described Speck as having brown hair, a little longer than a crew cut, and that there was no mention of Speck's conspicuous pockmarks. By contrast, Rathel's sketch, based upon Cora's description to him, not to the police, presented the killer in a crew cut and with clear skin. Martin asked Rathel to describe his encounter with Cora. Going in, Rathel recalled, I was told that I'd have a language problem. I spent 45 minutes with her in her room at the hospital on the morning of July 15th. She seemed somewhat confused as she sat on the side of the bed and described the killer. Because she was obviously so distraught, I tried to do the drawing as quickly as possible. I made only one sketch. Rathel was emphatic about the key points. Cora, he recalled, told me that the killer's hair was light brown and was longer than a crew cut. I never asked her about his complexion, so she had no reason to describe his pockmarks. Martin left Rathel feeling relieved that, under the circumstances, Cora had done a superb job of describing Speck. That same evening, a new crisis developed. Marcario Amaral was admitted to the hospital as an emergency patient. Since late October, Mama had let it be known that her teeth were aching. Martin asked Assistant State's Attorney George Murtaugh to find her a dentist, and he called upon an old neighborhood friend, Packy Green, a dentist at the Loyola University Dental School Clinic in Chicago. Mama was seen immediately and given VIP treatment while the bothersome teeth were extracted. That went fine. The trouble came later, after Mama had complained that she felt ill from the effects of the anesthetic. Dr. Paul Ferranda rushed to the Sheridan Surf Apartment Hotel and diagnosed a possible clot in her lung. She was admitted that night to the intensive care unit of St. Joseph's Hospital, which was located only a block away. The admission card described her as Mrs. Regina Marfil, housewife, 425 West Surf Street, Chicago. Religion, Catholic. Parish, Our Lady of Mount Carmel. Nearest relative, Roger Marfil, nephew. Within 24 hours, Mama Marfil was out of danger from what was a clot in her lung, and she had been moved from the ICU to a private room on the cardiac ward. Using an alias, Cora moved in with her mother and worked as her around-the-clock nurse, sleeping on a cot in Mama's room. The police detail sat in chairs at the end of the hall, grabbing naps whenever they could. Mama remained in the hospital 1 month and made a complete recovery. Cora's cover was never blown. While Mama recuperated, Martin managed another crisis with silk-glove diplomacy. A July cover story in Life magazine about the murders had erroneously described Cora as having once stuck her tongue out at a bothersome stranger and as having once dated and then spurned a conceited Taiwanese physician who was working at South Chicago Community Hospital. The writer had intended these descriptions, inaccurate though they were, as anecdotal evidence of Cora's spunk and grace under pressure. However, they sounded a sour note with the law student back in Lipa City in the Philippines who had courted Cora and who was still one of her favorite beaus. Cora asked Martin to intervene and to send an official letter of denial to her peeved admirer. This was the first time Cora asked Martin to do anything for her of a personal nature, and he thought it was a good sign. Taking pains to craft the most meticulously worded bureaucratic language he knew, Martin used official Cook County State's Attorney's Office stationery and typed a letter to the young man in Lipa City. No, Martin wrote, contrary to reporters, Cora was not dating a Taiwanese intern, and no, she had never committed the unladylike sin of sticking her tongue out at a stranger. Martin ended the letter on what was surely an understatement. The state's attorney's office is doing everything possible to keep the Amaral family safe and happy. Martin's letter was not only unusual, but honest. Everything was being done to make the Amarals happy, and all 3 Amarals, especially Cora, appreciated and trusted the detectives who were guarding them. One day, a piece of mail sent from the Philippines to Cora drew the attention of Sergeant Jim Concannon, who thought that it looked like a map to buried treasure. He asked Cora what the coves, mountains, and rivers meant. "Oh, Jim," she laughed, "that's a tracing of my niece's foot. I'm going to buy her a pair of shoes." Beginning on November 15th and continuing for the next 5 days, Martin would wait until the march of daytime visitors and the endless phone calls stopped, and then unlock his office file cabinet to study the 22 pages of handwritten notes that Myrna Ferranda had made of her conversations with Cora about the murders. Martin wanted everything to be absolutely fresh in his mind when he interviewed Cora. The competency hearing was coming up, and it would be followed by the setting of a trial date. It was definitely time for Interview Cora. The night before his visit, Sergeants Concannon and McCarthy casually told Cora during the usual poker game that Martin was going to visit her the next day. In the early afternoon of November 21st, Martin drove to Newtown, parked his unmarked squad car 3 blocks away from the Sheridan Surf Apartment Hotel, and followed a circuitous route back to Cora's hideaway. Martin sat across from Cora at a small, dark walnut dining room table in her apartment. Mama was still recuperating at the hospital, Cousin Roger was at work, and Sergeants Concannon and McCarthy were on guard in the adjoining apartment. Cora was dressed in a long blue skirt, a white blouse under a navy sweater, dark stockings, and black flat-soled shoes. Her jaw was squared, and her eyes were clear and determined. The only noise in the room was the sporadic rattling of the circulating steam in the radiators. At Cora's side was a can of Pepsi and a glass of ice cubes. "I just drink Pepsi," she told Martin with a trace of a smile. After declining her offer to serve him a Pepsi, Martin took out a lined legal pad and a ballpoint pen and began to question the petite, dark-skinned nurse. Still queasy about making a blunder that might force Cora to repress her memories, Martin was somewhat hesitant. Composed and unflinching, Cora gave detailed answers and diagrammed the positions of the girls as they were moved about the upstairs bedrooms. Although Cora and Martin came from very different cultures, they shared one characteristic: the ability to concentrate tenaciously on the job at hand. When they had reached the point in Cora's narrative where Pam Wilkening was taken out of the bedroom, Martin decided to break for the day. "I'll be back tomorrow, Cora," he said, "and we can finish then. You've really been helpful." Martin was saving the tough questions for the next day. On November 22nd, Martin returned to the same small dining room table to resume his questioning. Speaking in a soft voice without moving from her chair, Cora narrated precisely how Speck carried out his killings. Tears came to her eyes when she recalled Gloria Davies' statement upon awakening. "I dreamed that my mother died." Cora told Martin how she had put her head down on the floor under the bed and prayed furiously as she heard the sounds of Speck raping Davy. Martin asked Cora for her opinion as a nurse of Speck's mental condition. Her response was immediate. "He was not drunk. His conversation was done in a normal manner. He didn't stagger. He didn't slur his words. I know he was not under the influence of any narcotics or barbiturates." "How do you know?" Martin asked. "Because of what I have learned as a nurse. I have given drugs and I have seen people under the influence of drugs. Speck was not." As he took Cora through a dry run of a courtroom direct examination, Martin was aware of Cora's difficulty with English. For 23 years, Cora had spoken Tagalog in the Philippines. Although she had studied English since grade school, learning English in school is not like speaking it as your native tongue. A taught language tends to be literal, stilted, and missing the richness of colloquialisms and slang. This is why, Martin believed, Cora did not recall the precise English she had heard in the townhouse. For example, she thought that after knocking on her bedroom door, Speck had asked, "Where are your companions?" More likely, Martin felt, Speck asked where her roommates were. But in summoning the words she heard from Speck from her memory of English via Tagalog translated back to English, she came up with the somewhat formal, stilted companions. Even when Cora was speaking in English, she was still thinking in Tagalog. One of the American girls had asked Speck, "How did you get in?" Cora recalled his answer in the literal sense, "I screwed the door." Similarly, Cora recalled not that the light was turned off, but that it was closed. All in all, though, Martin found Cora to be remarkably fluent in English. After taking a witness through a test run of direct examination, a prosecutor will usually assume the role of his adversary and conduct a mock cross-examination of his witness. Martin, however, decided not to subject Cora to a mock cross. Having learned poker from his father, Martin knew that you quit while you're ahead. He believed he had pushed her to her limit in having her tell him the complete account of Speck's actions in the townhouse. Putting her through a mock cross might undo the good he had done. He packed the legal pad into his briefcase and left the Sheridan Surf. Tonight, for a change, he'd go home early and give his wife and 4 kids a rare treat: dinner at McDonald's. Although he removed Interview Cora from his list of Speck projects, Martin would not know how she would hold up as a witness until she appeared before a jury. Martin had prepared hundreds of witnesses to testify before letting them take the stand in front of a jury. Some improved in the tense atmosphere of a trial, but many others self-destructed. Martin would have worried greatly about this, but the relentless daily pressure of preparing each part of the case did not leave him time to worry unduly about how Cora would perform before a jury. Cora's step-by-step narrative of Speck's sober and purposeful actions in the townhouse gave Martin renewed confidence in the unanimous conclusion of the psychiatric panel that Speck was sane at the time of the murders. His next task was to have Speck declared legally competent to stand trial. Set for late November, the competency hearing would be the first major public event in the case. Martin prepared by interviewing the 6 experts on the panel. On November 28th, 50 prospective jurors were brought to Judge Passion's courtroom to be questioned by Bill Martin and John Glenville for the state, and Gerald Getty and his first assistant, Jim Doherty, for the defense. Martin was confident that the jury would not have to render a verdict on whether or not Speck was competent to stand trial. The Illinois test for competency is simple. Does the defendant understand the nature of the charge against him, and is he able to cooperate with his counsel in defending against that charge? Speck clearly understood that he was charged with murder, and he was cooperating quite nicely with the public defender. Since a competency hearing is a civil, not criminal trial, the trial judge may direct a verdict, tell the jury that they must sign a verdict finding the defendant competent because no contrary evidence has been presented. However, since Martin did not know with certainty that Passion would direct such a verdict, the state needed 12 jurors with the common sense to recognize Speck's obvious competency to stand trial. If Getty and Doherty were able to choose one contrary juror, the jury would be hung, and the process would have to start all over again. To learn if the prospective jurors had had any unpleasant experiences with mental health professionals, the prosecutors asked each if he or she had had any past contact with psychiatrists. This was 1966, and none had. Once a jury of 7 men and 5 women was selected, Martin called as witnesses psychiatrists Roy Grinker, Vladimir Urs, Groves Smith, Edward Kelleher, and William Haynes, Surgeon Bill Norcross, and neurologist Roland Mackey. Since the press was out in force, and Martin feared that a witness might disclose the secret panel's finding that Speck was found sane at the time of the murders, he kept his questions within very narrow limits. Martin did not want a trial jury to be prejudiced by media reports that the panel requested by the public defender had concluded that his notorious client was legally sane when he murdered. Each physician, after testifying to his qualifications and examination of Speck, offered the opinion that Speck was competent to stand trial. Getty, who offered no evidence that Speck was incompetent, cross-examined each expert witness on Speck's alleged abuse of alcohol and barbiturates and his possible amnesia and brain damage. Getty was fishing for answers to use later to try to bolster Dr. Ziporin's volunteered diagnosis that Speck was insane at the time of the murders. Because Ziporin agreed with the panel that Speck was competent to stand trial, neither side called him at the competency hearing. Dr. Grinker testified that he found Speck able and competent. Asked by Getty about multiple head injuries, the psychiatrist said that Speck had told him about falling out of a tree as a child, but had mentioned nothing of being beaten about the head by policemen or ramming an awning rod into his head, 2 alleged incidents that Speck had reported to Ziporin. Grinker said that Speck told him that he occasionally had headaches, which caused him to soak his head in cold water or to drink alcohol. Getty, referring to Speck's claims to Ziporin that he had taken a fix before the murders, asked Dr. Urs, "Can a combination of alcohol and barbiturates produce hallucinations?" Urs replied, "Ordinarily not, but I presume it could." He added that he did not think that this had happened to Speck. Dr. Smith told the jurors that he thought that Speck understood the charges against him very, very well, and that, in his opinion, Speck was not an alcoholic. Smith added that Speck's IQ tested at 85 to 95, or low normal for an adult, and that his mental age, or level of emotional development, was about 10 to 12. Smith emphasized that Speck had no brain damage or defects and was not mentally ill. Dr. Haynes told jurors that, based upon his 4 examinations, Speck showed no evidence of brain damage from either childhood illnesses and injuries or from the effects of alcohol and barbiturates. Dr. Kelleher, who had administered Speck's electroencephalogram, said that the reading had shown no signs of brain damage. Similarly, the senior neurologist at the Northwestern University Medical Center, Dr. Roland Mackey, said that he found Speck to have suffered no brain damage, to have exhibited normal nerve responses, and to have tested at a mental age of 12. Answering a question from Getty about Speck's possible mental illness, Mackey looked directly at Speck and replied, "I have seen no signs of neurological impairment. I see him behaving in this room. I haven't seen him rolling around on the floor." Indeed, Speck was a model of polite demeanor throughout the 2-day hearing, chatting amiably with his guards, smiling often, and appearing to enjoy the entire question of whether he was crazy or not. At the hearing's conclusion, Martin, confident that he was on solid legal ground, asked Judge Passion to direct the jury to return a verdict of competency. He was still concerned that if the jury were allowed to deliberate, one contrary juror could hang the majority, and the entire process would have to start over again, offering Getty another chance to fish for damaging statements and gain more adverse publicity, which would strengthen his request to move the trial out of Chicago. Passion agreed with the state's request. "There's no proof to the contrary," the judge said, "and eminently qualified men testified that Speck is competent to stand trial. In the absence of any proof to the contrary, I will direct a verdict." Stung by this decision, Getty angrily told the judge, "It's the saddest day in this country when a verdict, in the light of this record, shall be directed. I'm ashamed." This outburst seemed a little extreme to the state. Getty himself had previously said that the court would almost have to direct the verdict. On November 30th, the 12 jurors signed a verdict finding Speck competent to stand trial. The next question: where would that trial be held? Chapter 30. No criminal trial had ever been moved out of Chicago because of pre-trial publicity. Now, the request from the public defender to move the Speck trial out of Chicago was provoking heated debate and serious disagreement within the state's attorney's office. Bill Martin, who favored a move, was in the minority. Although many defense attorneys had asked for a change of venue, the state's attorney's office always objected, and the courts always agreed to keep the cases in Chicago. This gave the defense an issue to try to exploit upon appeal. But the Illinois Supreme Court had consistently agreed with the decisions of countless trial judges not to move high-profile cases out of Cook County. Prosecutors have an ingrained belief that murderers should be tried in the county where they have murdered. Besides, agreeing to a change of venue would imply that a trial in Cook County would be unfair, and none of the prosecutors wanted to suggest Cook County voters were unfair jurors. Waving an unlit cigar, Stamos argued to his assistants, "We've bent over backwards for this guy. He'll get a fairer trial here than anywhere. A lot of publicity doesn't mean that it's prejudicial." As Jim Zagel went to the law library to analyze cases dealing with pretrial publicity, the internal debate raged on. This was the first and only issue in this highly complicated case upon which a dispute arose among the prosecutors. Zagel's legal research supported the view that the case could stay in Cook County. On December 1st, the moment of decision arrived. Chicago was in an early deep freeze, with the temperature hovering around zero and a gusting wind blowing flurries of snow, when Martin arrived at the rear entrance of the criminal court building. A stiff wind reddened his cheeks. Waiting inside was the dark-paneled warmth of Judge Passion's courtroom. The script seemed carved in concrete. The state was expected to file an array of affidavits proving that a fair and impartial jury could be selected right here in Cook County. After all, this was the standard response by the state's attorney's office to a defense motion for a change of venue. Getty began the proceedings by arguing eloquently in favor of getting the case away from the media-poisoned atmosphere of Cook County. He spiced his arguments with a reference to the previous day's directed verdict by Passion that Speck was able to stand trial, a decision which, Getty boomed, denied the people the right to decide. Then, having concluded his attack upon the fairness of both Cook County jurors and Judge Passion, Getty rested his case. In spite of Getty's dramatic arguments, most reporters had already written their stories. describing how the state had objected to the motion for a change of venue and how Judge Passion had kept the case in Chicago. After all, that's what always happened. Nattily dressed as always, Getty stood in the center of the courtroom, facing Passion directly. To his left was Martin, who was in front of and to the right of the judge, the traditional prosecutor's position before the bench. Martin faced the empty jury box, rocking sideways to control his pent-up energy. He looked directly at Passion and spoke for only 2 minutes, rebutting the claim of unfair publicity advanced by the defense. Speaking in a measured cadence, he built toward his surprise recommendation. "We believe, Your Honor," Martin said, "that the defendant can receive a fair and impartial trial in Cook County, but we cannot be assured that appellate courts some months or some years hence will support our views. We must not chance the people's rights. We believe that eventually the opportunity for the fair administration of the criminal process in this case will be enlarged and better ensured by a change of place of trial. It is for these reasons that we interpose no opposition to the defendant's request. Your Honor, to the defendant's motion, we do not object." Getty, standing only 4 feet away from Martin, stared in utter disbelief, his mouth agape and, for the moment, speechless. The public defender, who had really wanted to keep the case in Chicago, had lost his gamble and his issue upon appeal. For his part, Martin had no doubts that he had done the right thing. Too much had been done, and too much was at stake to take a chance of having the courts reverse a conviction because Cook County jurors had been contaminated by enormous and prejudiced pretrial publicity. Although the internal debate in the state's attorney's office had been intense, it had not been acrimonious. Martin had fought vehemently for the unheard-of position of agreeing with the defendant's request to move the case out of Cook County. He believed that the publicity about Speck's Night of Terror was far more pervasive than any in prior Illinois cases, since never before had one man murdered 8 women in one night. Martin had argued that in addition to convicting Speck at trial, the state must also take extraordinary measures to protect the record on appeal. In the end, Stamos allowed his young prosecutor to have his way, because Stamos believed that the man trying the state's case should not be stuck with a critical decision that he had so forcefully opposed. Stamos allowed the transfer, saying simply, "If you're going to launch the ship, you should be there for the laying of the keel." Since Martin would be launching the ship, he had been allowed by Stamos to lay the keel the way he chose. Richard Speck would not be tried in Chicago. The court now had to decide which county in Illinois should inherit this mixed blessing of commerce, notoriety, and publicity. The state's unprecedented decision to allow the trial to be moved caught many by surprise. Judge Passion, for one, was disappointed. A transfer out of Cook County meant the end of his stewardship of the case, and a faithful steward he had been. Passion set about performing his last official task in the case by asking Getty to suggest an alternative to Cook County. Getty refused, shrewdly realizing that for him to suggest any other county would be to imply that he had no objections to the publicity of the murders in that county. Passion adjourned court by stating that he would announce his choice for the trial by December 19th. After Getty had refused to suggest an alternative trial location, Judge Passion asked the state to suggest its ideas to assist the court in determining a new location. Martin and Zagel immediately launched an all-out telephone survey of the state's attorney's offices in the 101 other Illinois counties. They asked about the quality of jail, courthouse, and hotel facilities, the quality of local judges, the extent of local publicity about the murders, and the reaction of local citizens to the case. The bottom line question was this: can your county handle this hot potato? The responses were mixed. The Madison County State's Attorney said, "You're not serious. We don't want it." The LaSalle County prosecutor was more expansive, noting, Justice would grind to a halt out here if you stuck us with that case. We have a bad jail, an old courthouse, and no security. Try somewhere else." The state's attorney in Decatur was more favorable, offering, "We'd love to have it here. Come on down." Asked about press coverage, he blithely assured them, "Don't worry, I'll meet with the editors and tell them to cool it." The state's attorney in Tazewell County, a factory town, assured Martin that its jurors would be able to make up any lost pay from their supportive employers. The Montgomery County state's attorney said, "We have 20,000 registered voters, and every one of them is a damned good state juror." Ultimately, though, Martin and Zagel decided that it would be unwise for the state to suggest a county, in light of the fact that the prosecution had not requested the change of venue. Judge Passion would be forced to make the decision by himself. During the wait, on December 6th, Richard Speck turned 25. On the 17th, the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission announced that its proposed new giant atom-smashing facility would be built in the cornfields of Batavia, Illinois, 35 miles west of Chicago, Illinois. Senator Everett Dirksen, Governor Otto Kerner, and Chicago Mayor Richard J. Daley had used their considerable powers of persuasion to convince President Lyndon B. Johnson that this remote location was the perfect choice for the multi-billion-dollar project. Soon to be known as Fermilab, in honor of the University of Chicago's Enrico Fermi, one of the creators of the atomic bomb, the site would become famous as the place where high-energy physicists from around the world searched for the secret of the universe. On this same day, Sergeants Concannon and McCarthy took Cora, Mama, now fully recovered after her hospital stay, and Roger Amorau to Chicago's Polk Brothers department store to buy a Christmas tree. The Amorau family selected a pretty white tree, in keeping with the white winter wonderland they were encountering for the first time. A child of the tropics, Cora was used to warm weather. In Batangas province, 70 degrees was a cold day. Now she was seeing Chicago weather at its worst. Bitter cold, blizzards, drizzle, ice storms, mist, sleet, and snow. Sudden thaws would fill the streets with sopping, sooty, gloppy mush, only to have it turn cold and snow all over again. Still, Cora felt at home with her family and police guards always at hand. The nightly poker games had become a ritual. On December 19th, with reporters scribbling furiously in his crowded courtroom, Judge Passion made his call. Peoria. The judge said, "On the basis of the media research materials I have studied, and of consultations with judicial and legal officers throughout the state, the court has decided to assign the trial in this case to Peoria County in the 10th Judicial Circuit. The court selection rests on the fact that Peoria is over 150 miles from Chicago, that Peoria is not within the Chicago radio or television markets, and that Peoria has virtually no daily circulation and very minimal Sunday circulation of Chicago newspapers. The courthouse in Peoria is of recent construction, and all necessary physical facilities are very adequate. In addition, Peoria County has a population in excess of 190,000 persons, enabling the court to draw on a large body of jurors. The court orders that the trial in this case be transferred to Peoria County. All further proceedings will be held before the judges assigned to that circuit." Passion spoke this last sentence with a twinge of regret. He was now officially out of the case and would not be able to meet the challenge of presiding over the most publicized trial in Illinois history. He then directed the prosecutors to hand-carry the court file from Cook County to Peoria County. Despite their long hours and low pay, assistant state's attorneys enjoyed a few fringe benefits. One was the ability to commandeer unmarked squad cars equipped with police radios and sirens. After leaving the courtroom, Martin, George Murtaugh, and Jim Zagel took advantage of this modest perk and, siren blaring, sped off to O'Hare Airport, where they barely managed to catch an Ozark Airlines DC-3 for the short flight to Peoria. They were poorly rewarded for their efforts. In fact, they were greeted at the Peoria courthouse as if they were bringing the plague. Gritting his teeth, the plain-spoken Chief Justice of the 10th Circuit, John E. Richards, told the Cook County prosecutors that he had a crowded docket and a shortage of judges. He accepted the file on spec with great reluctance. Next, Martin and company called upon the Peoria County State's Attorney, the sheriff, and the city's chief of police. They, too, shared a litany of laments. They did not have the manpower, space, and time for this hot potato. Also, the city's Chamber of Commerce did not exactly relish the idea of Peoria becoming home to Richard Speck. For 50 years, Peoria had been trying to live down its reputation as a wide-open Illinois river town featuring a flourishing red light district and every game of chance known to mankind. In recent years, Peoria had turned things around to become an all-American city, featuring a new courthouse, a secure jail, and a growing cosmopolitan population. Ironically, these were the very reasons why Judge Passion had selected it for the trial. Martin, Murtaugh, and Zagel were impressed by Peoria's urbanity and sophistication. It was not the hick town they imagined, but the city's cold shoulder left them with no welcome to wear out. Leaving the court file behind, the discouraged prosecutors quickly left the courthouse for the next Ozark flight back to Chicago. Getty was no more pleased over Peoria than was Peoria over having his client. The public defender knew that by the early 1900s, Peoria had richly earned its reputation as the best hanging county in the state. Earlier, in 1851, a crowd of 10,000 eagerly watched as self-styled vigilantes ignored a judge's stay of execution for 2 murderers and themselves carried the men to the scaffold. This set a pattern for several more executions there around the turn of the century. In 1966, there was no doubt but that Peoria was still a law and order town. The Illinois Supreme Court solved the concern of the Peoria judges over their shortage by agreeing to appoint a judge for the Speck case from another county. On December 28th, the Illinois Supreme Court announced its selection, Herbert C. Passion. Reasoning that Passion had presided over all court hearings since Speck had first been arraigned on August 1st, the state's highest court ruled that the Chicago judge would continue to preside in Peoria. Like it or not, the trial of Richard Speck was going to play in Peoria under Judge Herbert C. Passion. In the meantime, at their regular Monday meeting on December 19th, Speck thrust a Christmas card into the hands of Dr. Ziporin, who had also brought the prisoner a gift, another paint set. Speck excitedly told the psychiatrist that he had received Christmas cards from Dallas, from his mother and his sister Carolyn, and that his sister and brother-in-law, Martha and Jean Thornton, had recently visited him. He said he was thinking about sending a Christmas card to Getty. Then, with a grin, the mass murderer added, "I may even send one to Martin. I like him. He reminds me of my pal from Dallas, Rod Kinney." Martin, for his part, was busy trying to send Speck to the electric chair. Each weekday evening he worked until 9:45 p.m., along with John Glenville, George Murtaugh, and Jim Zagel. Then, the 4 members of Team Speck would adjourn to the nearby Wagon Steakhouse for butterflied fillets, baked potatoes, and hot apple pie a la mode. The table talk dissipated the day's tension through the sharing of the black humor known to police officers and prosecutors everywhere. Martin allowed himself to take off only Sunday mornings, a time he spent playing in pickup hockey games. He usually brought his young sons Mark and Pat with him so they could learn the game he loved. He looked forward to the end of the Speck case and a return to spending time with his family and living a normal life, and he thought that the end was vaguely in sight. Until then, the case occupied his waking thoughts and sleepless nights to the point of obsession. He was driven by the gut-wrenching knowledge that his colleagues and the nurses' families were counting on him not to screw up. January 1967. Judge Passion tentatively set February 6th to start the trial, and ruled that in order to reduce expenses, all pretrial motions would be held in Chicago. Getty's first motion was another surprise. He wanted a new judge. In 1966, any defendant in an Illinois criminal case had the automatic right to substitute away from the judge to whom his case had been assigned. However, the motion had to be made within 10 days of the original assignment of the case to the judge. At a hearing in early January, Getty argued that the case had first been assigned to Passion on December 28th by the Illinois Supreme Court. "This is crazy," Martin rebutted, pointing out that the case had been assigned to Passion on August 1st. "This motion is something out of Alice in Wonderland." Not surprisingly, Passion agreed with the state, ruling that Getty's request to replace him was too late. Martin asked Getty if he wanted to try to introduce evidence that Passion was actually prejudiced against Speck. A defendant has the right at all times to present proof that a judge is, in fact, prejudiced against him. Getty, however, declined to say that Passion was prejudiced. On several previous occasions, in open court, the public defender had complimented Passion's fairness. Now, Getty was hoisted with his own petard. Judge Passion would be making the trip to Peoria. That trip was beginning to worry Martin, though. It was evident from his December visit that Peoria would not be hosting a parade for the prosecutors. A diplomatic approach was needed to win over the Peoria law enforcement officials and to make the necessary arrangements for office and living space for a prosecution staff and over 50 witnesses. The consensus choice was Sergeant Michael Lambesis, a natural diplomat who was also a logistical genius. Polished and urbane, 42-year-old Lambesis looked and dressed like an international banker. The son of Greek immigrants, he had worked in newspaper circulation for 11 years before quitting in 1957 and taking a large cut in pay to fulfill his lifelong dream of becoming a policeman. Enormously good-natured, Lambesis lit up every room he entered with his amiability, laughter, and optimism. During a 3-day trip to Peoria in early January, Lambesis, who called everyone partner and meant it, single-handedly turned the Peoria law enforcement community into partners with their Chicago colleagues. He also managed to rent a large office on the first floor of the courthouse, to secure the entire second floor of the nearby Ramada Inn, with access to the rest of the hotel as needed, to set up charges at 9 local restaurants, and even to arrange for service at a local laundry and dry cleaners. Most importantly, he convinced the city leaders that the Speck trial was a unique opportunity for Peoria to make a memorable contribution to the history of Illinois criminal justice. While Lambesis took control of Peoria, Martin and Bill Nellis, the assistant prosecutor who had compiled Speck's biography, flew to Dallas to check on the availability of the Texas witnesses. Concentrating on Speck's prior attempt to fake amnesia after putting a carving knife against the throat of Sarah Wadsworth in a Dallas parking lot, the two prosecutors interviewed Speck's parole officer, the arresting officer, and the detective who had put Speck in a police lineup where Sarah Wadsworth had identified him. Speck had told these 3 men 3 different stories about this knife-wielding incident. He denied the entire happening to one of them, claiming, "I was at my girl's. I don't know nothing about any attack on a woman." He told another he couldn't remember what had happened. He bragged to the third about his "Born to Raise Hell" tattoo and said that he had only meant to rob the woman, not attack her. The prosecutor's main man in Dallas was Chief Deputy District Attorney Bill Alexander, who looked like a power forward in the NBA and who sported a wide mahogany leather shoulder holster for his pearl-handled 6-shooter. He assured Martin and Nellis that he would personally deliver to Peoria whatever Texas witnesses might be needed. "You just tell me what you want," he drawled, "and I'll strap 'em on the plane." A few days later, Martin and Zagel escaped the Chicago cold for a quick trip to Georgia to see Hervey Cleckley. The two prosecutors met the eminent psychiatrist at the famed Augusta National Golf Club, home of the Masters tournament. The lunch was pleasant. Fresh blueberries and peaches at a window table overlooking the renowned golf course below. The topics were less so: feigned amnesia, mass murder, and psychopaths. The state's preparation to rebut an expected plea of insanity by Speck had begun in earnest. The witnesses were as disparate as the genteel, learned Cleckley and the gritty, hardscrabble former lady wrestler Nancy Sims of Dallas. Both had observed Speck, and both thought that he was sane. Elsewhere in the world, on Sunday, January 15th, the Green Bay Packers under coach Vince Lombardi won the first Super Bowl by crushing Kansas City, 35-10. Aging, balding receiver Max McGee, who had not been expected to play, came off the bench to catch two Bart Starr touchdown passes and help spark the rout. Afterwards, McGee told reporters that he had been nursing a terrible hangover from his hijinks the night before and had been playing in a fog. Jackie Kennedy was reported to be upset by unflattering revelations excerpted from William Manchester's new book, Death of a President. As the trial preparation was heating up, the Amaral clan bravely coped with the Chicago cold and snow. Their loyal police detail, all veterans of Chicago winters, did not let the weather slow the family's adventures in unmarked police cars to Chinatown, department and discount stores, restaurants, and the supermarket to stock up on Cora's supply of Pepsi-Cola. The only change in the routine was the appointment on New Year's Day of Sergeant Ronaldo Cozy to replace Detective Jack Walenda, who was needed to assist the state's attorney's office in its final pretrial preparations. 40-year-old Cozy, who was Detective Jim Jorgalis's regular partner, became the newest employee of Independent Insurance Adjusters, the fictional company that was being used as a cover for the 2-day-on, 2-day-off comings and goings of the police detail. The soft-spoken Cozy looked more like a parish priest than a police sergeant and was as comforting as a bedroom slipper. Raised on the city's west side, Cozy was the only member of the protective detail who had not done World War II service in the Philippines. He came on the job with the police department in 1955. Police officers like this phrase because, to them, no other job matters. One great advantage enjoyed by the two-man teams protecting the Amarals was their mutual friendship. Working 48-hour shifts through weekends and holidays is the kind of unglamorous security operation that can set a policeman's nerves on edge and cause friction with his partner. Fortunately, though, Jorgalis and Cozy were close friends, as well as police partners, and Concannon and McCarthy were inseparable both on and off duty. The relaxed camaraderie enjoyed by the officers helped create an enjoyable atmosphere at the Sheridan Surf, both for the police detail and for the family it was protecting. Cora Amaral, the girl from the tropics, was made to feel at home in the middle of a miserable Chicago winter. When Martin gave his list of potential witnesses to the public defender's office, he listed Cora's address as care of State's Attorney's Office, 2600 South California Avenue, Chicago, Illinois. Getty did not have the foggiest notion of where Cora was staying. In mid-January, Martin received a call from the public defender, who came quickly to his point. "I'd like to interview Miss Amaral." Martin's relationship with Getty was always cordial, but never friendly. If Getty remembered having once turned Martin down for a job, he never referred to it. For Martin, that had happened in what seemed like a distant past, almost 4 years earlier. Martin paused for a beat before answering. He had been nervously anticipating this request. Okay, the prosecutor said simply. He hoped Cora was ready. And I want to have a court reporter present, Getty added. Again, Martin paused before replying. Okay. Martin told Getty he would arrange a time and place and call back. Back in November, Martin had told Cora that the defense team might ask to see her. Now, Martin returned to her apartment at the Sheridan Surf to relay the request. After joking with Cora, Roger, and the policeman in the apartment, Martin got down to business. Cora, Mr. Getty wants to interview you. He wants to take your statements with a court reporter. We think that it's a good idea, and we'd like you to do it. Cora swallowed hard before answering. If you want me to do it, I will do it. Martin called Getty the next day to ask, Jerry, can you take the statement in our office on Sunday? That's fine, I work on Sundays. She's frightened of strangers. Do you mind if I'm present with one police officer? No, I want you to be there. You can have anyone you want. Martin was about to commit heresy. Across the land, the prosecutor's dogma was simple. You slam the door on defense requests to interview your witnesses. Martin, however, disagreed with the dogma and with his colleagues who argued against making Cora available for any type of defense interview, let alone one that would be transcribed by a court reporter. Martin wasn't cocky, but he made decisions and stuck with them. Fond of Shakespearean references, Martin believed that the self-assured Henry V could have successfully prosecuted Speck, but that the indecisive Hamlet could not. Although he had the reputation for being a dove within the hawkish prosecution world, Martin had his reasons. In civil cases, each side has the right to take a pretrial deposition, a sworn statement recorded by a court reporter, of the other side's potential witnesses. However, Illinois, like most states, does not permit depositions in criminal cases. A defense attorney typically gets his first and only shot at the state's witnesses during cross-examination at the trial. Most prosecutors believed that their witnesses should be told something like this: You have a right to speak to the defense before trial if you want to. You also have an absolute right not to speak to the defense. I can't tell you not to talk to them. It's up to you. Most defense lawyers believed that this statement was usually made with a knowing wink, giving the prosecutor's real message: don't talk. Martin was aware, however, that by 1966, legal scholars were beginning to express concern about the fairness of this prosecution-induced silencing of witnesses. If a defendant could establish a concerted pattern of refusal by state witnesses to be interviewed by his lawyers before trial, he had an argument, especially in a death penalty case, that he had been denied a fundamentally fair trial by this orchestrated conspiracy of silence. The records showed that when prosecutors skated near the edge at trial, especially in death penalty cases, they lost on appeal. This meant, of course, that the case would have to be retried many years later. Knowing that his eyewitness would be leaving for the Philippines immediately after the trial, Bill Martin felt that there was good reason to avoid skating on the edge. Therefore, he gave these instructions to each and every one of the state's witnesses. The state's attorney's office urges that you agree to be interviewed by the public defender's office. This advice was loathsome to the Chicago police officers who made up most of the list of witnesses. Most police officers instinctively dislike and distrust defense lawyers. Nevertheless, they grudgingly agreed to be interviewed by the platoon of public defenders unleashed by Getty. Unable to completely conceal their contempt, however, the police officers would take out paper and pen and make their own notes of the interview, explaining gruffly, "We want a record of this, too." Sunday, January 22nd, ushered in a brief period of unseasonably warm weather for Chicago. The thermometer hit 54 degrees the next day. while Sergeant Steve McCarthy stayed at the Sheridan Surf to play cards with Mama and Roger. Sergeant Jim Concannon drove Cora to the criminal court building. Parking near the rear door, he quickly escorted her to the second-floor office of State's Attorney John J. Stamos, who in December had replaced Dan Ward after Ward's election to the Illinois Supreme Court. This was the largest office in the 26th Street building, bigger by far than any judge's chamber. It took up the entire front corner of the building facing California Avenue and the House of Corrections. It also boasted a fireplace framed in polished black marble, the only fireplace in the building. Court reporters do their work either with a stenotype machine or by using shorthand. Believing that the shorthand would be less obtrusive, Martin asked court reporter Paul Essling to record Cora's statement in his notebook. Cora sat at the head of the large conference table, flanked by the reporter and Martin. Feigning nonchalance, Concannon slouched in a corner leather chair, taking in absolutely everything that was going on. At 1:20 p.m., Getty walked in with Jim Gramenos, a Detroit-born former FBI agent who had been an assistant public defender for 2 years. Thin and intense, Gramenos, who was in his early 30s, had thick wavy hair and looked out at the world with smoldering dark eyes. He was relentless in the pursuit of evidence. In fact, Getty was so impressed with Gramenos's tenacity and 6 years' experience with FBI investigations that he named him his top assistant to defend Speck, despite Gramenos's lack of trial experience. Introductions were quick and formal. The interview began immediately. Getty wanted to size Cora up as a witness, but he didn't want her to size him up as a cross-examiner, so he directed Gramenos to take the statement. Generally, lawyers try to ask simple questions so that the answer is understandable. Asking 2 or more questions at the same time usually confuses the witness, or confuses the answer. It was Gramenos's style, however, to fire away with such machine gun bursts that he could not save himself from asking complicated, compound questions. He was polite, deferential, and highly verbose. The interrogation proceeded nonstop for 3 hours and 35 minutes, as Gramenos probed in minute detail for Cora's account of the events in the townhouse on July 13th through 14th, and her subsequent identification of Speck's photo and of Speck himself in his jail hospital bed. Speaking in a soft voice, Cora unflinchingly answered each and every question and looked directly at Gramenos the entire time. Never once did she look to Martin or Concannon. Never once did she lose her composure. Martin said nothing. Cora did not need his help. Cora did provide a few details that were new to him, though. The gun Speck had pointed at her was the first gun she had ever seen. She reported that Speck's conversation with the American girls was just done in a friendly manner. Cora said that she didn't understand what he and the American girls were talking about because I am not paying attention to them. She added that Speck was smiling. Always smile, she said. Martin seethed with anger at the thought of Speck smiling as he methodically tied his victims into fatal helplessness. When Gramenos finished, the defense had Cora's complete account of the murders, a 133-page uncensored preview of how she would testify at trial. Permitting the state's star witness to be deposed before trial was unprecedented in a criminal prosecution. Martin did not even object to any of Gramenos's questions. Had Martin's strategy of fairness to the defense been carried too far? He didn't think so. The state, too, had gained from Cora's interview with Gramenos. For the first time in her life, Cora had gone through the frightening ordeal of a cross-examination, and her narrative was unfailingly consistent with what she had previously told Detective Byron Carlisle, interpreter Myrna Ferranda, and Martin. Having been face-to-face with Speck's lawyers, she would be much less fearful when she faced them again in a Peoria courtroom. When the interview concluded, Jim Concannon drove Cora back to the hotel and picked up his partner Steve McCarthy, Mama, and Roger. When the interview concluded, Jim Concannon drove Cora back to the hotel and picked up his partner Steve McCarthy, Mama, and Roger. With a sense of relief, the five friends adjourned to Chinatown, where the Amorows enjoyed a dinner of shrimp with lobster sauce, and the Irish sergeants demolished steaming platters of beef chop suey. Chapter 31. Public Defender Gerald Getty decided to hit the prosecution with a blizzard of pretrial motions designed to limit the state's evidence at trial, and, failing that, to create new issues to contend reversible error upon appellate review. The bombardment began on January 16th with 16 separate defense motions, and the very first one was pure Getty. He now wanted to move the trial from Peoria. Most of the others asked either to discover or suppress the state's evidence. Getty also asked that all evidentiary hearings be conducted in camera, or outside the view of the press and the public. Both the defense and the prosecution wanted to avoid newspaper and television descriptions of the potential evidence. For example, news reports about the gun seized at the Raleigh Hotel, or the knife recovered from the bottom of the Calumet River, would have been publicized in Peoria, possibly prejudicing prospective jurors with knowledge of evidence that might not have been legally admissible. Judge Passion decided to relocate the proceedings from his large, high-ceilinged courtroom to the smaller jury room next door. The jury room featured a long, battle-scarred conference table with 12 stiff wooden chairs, a water fountain, and marble-walled men's and women's bathrooms. The windows looked out over sooty train tracks, the gray concrete wall of the county jail, and a glass-enclosed tower where uniformed guards with shotguns were on duty. Passion placed the thick stack of defense motions, typed up on blue-backed legal-size sheets, under lock and key in his chambers, and said that he needed 4 days before starting the hearing. The snowstorm of paper that Getty and his assistants had unleashed from their third-floor offices in the criminal court building piled up in the second-floor offices of the state's attorney's office. Team Spec prosecutors Martin, Glenville, Murtaugh, and Zagel were trying to shovel out from Getty's snowstorm when Mother Nature unleashed the real thing, the big blizzard of '67. The weather forecast for Thursday, January 26th, called for 1 to 2 inches of snow. Beginning at 5:02 a.m. that day, snow began to fall softly all over Chicago. The snow continued to fall for hour after hour after hour, until it finally stopped at 3 p.m. on Friday, January 27th, after dumping a record 23 inches. The blizzard completely shut down the city that works, as Mayor Daley liked to call it. Transportation came to a standstill, and business offices, schools, and stores were closed. The streets were so impassable that buses, cabs, and private cars were abandoned, often in the middle of the street. Police used a toboggan to rush one expectant mother to a hospital. Looting broke out on the west side. Team Spec, intent on being in Passion's jury room on the morning of Friday, January 27th, spent the night of the big snow napping in shifts on the well-worn red leather couch in the law library and preparing responses to each of Getty's motions. At 1:30 the next morning, hunger pangs overcame them. Martin and Murtaugh were barely able to maneuver a squad car down 26th Street to a nearby pizza parlor, open only because the pizza makers could not get home either. Seldom had pizza tasted so good. Like everything else in Chicago, the criminal court building was officially closed on Friday, January 27th, but room 702, Judge Passion's jury room on the 7th floor, was open for business because none of the legal combatants had even tried to escape the blizzard. Their biggest fear was that even if they were able to get home, they would not be able to get back to the courthouse. The public defender's staff found a couch on the 3rd floor and also slept in shifts, alternated with preparations to argue the motions. By contrast, Judge Passion was not only able to enjoy an uninterrupted sleep on the large, plush leather sofa in his chamber, but he also had the benefit of the only shower among the group. The next morning, looking freshly groomed, he announced, "All of us are snowbound and can't get out, so we may as well get down to business." The rumpled, unshaven lawyers took their seats at the conference table. Getty seized this opportunity to file a new motion to allow a psychiatric examination of Speck by Nair Littner, M.D., a Chicago psychiatrist who specialized in the psychoanalysis of children. Martin found it ironic that the public defender, who had initially sought an impartial psychiatric panel to avoid the spectacle of hiring additional experts in a battle of resources, was now seeking to have yet another psychiatrist try to explain Richard Speck's murderous rage. Eyeing the growing pile of paper in front of him, Passion observed, "It's a good thing we all got snowbound so we could get our work done on this." The prosecution was required to file an updated list of the state's trial witnesses and their addresses. The 178 potential witnesses included 80 police officers and 98 citizens. Snowbound at 26th Street, both sides dug in for a long weekend of girding for battle. Passion set the following Tuesday, January 31st, as the day to begin hearing arguments on the motions. People all over Chicago spent that weekend trying to dig out from under the incredible snowstorm. Stunned meteorologists reported that a snow this heavy would not happen for another 100 years. Aside from the lack of clean clothes and a shave, Jim Zagel, who was single, and John Glenville, whose children were grown, managed the lock-in nicely by concentrating on legal research. However, Murtaugh, who lived with his wife and 2 young children in a 1-bedroom South Side apartment, and Martin, who lived with his wife and 4 young children in a 2-bedroom West Side apartment, both wanted to get home to help their families. On Saturday night, the two fought their way through the snow-clogged streets and managed to spend Sunday building snowmen with their children. The bad weather didn't shut in Cora and company, though. On Friday morning, January 27th, she clomped through the huge snowdrifts with Mama, Roger, Concannon, and McCarthy in time to enjoy breakfast at the cafeteria in nearby St. Joseph's Hospital. On the way back, Mama lost her footing and slowly sank into a huge snowdrift in front of the Sheridan Surf. Roger ran inside for his camera to record the historic event. When he returned, he got a great photo of Concannon and McCarthy easing a startled Mama out of the head-high snow. On Monday, major streets began to slowly reopen for traffic, despite continued light snow and drifting. On Tuesday, as planned, Passion was able to resume the secret proceedings in his jury room. Inside, the scene resembled a board of directors meeting. Passion sat at one head of the table with a court reporter at his right, and Speck, whose weight had ballooned from 160 to 185 pounds during his stay in jail, sat casually at the other, guarded by a deputy sheriff. Speck was not handcuffed and was wearing his dark blue court suit. He looked like another participant in the judicial system, no different from the tired young prosecutors and public defenders who faced each other across the beat-up conference table. Outside, the scene resembled the Russia of a Dostoevsky novel. The streets were eerily white and strangely still. Before the court began, Jerry Wexler, an assistant public defender, remarked to Martin, "This is macabre. One guy is sitting at the head of the table trying to decide if the guy at the other end gets the electric chair. But if an outsider walked in, he'd think that we were trying to decide what dividend our corporation should declare." Once the arguments began, however, Wexler made an impassioned argument that there was one place in Illinois even more unfair to Richard Speck than Cook County. That place, he said, was Peoria. Carting out boxes of newspaper clippings and radio and TV scripts, Wexler contended that Speck could not receive a fair trial in Peoria. Included in his lengthy inventory of allegedly unfavorable publicity was a front-page story in the Peoria Journal-Star that reported on Speck's boyhood years near Monmouth, which was only 60 miles from Peoria. He also cited reports on the crimes Speck was alleged to have committed in Monmouth shortly before fleeing the town for Chicago. Martin was not going to agree to move the place of trial again, and he argued forcibly to keep the trial in Peoria. On February 1st, the judge issued his ruling. "This case must be tried, and it must be tried somewhere," Judge Passion said. "Yesterday I asked Mr. Getty where he could get a fair trial, if not in Peoria, and again he had no suggestions. This was a horrible crime. Who committed it, I do not know. Speck is presumed to be innocent, and I will protect him throughout the trial to see that he gets a fair trial. But it must be tried someplace." That someplace would be Peoria. When the deputy sheriff took Speck to the adjacent lockup for his lunch, a bologna sandwich on buttered white bread, he jokingly asked the prisoner, "When are you leaving for Peoria?" "I don't know," Speck replied drolly. "They ain't given me my bus ticket yet." As the hearing resumed that afternoon, the city was hit with 4 more inches of snow, compounded by high winds, drifting, and freezing rain. By now, Chicago was snow paranoid. Downtown hotels began to fill up with frightened commuters who did not want to get stuck in another blizzard. Grocery stores were swamped with panicked shoppers. Passion adjourned court early on Wednesday and had to cancel Thursday's session because of clogged streets. By Friday, February 3rd, however, the worst was over, and the hearing resumed. On Saturday, Speck got a change of pace when psychiatrist Nair Littner talked to him for 3 hours and 45 minutes in the county jail. Getty was trying to bolster a potential insanity defense that would otherwise rely almost exclusively on Marvin Ziporyn. On the following Monday, the pretrial arguments began in earnest. The snowstorm had forced Passion to delay the beginning of the trial until February 20th. Now, the entire week of February 6th would be the board of directors in daily executive sessions in order to resolve the legal issues raised by Getty's motions. On occasion, the drone of a legal argument was welcomingly interrupted by the testimony of live witnesses. The defense wanted to keep the size 38-40 BVD T-shirt that had been removed from Speck at Cook County Hospital out of evidence. 7 witnesses, 4 policemen, 2 nurses, and a physician, testified before Passion during this attempt to suppress state evidence. Passion ruled that the T-shirt had not been illegally seized. Next, the public defender made an innovative request for pretrial disclosure of the statements of the state's 178 potential witnesses. Getty's trial partner, Jim Gramenos, told the judge that he had found it difficult to interview many of these witnesses himself, explaining, "We have to go into saloons and taverns." Amused, Martin replied, "Your Honor, this is the first time that I have ever heard a trial lawyer complain about having to go into a saloon." Because the Illinois Supreme Court had previously decided that the defense is not entitled to see pretrial witness statements until after the witness has completed direct examination at trial, Passion denied the motion. The next evidence the defense tried to suppress was Cora's positive identification of Speck on July 19th at Cermak Memorial Hospital. "That really is him," she had told detectives Byron Carlisle and Jack Walenda, who were with her. Getty made his request at a time when cases were working their way up to the U.S. Supreme Court toward a decision on whether or not a defendant has a right to legal counsel during a police lineup to prevent unnecessarily suggestive and unfair identification procedures. Getty argued that Cora's viewing of Speck in the hospital was so unfair that she should be barred from mentioning it at trial. Replying for the state was Jim Zagel, the intense and scholarly assistant prosecutor who had pored over the case law on identification. Zagel noted that Dr. William Norcross had refused to have his patient subjected to the excitement of the usual six-man police lineup. Zagel contended that taking Cora in her nurse's uniform into Speck's room was the only possible way for her to see Speck and still satisfy Norcross's medical concerns. Further, Zagel argued, the circumstances at the time had provided an urgent basis for Cora to see Speck before anything might happen to either one of them. Both the police and Speck himself, Zagel argued, needed to know, right away, if he was or was not the man. Since the Illinois Supreme Court had not yet decided if there was a right to counsel during a lineup, Passion took the motion under advisement, saying that he would rule during Cora's testimony at trial. As the second week of the hearing drew toward a close, the record showed that the court had denied every defense motion that was opposed by the state. Getty was coming up empty. Jim Zagel was the prosecutor seated closest to Speck. After Passion had once again denied a motion by the defense, Speck leaned over to Zagel and drawled, "Hey, y'all been blowing that judge." Speck resumed his disinterested expression. The hearing droned on, and Getty introduced 5 new motions. Among Getty's trial fears was his suspicion that the state would use Speck's incriminating statements to psychiatrist Albert Feinerman and surgeon William Norcross at the Cermak Jail Hospital, and to Dr. Leroy Smith at Cook County Hospital. In 2 complicated motions, Getty challenged the motives of Drs. Feinerman and Norcross, contending that they were agents of the state and that any statements Speck had made to them should be suppressed. This angered Martin, especially because it appeared to invalidate the agreement Getty had made in having Surgeon Norcross appointed to the psychiatric panel. Terming the motions sour grapes, he told the judge, "What is really intolerable to the defense is the fact that their own men, Doctors Cleckley, Grinker, and Kelleher, found Speck responsible for his crimes." Getty deflected Martin's caustic attack by zeroing in on Speck's question to Dr. Smith. "Say, are you going to get the $10,000 reward, Doc?" The question was asked before Speck was given powerful surgical anesthesia, but after he was given several other pre-op medications. The state decided to put the confession issue to rest, once and for all. "There is no confession in this case," Martin said for the record. "Anything that the defendant might have said to medical personnel during the period of July 17 to 29, we do not seek to introduce into evidence at any time." Martin would not risk using the statements, knowing Speck had made them after taking pre-surgical medications, and so believing a reviewing court would find the statements drug-induced and unreliable. Further demonstrating his resourceful inventiveness, Getty next asked for a 2-stage trial, the first to determine if Speck committed the murders, and, if he was found guilty, a second trial to determine if he was insane at the time of the crime. The same jury would hear both trials. Believing that the defense of insanity would require him to admit Speck killed the nurses, Getty wanted 2 bites of the apple. In the trial for guilt, he could use an alibi defense. If Speck was found guilty, he could then plead insanity in the second trial. Zagel read the decision in every Illinois Supreme Court insanity case and found that there was absolutely no basis to support a defendant's right to a 2-stage trial. On February 9th, Judge Passion denied the motion, which was the 23rd one filed by Getty during the 2 weeks of snowbound pre-trial skirmishing. Getty had lost every motion opposed by the state. Martin admired the creativity and scholarship of the public defender's growing stack of pleadings. Although he knew that many citizens and taxpayers felt he should roll over and play dead rather than waste resources defending scum like Speck, Getty also knew that the public defender system itself was on trial, and this was a system in which he fervently believed. Protecting the integrity of the public defender system, which, like the state's attorney's office, was funded by county taxes, required Getty to do his absolute best, and he decided to raise every legal obstacle against a conviction that he could imagine. Getty carried an added burden, since he knew that all death penalty cases were automatically appealed, and that his legal defense of Speck would subsequently be gone over with a fine-tooth comb by a new set of attorneys who would be looking for lapses, his lapses, that might justify a new trial. Getty knew he had to raise all possible defenses, including pleas for a change of venue or change of judge, or face the charge in a reviewing court that he did not do everything possible for his indigent client. So, perforce, Getty continued to dutifully raise motions, and Judge Passion continued to deny them. As Getty kept losing motions, Martin believed that the prosecution was gaining momentum. Tuesday, February 14th. Ironically, it was Valentine's Day. Since dinner with their wives was out of the question, Martin and Murtaugh debated whether to bring home candy or flowers. They decided on candy, then resolved a vexing legal question. The selection of a jury was scheduled to begin in Peoria in 6 days, and a very consequential question was yet to be answered. Was the jury to rule on innocence or guilt for one murder or for 8 murders? The return of 8 separate indictments against Speck in July 1966 suggested that he would face 8 separate trials. None of Getty's previous 23 motions mentioned the issue of 1 trial or 8 trials. This was a tricky issue, and previous cases suggested danger for the state. In a notorious Chicago crime during the 1950s, Vincent Ciucci shot and killed his wife and 3 children while they were sleeping in their beds, and then fled after setting fire to the house. First, the state tried Ciucci for the murder of his wife, and he was convicted and sentenced to 20 years in prison. Ciucci was next tried for the murder of his daughter, and this second trial produced a conviction and a sentence of 45 years. In a third trial, Ciucci was convicted of murdering his son and given the death penalty. This death penalty case was reviewed by the U.S. Supreme Court in 1958, and 4 justices condemned the state's relentless prosecutions until it got the result it wanted. Although a slim majority, 5 justices, ruled that the separate trials were permissible, the 5-4 split suggested that there would have been a different result had Ciucci's lawyers been able to prove that the only reason for the sequential trials was the state's desire to obtain the death penalty. Subsequent decisions suggested that a second prosecution of a mass murderer might be barred, even if the first trial were to result in an acquittal. The state faced an excruciating dilemma. If it forced Speck to stand trial on only 1 indictment, it risked having a second trial barred because of the unfairness of repeated trials for acts that occurred at the same time. On the other hand, if the state moved to consolidate the 8 indictments, the defense could claim unfairness because the jury would be overwhelmed by the evidence of 8 separate murders. Martin was perplexed. He feared trying the murders separately, but was equally afraid to consolidate them. Cat and mouse. Could the state entice the defense into moving to consolidate the 8 indictments? Getty's opening ploy the day before, February 13th, had been to try to sucker the state into making the mistake of opting for sequential trials. Feigning innocence, Getty asked, "Which indictment will the state proceed with first?" Martin decided to try to drive a truck through this narrow opening created by Getty. Since the defense indicates no objection to trying the indictments separately, Martin told the court, the state would lead off with the indictment for the murder of Gloria Jean Davy. Getty did not bite on this first effort to have him agree to separate trials. So Martin baited him further, saying that the state had elected to proceed with the Davy indictment first because the defense specifically requested that we elect which of the 8 indictments we wish to proceed on, and therefore indicated that they have no objection to 8 separate trials. With his characteristic folksiness, Getty asked for time to reflect so there may be further conversations with the court. So may we keep this open?" The next day, February 14th, Getty filed a motion to join the 8 indictments into one trial. Martin made an intentionally tepid and weak argument in favor of 8 separate trials, something he did not want. Judge Passion approached the issue as a pragmatist. It was financially prohibitive to try the case 8 times, especially in Peoria, he reasoned. Accordingly, he overruled Martin's objection. Getty had filed 24 motions, and this was the first contested motion he won. Secretly, the Team Spec prosecutors were overjoyed with Getty's apparent victory. It meant that the defense would not be able to claim on appeal that it had been forced to stand trial on 8 homicides at the same time, since the defense itself had requested a single trial for 8 murders. Jim Zagel was still seated next to Speck in the Spartan jury room. He leaned over and asked, "Hey, Richard, y'all been blowing that judge?" Speck flashed his biggest shit-eating hillbilly grin. The next step was to select a jury, and the next stop was 150 miles to the southwest, Peoria. However, one last pretrial issue was not yet addressed: what to do with the news media. In addition to determining Speck's innocence, guilt, or insanity, the impending trial in Peoria was shaping up as a morality play between the freedom of the press, protected by the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, and the right to a fair trial, protected by the Fifth, Sixth, and 14th Amendments. The Fifth Amendment guarantees the accused the right to a fundamentally fair proceeding. The Sixth Amendment guarantees the accused the right to an impartial jury, and the 14th Amendment makes the safeguards of the first 2 binding in all state criminal trials. Judge Passion enjoyed an avuncular relationship with the regular criminal court press corps, as well as the expanded corps of reporters assigned to cover the Speck case. He respected the reporters' jobs and asked only that they respect his. After the media riot of July subsided, most reporters limited their accounts to what took place in open court. The police officers involved in the Speck investigation lived with the fear of making a mistake that might damage the prosecution's case. Similarly, the reporters were careful not to do anything that might risk aborting the trial. Despite this happy state of affairs, Judge Passion knew that once the trial was officially underway, there would be tremendous competition for scoops. Accordingly, on Valentine's Day, he issued a press order to control the conduct of the news media during the trial in Peoria. Passion had solid reasons for doing so. In June 1966, the U.S. Supreme Court had reversed the Ohio conviction of Dr. Sam Shepard for the murder of his wife because the trial judge had permitted sensationalistic media tactics that had turned the courtroom into a Roman holiday. Passion intended to quell any similar media riot before it started, and he asked both the state and the defense to suggest its ideas for the press order. Taking their guidance from the High Court's opinion on the Shepard case, Martin and Zagel prepared an order that Getty and his first assistant, Jim Doherty, approved. Passion studied it carefully. Although he was sensitive to the enormous public interest in the case, he decided to enter the restrictive order prepared by both the state and the defense to assure the orderly conduct of a cause célèbre. There were 12 principal provisions in the Speck case press order. 1. No cameras, recording devices, or other electronic equipment shall be used within the courthouse premises. All radio and TV equipment was set up outside the courthouse stairs. 2. No drawings or sketches shall be made within the courthouse premises. Artists' pads distract both jurors and witnesses. 3. The sheriff of Peoria County is ordered to search each person entering the courtroom each time that person enters to maintain maximum security and to prevent any prohibited devices from being brought into the courtroom. Sheriff Willard Koppel later told reporters that each person entering the courtroom would get a heavy shake, not a light shake. He meant it. 4. No teletype machines shall be installed in the courthouse premises, and no extra telephone line shall be installed. 5. Witnesses, prospective jurors, sworn jurors, lawyers and their staffs, court personnel, and police officers are forbidden from making any extrajudicial statements of any kind concerning this case from this date and until such time as a verdict in this case is returned in open court. 6. No photographs of any kind of the jurors as a group or individually shall be taken, nor shall the names and addresses of selected, excused, or prospective jurors be released or published until after the verdict. The jurors and their families were entitled to privacy from public harassment. 7. No release may be made to the news media of any leads, information, or statements from police officers, witnesses, or counsel for either side. Nothing except that which occurs in open court will be disseminated. The news media are placed on notice as to the impropriety of publishing material not introduced in these proceedings. The news media must be content with the task of reporting the case as it unfolds in the courtroom, not pieced together from extrajudicial statements. To prevent the trial participants from influencing the courtroom atmosphere through news leaks or press conferences, the court reserved the right to hold violators in contempt. 8. The official court reporters reporting these proceedings are hereby prohibited from selling, giving, or disseminating any transcript of these proceedings to any person other than the lawyers in the case, until such time as a verdict is rendered. The official court reporters recorded not only what took place before the jury, but also the confidential arguments in the judge's chambers, known as in-camera proceedings. If a transcript of them were made available to the media, its publication would potentially expose the jurors to inadmissible evidence. 9. Attendance in the courtroom shall be limited to the available seating in the courtroom. No standing will be allowed. The first 3 benches behind the bar railing shall be reserved for accredited news representatives upon presentation of credentials issued by this court. All other seats behind the bar railing shall be available to members of the public in the order of their appearance for each session of court. In addition to the print and broadcast reporters from Chicago and Peoria, credentials were issued to the New York Times, Associated Press, United Press International, Newsweek, Time, Life, Look, the radio and TV networks, and other leading media outlets. Passion issued only 25 press credentials, rejecting requests from 200 others because he wanted to save space for the general public. Among those turned down were reporters from Bonn, London, Paris, and Tokyo. 10. No person shall be permitted to enter the courtroom after the commencement of the session, nor shall any person be permitted to leave, except during a recess. 11. The bar of the courtroom within the rail is reserved for counsel. 12. No one except the attorneys may handle any exhibit. Passion believed that every word of the order had been designed to invest the trial with decorum, dignity, and fundamental fairness. Predictably, however, the rules drew fire from the media. Stanford Smith, general manager of the American Newspaper Publishers Association, said that a free press was essential to preserve both the freedom of the press and the right to a fair trial, and that reporters should have access to court transcripts and jurors' names, and that sketches should be allowed. J. Edward Murray, managing editor of the Arizona Republic and president of the American Society of Newspaper Editors, called the press order ridiculous and a travesty. A group representing radio and TV news directors urged that cameras and recorders be allowed inside the courtroom, and that sketches also be allowed. The group also wanted access to transcripts, the right to publicize jurors' names, and the right to interview trial participants. The Chicago Tribune thundered that the press order constituted a star chamber proceeding. For now, however, Passion was sticking to his guns. He wanted it done right, he said. because the eyes of the world will be on this trial. Chapter 32. The leading actor in the trial drama that was soon to unfold, Richard Franklin Speck, had adjusted well to life in the Cook County Jail. The 3-square diet of starchy jail food had pushed his weight 25 pounds to a paunchy 185, and he had a new hobby, painting, courtesy of Dr. Marvin Ziporyn. Although his first efforts were strictly paint-by-number basics, Speck would soon graduate to freehand renderings. By the start of the trial, Marvin Ziporyn had become the central character in Speck's life. In return, Speck had scrawled a 3-sentence written release authorizing Ziporyn to explain what I am really like. This turn of events, however, had been kept secret from Ziporyn's jail employers and from the state and defense lawyers. Speck and Ziporyn continued their conversations throughout the new year, and Ziporyn's summaries continued to be made available to the jail warden and the trial attorneys. The record included these reports. January 5th. Speck was quite talkative today, enthused about his first efforts at painting, and discussed techniques. January 8th. Speck displays a very fatalistic attitude today, wishes Getty would not fight too hard for him, since he feels he cannot face a long prison term, afraid other prisoners would harm him in the penitentiary. January 13th. Speck's mood, always volatile, showed a sharp upward surge today. His painting is going well, and he is proud. All in all, I have interrupted a strong movement toward Speck's depression. January 16th. Speck told me that he is simply no good and should pay for what I did. I tried to allay this sense of guilt, but Speck would have none of it. January 30th. Speck extremely disturbed by the snowstorm and worried about the safety of his family. February 10th. Speck is extremely relieved today because his hearings have ended. He is still firmly convinced that Judge Passion is prejudiced against him personally and against his lawyers, discussed art, and thanked me for introducing him to it. Ziporyn's last visit to Speck was on February 13th. Afterward, the psychiatrist prepared a 4-page discharge summary. This document was a blueprint for the diagnosis of insanity that, if asked by the defense, he was prepared to place before a jury. Discharge summary. Affect is basically depressed, and he repeatedly expresses feelings of anxiety, shame, remorse, regret, and guilt. These are general attitudes concerning his total life. Speck has a deep loyalty for his family and a sincere love for them. Personality characteristics. Obsessive-compulsive personality showing many anal features, meticulous, concerned with details, rigid and ambivalent. He is very religious and has an extremely punitive moral code. He knows right from wrong and is concerned about righteous behavior. In dealing with women, he has a Madonna-prostitute complex, and hostility develops in situations where he feels a Madonna has betrayed him and played the role of a prostitute. This is a cardinal problem related to his ambivalence and explains why he is both loving and antagonistic in dealing with females. Speck cannot be understood without reference to multiple cerebral injuries. He has had at least a half-dozen concussions, the 2 most important being in early adolescence, when he fell from a tree and was unconscious for 90 minutes, and again at age 16 when he was clubbed into unconsciousness by a policeman. Speck steadfastly denies any recall of the events of July 13th through 14th after dusk on July 13th. He recalls drinking heavily that day, July 13th, a good deal of whiskey and a pint of wine being specifically recalled. He says he had 6 capsules of sodium seconal, a barbiturate, plus an injection of a drug into his left arm vein. He does not know the name of the drug. Its effects suggest an amphetamine, but this is conjecture on my part. He states that shortly after receiving the injection, he blacked out. Such a reaction is common to him on a combination of alcohol and barbiturates. Diagnosis: Richard Speck has an organic brain defect, chronic brain syndrome associated with cerebral trauma. I reached this diagnosis because of the combination of history and mental status findings. The differential diagnosis, or other possibility, involves chiefly sociopathic personality disorder. I rule this out because of the presence of depression, anxiety, remorse, guilt, shame, and the demonstration of adherence to religious beliefs and codes of conduct plus morality. In addition, he displays love, loyalty, and affection for specific individuals close to him. Dynamics: Speck is an obsessive-compulsive personality whose rigidity, ambivalence, and hostility have been accentuated by his organic cerebral pathology. This defect is characterized by intolerance to drugs and alcohol. These agents cause a much more intense response in these cases than in normal people. The basic effect is loss of control over impulsive behavior. The feelings that the person can ordinarily contain explode in a violent and destructive manner. At such times, a patient is not responsible for his conduct and may be completely unaware of what he is doing. By February 14, 1967, Ziporyn was Speck's therapist, faithful companion, confidant, and biographer. He was also Jerry Getty's best chance to get Speck off the hook on an insanity defense. Ziporyn, in effect, was prepared to tell a jury that since Speck said he had fallen out of a tree as a young boy, and now claimed that he often blacked out from booze and barbiturates, that, ergo, he could not be held responsible for cold-bloodedly murdering 8 young nurses. Getty had been reading Ziporyn's jailhouse reports with growing interest. Also, the public defender had been his usual resourceful self in trying to find a biological explanation for the evil of Richard Speck. Back in August, he had sent samples of Speck's blood to Eric Engel, M.D., a researcher at the Vanderbilt University School of Medicine in Nashville. Getty had heard about studies by Dr. Engel and his associates that suggested a possible relationship between abnormalities in the number of chromosome and violent behavior, and he wondered if this might explain Speck. The answer came back quickly. No. The Vanderbilt analysis of Speck's white blood cells concluded that Speck had the normal number of chromosomes. With this avenue closed, Ziporyn appeared to offer Getty his last and best opportunity to argue an insanity defense. For their part, the prosecutors had a different perspective on Ziporyn. They thought that his diagnosis of chronic brain syndrome, a diagnosis that he had advanced in many previous criminal defenses, was little more than psychiatric gibberish. The state was armed with the overwhelming documentation of how Speck had developed his criminal cunning and skills over the years, how for years he had conveniently lied and copped a plea of amnesia when confronted with his crimes, how he had moved about immediately before and after the murders without any evidence of a drug fix or blackout, and how he had demonstrated consciousness of guilt and had attempted to escape after realizing to his horror that he had left an eyewitness. The prosecutors were not impressed with the attempt by Ziporyn to explain away Speck's murders with a diagnosis of chronic brain syndrome. Martin believed Ziporyn's diagnosis was absolutely wrong. Nevertheless, he knew that Ziporyn might make a convincing case to 12 jurors who otherwise found it hard to fathom how one man could kill 8 women. At midnight on Valentine's Day, Cook County Sheriff's deputies came to Speck's basement cell to take him to Peoria. Speck was watching Machine Gun Kelly on TV and was upset that the guards interrupted him in the middle of it. He had been looking forward to the violent gangster movie for days. As he was led away from the maximum security corridor, he asked his buddy in the next cell to write him and tell him what had happened to Machine Gun Kelly at the end. It was exactly 7 months after the murders. Speck was placed between 2 armed guards in the back seat of an unmarked squad car, one of 3 that slipped through the gates of the House of Correction complex into a heavy fog to make their way onto Interstate 55 for the 150-mile drive to Peoria. Among Speck's sparse luggage were his radio, several Western paperbacks, his dark blue court suit, and his paint set, minus the palette knife. The lead and tail cars of the caravan were filled with more deputies armed with shotguns and machine guns. At 3 a.m., they dropped their famous prisoner off in a cell on the 4th floor of the Peoria County Jail, across Hamilton Boulevard from the newly built L-shaped 5-story courthouse. The world would soon see Richard Speck's crime reconstructed in a courtroom. Part 4. The Trial. Chapter 33. On Thursday, February 16th, Bill Martin and George Murtaugh packed their bags and set out on the 3-hour drive to Peoria. A bright but unwarming sun stared down at the frozen Chicago landscape, temperature 0, as the 2 assistant state's attorneys settled into the unmarked gray 4-door Ford sedan that John Stamos insisted they use. The drive ahead of them was a dull stretch of Interstate 55, which cuts southwest from Chicago through miles of flat Midwestern farmland until it reaches the Peoria turnoff. Martin had more on his mind than driving through the hypnotic landscape, and was so engrossed in his thoughts that he nearly tipped over the squad car while swerving at the last minute to make the Peoria turnoff. Specifically, he had Dr. Marvin Zaporin on his mind, wondering if the psychiatrist would come to Peoria to testify that Richard Speck was not responsible for his crime. Not one to worry idly if something could be done, Martin weeks before had begun a covert investigation of the troublesome psychiatrist. A minor news item had caught Martin's attention. Herb Lyon's Tower Ticker gossip column in the January 16th Chicago Tribune had reported that Richard Speck was collaborating with an unnamed psychiatrist and a pro-writer on a book for New York's Hawthorne Books, Inc. The title, Born to Raise Hell. Martin knew that the unnamed psychiatrist was not a member of the court-appointed panel, and that as of January 16th, psychiatrist Nair Littner had not yet seen Speck. That left Zaporin. The rules of evidence allow a witness to be cross-examined for bias, including any financial interest in the subject on which the witness is testifying. If Zaporin had a royalty contract with Hawthorne, he had a substantial financial interest in Richard Speck. If this were true, and if Zaporin were to be called to the witness stand by the public defender, the state could explode his testimony by questioning him about the economic profit he stood to make from a Speck book, and the conflict of interest between his dual roles as treating psychiatrist and author. Martin needed to pierce the anonymity with which Zaporin and his co-author were trying to cloak themselves. On January 24th, Martin turned for help to a close friend from his college days, Bob Ellison, who had the perfect cover for this assignment. Ellison wrote a 3-times-a-week bylined arts and entertainment column for the Chicago Sun-Times, reporting on books, movies, plays, and television personalities, and the young columnist was savvy about the ways and wiles of this world. Martin asked Ellison to meet him at O'Rourke's, an eccentric and grubby bar in Chicago's Old Town area that caters to journalists. It was located exactly 1/2 mile north of the Cabrini Green Apartments, where Speck had alighted with his 2 suitcases 6 months earlier, after fleeing from the scene of the crime. O'Rourke's strong ales, stiff drinks, and philosophical conversations are all enjoyed under posters featuring the baleful stares and poetic words of the great Irish bards, Brendan Behan, Sean O'Casey, George Bernard Shaw, and James Joyce. Seated at a rear booth, Martin asked Ellison if he could find out the terms of the Hawthorne contract and the identity of the 2 authors. Ellison's response was quick. "Hawthorne leaked the story to the Tribune," Ellison said, to scare off any other writers from doing a spec book. I bet that Hawthorne will talk to me, because they know that I can give them a lot of ink once the book is published." Martin asked, "Are you willing to stick your neck out on this? There's nothing I can give you in return, not even a story." Wiry and intense, Ellison sipped on a stein of Guinness stout and stared hard at Martin before replying, "I'll help in any way I can. I don't want anything." Martin kept Ellison's identity secret from his colleagues, even Murtaugh, who was his closest confidant on the case, and told only the state's attorney John Stamos and first assistant Louis Garippo about the secret operation, without naming Ellison. The morning after his drink with Martin, Ellison called Fred Kerner, the editor of Hawthorne Books, explained who he was, and asked Kerner if he had any interesting projects underway. The columnist explained that the Hawthorne line was of particular interest to Chicagoans because it was owned by W. Clement Stone, one of Chicago's most prominent and wealthiest citizens. Kerner quickly took the bait, eager to please Ellison so that he could enlist his help in promoting the book. Kerner agreed to speak off the record. At the time of this conversation, Ellison was in a position to really help an editor like Kerner. His entertainment column was carried by the Field Enterprises wire service to newspapers around the nation, and he was doubling up as Chicago's first movie critic on television, foreshadowing the later success of Chicago's Roger Ebert and Gene Siskel. Kerner told Ellison that he had been approached by an attorney agent on behalf of a book to be written about Speck, by two authors whose names he could not divulge. Kerner said that half the manuscript had already been written, and that he was projecting an initial press run of at least 100,000 hardcover books. "I don't want the prosecutors to find out about this manuscript," Kerner told Ellison. "If the authors' identities were to become known, the prosecutor would lay a subpoena on them, and either they wouldn't finish the book or our sales would be diluted." Indeed. As a former working journalist himself, Kerner quickly developed a rapport with Ellison. A week later, he excitedly called Ellison to report that major magazines and paperback publishing houses had been calling Hawthorne about the possibility of purchasing secondary rights to the book. Kerner was very enthusiastic, believing that he had a bombshell bestseller in his grasp. Kerner's next call to Ellison, on February 15th, included the kind of news that Martin had been hoping to hear. The two secret authors were flying to New York on Saturday, February 18th, to hand over the first half of their manuscript. Kerner added that the balance of the manuscript was expected to be delivered either during the trial of Speck or, at the very latest, within 30 days after the verdict. He said that he planned to publish the book within 60 days of the verdict. Kerner confided to Ellison that the authors were being given a greater percentage of all book royalties than is normally granted because they have excellent credentials, and more importantly, they have what no one else has: access to Richard Speck. On February 15th, Martin was preparing to leave for Peoria to begin jury selection. He had only 2 days to pull together a team to learn the identity of the authors and to prove their delivery of a manuscript. His choices were obvious: Detective Eddie Wielazinski and Sergeant Ken Alexander. Martin had great affection for the two veteran policemen, both of whom were handling the unique assignment of keeping track of the 50 or more state's witnesses that were expected to be called to Peoria to testify. This was a tough job. The characters in Speck's drama were hard to pin down, whether they were seamen, Southeast Siders, or residents of Skid Row. Each week, Wielazinski and Alexander would make location checks at bars, ships, and dangerous street corners to find out which of the nomadic witnesses had changed flophouses or gone to sea. Bald and muscular, Ken Alexander, 35, was a Lithuanian who had worked as an iron worker before joining the police force. He was a dead ringer for TV star Telly Savalas, but his Kojak role was for real. He and Wielazinski, The unsung burglary detective whose sharp instincts had cracked the case by linking Speck to the Maritime Union Hall would subsequently be given the time-sensitive assignment of guarding and entertaining all state witnesses sequestered in the Ramada Inn in Peoria. They would handle the assignment flawlessly, their only friction being Alexander's locomotive-like snoring. "He snores so loud," Wielazinski complained, "that I have to sleep in the bathtub with the door closed." Martin unhesitatingly gave this odd couple the delicate assignment of zeroing in on Dr. Ziporyn and his mysterious co-author. On February 16th, as Martin and Murtaugh were driving to Peoria, Wielazinski and Alexander headed for Chicago's O'Hare Field. Explaining their purpose, they were rapidly ushered to a secret office within the bowels of the giant airport and allowed to inspect the manifest list of all outgoing flights. The American Airlines manifest included a reservation for Charlotte Ziporyn on American Flight 324 from Chicago to Newark, New Jersey, arriving at 11:26 p.m. on Friday, February 17th. Once the detectives were armed with this knowledge, the chase was on. Meanwhile, city boys Martin and Murtaugh watched the scenery begin to change dramatically once they made the Peoria turnoff. Slowly rising hills herald the approach to Peoria, a city that rises from a spectacular valley within the otherwise drab Illinois topography. Surrounded by bluffs, lakes, and the Illinois River, Peoria surprised Martin and Murtaugh with its raw physical beauty. Their stereotype of Peoria as just another drowsy, flat Illinois town was dead wrong. As they drove across the majestic four-lane bridge into Peoria over the winding Illinois River, the two prosecutors couldn't resist the morbid reflection that this bridge would be a fitting place from which to jump if they were to lose the Speck case. The first Europeans to discover the lush Peoria Valley were the Frenchmen Louis Joliet and Père Jacques Marquette, and in 1673, Marquette exclaimed, "We have seen nothing like this in all our travels." By 1845, Peoria had been incorporated as a city, and aided by the heavy steamboat traffic plying the Illinois River, its agricultural, brewing, and whiskey trades were flourishing. During the 1920s, Peoria became known as the Earthworm City, in recognition of the international headquarters of the Caterpillar Tractor Company, which in 1967 remained the city's largest employer. As of 1967, fully 40% of all Peorians were of German descent, and in a real oddity of the saga of American immigration, there was a substantial population of Lebanese living in Peoria, all of whom had migrated from the single city of Ituli, Lebanon, to seek their fortunes on the banks of the Illinois River. Martin and Murtaugh joined fellow prosecutors John Glenville and Jim Zagel, who had arrived earlier in the week, to begin studying the names on the lists of prospective jurors. The Peoria County Sheriff and his deputies went over the lists with the prosecutors and provided personal information about the prospective jurors they knew. The transplanted Team Speck, prosecutors Martin, Murtaugh, Glenville, and Zagel, plus 4 police officers, Byron Carlisle, Mike Lambesis, Frank Lassandrella, and Jack Walenda, established their headquarters on the second floor of the Peoria Ramada Inn. A makeshift conference room with blackboard, screen, and slide projector was created between 2 of the bedrooms. Similarly, Jerry Getty, Jim Gramenos, Jim Doherty, and the rest of the public defender staff set up shop in the downtown Peoria Voyager Inn and enlisted the help of local defense attorneys to give them personal information about the potential jurors. Back in Chicago, Wielazinski and Alexander plotted their undercover strategy. It was decided that Alexander would fly to New York early on the morning of Friday, February 17th, to check out the location of Hawthorne Books, and Wielazinski would shadow Ziporyn on the actual flight that night. Each carried a small publicity photo of Ziporyn, taken from his concert violin tours. On Friday morning, Alexander flew from Chicago to New York. where he met Detective James Harrington of the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, who had been assigned to help the Chicago investigation. He and Alexander drove to the 12-story Whitestone Forbes building at 5th Avenue and 13th Street, where Hawthorne Books was headquartered. Later that night, Wielazinski boarded Flight 324 and took a coach seat in the rear of the aircraft. Alexander and Harrington were waiting at Newark Airport to pick up the surveillance. Friday night, however, was to become a comedy of errors for the undercover operatives. The flight was so turbulent that Wielazinski, who had a deathly fear of flying, became nauseated and worried that he might throw up. And he was amazed at how many bald heads dotted the rows in front of him. He began to despair of ever positively identifying Ziporyn. But after lurching up and down the aisle 3 times and carefully studying the photo of Ziporyn he carried in his pocket, Wielazinski was finally sure that he had his man, 2 seats directly in front of him and across the aisle. Wielazinski couldn't help but think that the briefcase at Ziporyn's side held the manuscript in question. Meanwhile, Alexander and Harrington were stationed at a bar in Newark Airport, awaiting the arrival of a bald-headed man with glasses. They were confident they would recognize him from the photo. Despite these well-laid plans, Ziporyn stepped off the plane and walked right past Alexander and Harrington, whose attentions were diverted by the 4 other bald-headed bespectacled men who had deplaned from the same flight. Nevertheless, Wielazinski subsequently convinced his fellow sleuths that one of the men they had observed was indeed Ziporyn. Shortly after midnight, Alexander excitedly called Martin in Peoria to report that Ziporyn had arrived in Newark carrying a briefcase that, no doubt, held the manuscript. Martin, too, was excited. He was on the verge of a cross-examination that lawyers only dare dream about. Martin told Alexander, "Whatever you do, Kenny, be sure that this guy doesn't figure out that he's being followed." No further surveillance was required that night, because the sleuths knew that Ziporyn was going to visit Hawthorne Books the next morning. In Peoria, Judge Herbert Passion and his wife, Helen, settled into a large suite at the 40-year-old Père Marquette Hotel, an elegant 500-room brick hotel, which described itself as the largest hotel in southern Illinois. It was located only 1 block from the courthouse. Passion was the only participant in the trial able to create a semblance of a normal home life by having his wife with him. On Saturday, February 18th, only 2 days before the trial started, Martin and Murtaugh took a long walk from their Ramada headquarters to downtown Peoria to get a feel for the town and its people. In the afternoon, as they walked past the Père Marquette coffee shop, they were stopped by a smiling Judge Passion, who insisted that they join him and his wife. The 2 young prosecutors stayed only long enough to drink chocolate milkshakes and deferentially discuss gardening with Helen Passion, a gentle and outgoing woman. The judge, more than anyone else, deserved to have his wife with him. Otherwise, he would have suffered the terrible loneliness of presiding over a death penalty case while living alone in a hotel room in a strange town. The lawyers at least had each other for company. Meanwhile, at 10 this same Saturday morning, Alexander and Harrington were across the street from the Forbes building, staking out the scene and waiting for Ziporyn to appear. A wiry man dressed in a tailored European suit approached the detectives and politely asked, "Do you know how I can get to Hawthorne Books on the 7th floor?" The main entrance of the Forbes building was closed on Saturdays, and the man, who spoke with a British accent, didn't know what to do. Harrington pointed to a side entrance, and the man thanked him profusely. After the man entered the building, Alexander hurried into the lobby just in time to see the elevator stop on the 7th floor. Then he returned to the stakeout across the street. Some 45 minutes later, the duo spotted Marvin Ziporyn walking toward the Forbes building. They fell into step and entered the building behind him. The courtly psychiatrist stepped aside to allow the detectives on the elevator first. Alexander loudly announced to the elevator operator, "10th floor." Ziporyn said softly, "Hawthorne Books, Suite 710. The operator pulled out a clipboard and asked the three men to officially sign in. Ziporyn signed his real name and the notation, 7th floor, 10:50 a.m. A Mr. Anderson and a Mr. Moran signed in for the 10th floor. Alexander and Harrington watched Ziporyn step off the elevator on the 7th floor and walk toward the entrance to Hawthorne Books. Alexander reluctantly fought off his instinct to flash his badge and take the sign-in sheet from the elevator operator, fearing Ziporyn might be tipped off as a result. After Ziporyn departed the elevator, the detectives continued up to the 10th floor, returning to the lobby after a few minutes to again take up watching positions across the street from the entrance. At 1:30 p.m., Ziporyn and the man who asked for directions were seen leaving the building together. The briefcase that Ziporyn had carried with him both aboard the airplane and in the elevator was no longer in his hand. Alexander had a hidden miniature camera, which he used to take clandestine photos of Ziporyn entering and leaving the Forbes building. Alas, the film would later come back blank. Excited by their success, Alexander hurried to a payphone and called Peoria, where Martin had just returned to the Ramada after his pleasant chat with the Passions. "Boss, you've got eyewitnesses to put Ziporyn and his co-author delivering an attaché case to Hawthorne Books today." Martin was gratified. He knew that while jurors might have trouble distinguishing between a psychiatric panel's finding that Richard Speck was a sociopath and Ziporyn's theory that he suffered from an organic brain syndrome, that these same jurors would have little difficulty disbelieving a witness whose testimony was discredited by his huge financial interest in that very same testimony. Still, the prosecutor knew that he needed more evidence concerning the manuscript and the terms of the contract. By now, the prosecutors were settling into their new home. A state's attorney's office electronics expert was assigned to check the telephone lines and hotel rooms for hidden listening devices. The prosecutors were not concerned that the public defender would tap their conversations, but they had less confidence in the integrity of the journalists who were eager for a competitive advantage. A bug-free private telephone line was installed in Martin's room. The Speck trial would play out in a brand-new facility. The 4-story Peoria County Courthouse had been dedicated in September 1965 by Lady Bird Johnson, and Peorians considered the courthouse's surrounding plaza to be a downtown park. Much to the delight of the nature-loving Lady Bird, the courthouse square featured a small forest of more than 200 trees, representing 17 different species. A bluestone path led to 3 interlocking circular pools framed by 16 golden weeping willows. In February, this pastoral square was strangely quiet. The ground was hard and frozen, the trees were barren, and the pool fountains still. In the weeks ahead, however, the trees would bloom, the fountains would bubble, and the blue and amber pool lights would form shimmering rainbows. Inside, the courthouse sported an antiseptic look, sort of a cross between a racquetball court and a cocktail lounge. Speck would be tried in Courtroom A, where the floor was tiled in marbleized gray. The walls were paneled in dark brown walnut, separated by slabs of cream-color pitted marble, and the partially lowered ceiling featured recessed Art Deco fixtures that spilled soft light on the walnut benches reserved for spectators. The well of the court was set off from the spectator benches by a traditional walnut railing and a modern swinging aluminum gate. On Monday, February 20th, at 11:33 a.m., Richard Speck emerged, pale and unsmiling, from a police van that had traveled a circuitous route over one-way streets to bring him from his jail cell to the courthouse across the street. Subsequently, for security reasons, he would be kept locked up in a cell in the basement of the courthouse itself. A raw wind blew through the plaza as a crowd of spectators, including both young kids playing hooky from school and big kids playing hooky from work, elbowed each other aside to try to get a closer look at Speck's greased-back hair and pockmarked face. Handcuffed to two armed guards, Speck followed his convoy of heavily armed policemen, who pushed aside the crowd and quickly led him to a lockup in the bullpen behind the courtroom. The crowd then scrambled to Courtroom A on the second floor and submitted to a lengthy security check before being admitted inside. Judge Passion had spent most of the morning in conference, going over the ground rules of jury selection with the lawyers for both sides. Before Speck was brought into the courtroom, he briefed the 25 credentialed reporters who filled the first 3 rows of the spectator benches. Noting that the world is watching, Passion said that he was slightly modifying his February 14th press order to respond to the mounting editorial criticism. Throughout the actual trial, once the entire jury was selected, sworn, and sequestered, Passion said the official court reporters would be allowed to sell transcripts of the proceedings to reporters. Also, at this time, the judge said the names and addresses of both excused and selected jurors could be published. Still barred was any reporting of the actual questioning of all jurors. Passion told the reporters that he was afraid that some prospective jurors would be tempted to master the answers required to have them removed from consideration. As an experienced trial judge, Passion realized that many persons summoned for jury duty try to avoid serving by deliberately giving answers that will cause them to get excused, if they know the answers that can get them off the jury. The longer the expected trial, the more acute the danger of jurors giving wrong answers to evade their civic duty. Unaware of these heavy issues, Speck had spent most of the morning sleeping on the cot in his cell. Now, in the mid-afternoon, he was led from his lockup into Courtroom A. Minutes later, as the first wave of 50 prospective jurors filed into the room, the slightly built and bespectacled court clerk, Paul Trumpeter, arose and, without pomp and circumstance, announced in a flat Midwestern monotone, "The people of the state of Illinois versus Richard Franklin Speck." The first step in the trial, the selection of a jury, was about to begin. Jury selection is a big bore. For the prosecution, however, this boring procedure is terrifying, because the mistake of selecting one wrong juror can cause a hung jury and undo months of preparation. Whenever Martin lectured on trial techniques, he used a simple question and answer to explain the relative importance of the different stages of a trial. What is the most important part of a criminal trial? Whatever part you're doing. Beginning February 20th, selecting the right jury was the most important part of the prosecution of Richard Speck. If a single juror would refuse to either find Speck guilty or to fix his punishment at death, then 7 months of preparation was undone. A hung jury was a victory for the defense because the state would have to try the case again. Martin had to be right 12 times, and Getty had to be right only once in this crucial preliminary battle. The Speck jurors would be selected by a unique process. Normally, each side would be allowed 20 peremptory challenges, the right to dismiss jurors without stating a reason. Getty, however, had asked for 20 peremptory challenges per indictment, or 160. Martin agreed to this request because he believed that the state would obtain both a proper jury and a strong appellate record if each side was allowed to dismiss up to 160 jurors peremptorily. If a prospective juror admitted that he could not be fair, or that he had definite preconceived beliefs about the case, the juror was excused for cause. In a death penalty case in 1966, a challenge for cause was allowed if a juror said that he or she would never sign a death penalty conviction because of conscientious or religious scruples against capital punishment. There was no limit to the number of jurors who could be challenged and dismissed for cause. and jurors excused for cause would not count against the 160 peremptory challenges allowed for each side. The selection of a fair jury requires candid answers from the prospective jurors. This is especially true in a highly publicized case. The usual method of selecting a jury is to put 12 jurors in the jury box, with the remaining 38 in the spectator benches, and to question each of the 50 jurors in the presence of their fellow prospective jurors. Martin believed that the usual method was fraught with danger for the Speck case. If one juror blurted out a prejudicial answer, such as "I read somewhere that he confessed," every other juror in the room would be contaminated by the prejudicial response. Martin was also concerned that jurors are prone to the herd instinct, succumbing to the social pressure of giving the same answers they heard from other jurors, rather than answering candidly. To avoid these risks, Martin asked Judge Passion to implement an innovative procedure: interrogate the prospective jurors one by one outside the presence of their fellow jurors. Though time-consuming, this process is more likely to allow candor. Passion quickly agreed and followed these steps. First, the judge read the indictments and instructed the 50 jurors on general principles of law. This mini-lesson in civics instructed the jurors that the defendant is presumed innocent, that the defendant does not need to prove that he is innocent, that the state bears the burden of proving guilt, and that the defendant cannot be convicted unless the state proves every material element of the indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. Next, Passion had all 50 prospective jurors removed from the courtroom and brought back one at a time for individual questioning. The lone juror sat center stage in a swiveled leather chair in the middle of the jury box, facing an array of men sitting in suits behind two long formica tables. Seated at the prosecution table were Martin, Murtaugh, Glenville, and grizzled homicide detective Byron Carlisle. Martin respected Carlisle's understanding of human nature and wanted his advice in analyzing the personalities of the jurors. Seated at the defense table, next to their infamous client, Richard Speck, were Getty, Gramenos, and Doherty. The state asked questions first, followed by the defense. If, after both sides concluded their questioning, the juror had not been excused for cause or for peremptory challenge, then he or she was tentatively accepted and sent to the jury room behind courtroom A. Jurors were accepted and tendered in panels of 4. Once the state had found 4 jurors it was willing to tender to the defense, then the panel of 4 was presented to the public defender to exercise his peremptory challenges. Any juror he bumped was replaced immediately by a new juror, and the questioning of the new juror was started by the defense, followed by the state. The defense would keep at a panel until it was ready to tender the 4 jurors it accepted back to the state. Eventually, this humdrum routine would produce 4 jurors found acceptable to both sides. Speck sat listlessly through it all. When the first panel of 50 jurors was brought into courtroom A, and when every subsequent panel of 50 jurors was assembled, Speck was asked to rise and meet the stares of this group of common citizens who had been called to help decide his fate. On February 20th, after rising to meet the first group of 50 jurors, the killer slumped back into his chair by the defense table and stared impassively. As for 15 highly charged minutes, Judge Passion solemnly read the 8 separate indictments of murder with which Speck was charged. The repetition of the 8 indictments carried a powerfully hypnotic effect, associating the name of Richard Franklin Speck again and again with the offense of murder, intentionally and knowingly, strangled, stabbed, killed. On Monday, February 20th, as Judge Passion walked back to his hotel suite, after supervising the first afternoon of what resembled a slow-moving tennis match, he knew that he was in for a long, grueling ordeal. He found his suite brightened by the arrival earlier that afternoon of a lovely floral arrangement sent courtesy of the Chicago Tribune. The accompanying card wished him well. The plant would turn out to have thorns. The next morning, Passion received a legal summons, also courtesy of the Chicago Tribune, which had filed suit against him before the Illinois Supreme Court, attacking his press order. In a blazing page-one headline on February 21st, the newspaper trumpeted, "Tribune fights court gag." An accompanying page-one editorial was entitled, "The Public's Right to Know." Not content with suing the judge, the Tribune asked the Illinois state legislature to issue a public rebuke of the court order and reported an interview with Illinois Congressman Robert Mitchell, who obliged the paper by criticizing the judge. Passion, in addition to presiding over the most sensational criminal trial in Illinois history, would now have to defend himself in writing before the Illinois Supreme Court. By day, he supervised the selection of jurors. By night, he drafted his response to the Tribune suit. Both the state's attorney's office and the public defender's office were allowed to file briefs supporting the press order that they had helped craft. Taking into account the voluntary modifications that Passion had already made, the Illinois Supreme Court issued a ruling on March 1st from Springfield that upheld his amended court order. Both sides were satisfied. Although no other newspaper, radio, or TV station joined the suit, the Tribune took credit for maintaining freedom of the press. Passion, too, was satisfied that justice would not be obstructed by the modifications. When Passion allowed the names and addresses of excused jurors to be published, the Peoria Journal-Star, the only newspaper for whom this information carried any real news value, still refused to identify the jurors. Often imitated, the spec press order survives today as the best way for a trial judge to manage a celebrated case. Despite the sideshow over the press order, the selection of a jury continued to crawl forward. Getty's questioning of the jurors indicated that he intended to keep the state in suspense over his ultimate trial strategy. After describing the three usual forms of verdicts that applied to the spec trial, not guilty, guilty, guilty with the death penalty, Getty always asked a prospective juror this question: "Now, there may be other verdicts in this case, depending upon the evidence that may be developed, and you would consider the not guilty verdict and all the other verdicts after you hear all the evidence? Is that correct?" There was only one other possible verdict: not guilty by reason of insanity. As Martin slogged through the tedium of choosing a jury, Marvin Ziporyn remained on his mind. On February 23rd, as Martin was in his fourth day of jury selection, his newspaper columnist buddy Bobby Ellison called again. He was relaying a report from Hawthorne Books editor Fred Kerner, who had just read the first 40,000 words of Ziporyn's manuscript. "It is very, very well done," Kerner had told Ellison, and Ellison was now telling Martin. "It has a lot of depth, a great deal of suspense." Kerner added that he had received inquiries about purchasing rights to the book from Britain, France, and West Germany, and that leading U.S. magazines were already bidding for first serial rights. Kerner excitedly told Ellison, "Born to Raise Hell will be one of our biggest books, if not the biggest, in 1967. It's a brilliant analysis, incredibly exciting, better than I had hoped for." Kerner told the columnist he would be given an exclusive opportunity to interview the two secret authors immediately after the verdict, adding that doing it sooner would be premature and might burn off sales. Ellison also told Martin that he had learned that the book's royalties were to be paid to a Chicago attorney who was acting as agent and escrowee for the two authors. Martin was disturbed to hear this. If Ziporyn were to testify and be cross-examined, he might still get off the hook with the dodge that, technically, he did not have a financial interest in the book. Also, Martin had no proof as to the precise contents of the manuscript, and he was relying on them to prove that Ziporyn exploited the physician-patient relationship with Speck for his own private gain. Martin asked Ellison what to do next, and his friend had another bright idea. "I can go to New York on other business," Ellison suggested, "and I'll tell Kerner that I would like to stop and read the manuscript. He really wants to play ball with me because he's convinced that I will do a huge story about the book after the verdict. I think that he'll let me see the manuscript." Martin certainly hoped so, because Getty's behavior during jury selection seemed to presage a plea of insanity. Meanwhile, Martin was encouraged by the success of his efforts to protect Corazon Amaral from the press, as was amply proven by Edmund J. Rooney's Page One report in the Chicago Daily News on February 21st, the day after jury selection began. The Star crime reporter, who was noted for his aggressive sleuthing, wrote that Cora has quietly been brought back to Illinois. One source says that she has been in California. Elsewhere in the world, the U.S. Congress was debating what to do about the Vietnam War. On February 23rd, the U.S. Senate voted $4.5 billion to intensify the U.S. military effort in Vietnam. Georgia Senator Richard Russell, chairman of the Armed Services Committee, strongly supported the new funding, and also asked that selected Navy ships be taken out of mothballs to help shell enemy supply routes. While supporting the measure, Maine Senator Margaret Chase Smith added some prophetic words. "The need for this money," Senator Smith said, "shows how wrong the Pentagon guesses on this war have been." The war was also being brought home to Chicago. The Tribune reported the names of 8 young soldiers from Chicago and its suburbs, all recently killed in the widening conflict. John H. Hammock, director of the Illinois Selective Service Commission, said the state's draft call for May would reach a new high, 1,194. "This may signal higher call-ups for the summer months," Hammock added. Another view was provided by Argentinian heavyweight Oscar Bonavena. Referring to his scheduled championship bout with Cassius Clay, Bonavena said, "Cassius Clay is so afraid of me that rather than meet me in the boxing ring, he will first go to Vietnam." Clay would later knock out Bonavena to retain his crown, lose it for refusing to serve in Vietnam, acquire a new name, Muhammad Ali, and explain his decision with the immortal sentence, "I ain't got no quarrel with them Viet Cong. No Viet Cong ever called me a nigger." The world inside Peoria's Courtroom A was moving very slowly. During 8 long days of questions and answers, a veritable sea of soul-searching, as Chicago Tribune reporter Bob Weidrich described it, the jury selection process had been both enlivened and prolonged by the performance of Assistant Public Defender Jim Doherty. A barrel-chested, whimsical, red-headed Irishman, who also sported a red mustache, Doherty was both an articulate and booming courtroom presence, given to spellbinding flights of oratory, and a gifted and poetic crusader against the death penalty. When Doherty wanted to excuse a juror without using up one of the defense's 160 peremptory challenges, he would patiently recite the charges against Speck in gory detail. Then he would ask in a charmingly slow voice, "Now, Madam Juror, doesn't the fact that this man is charged with the brutal stabbing and strangling of 8 beautiful, innocent young women start you off with just an eensy-weensy bit of prejudice?" As he asked this question, he would drive home the point by holding 2 fingers close in his upraised hand. If the juror stammered, "Yes," Doherty was on his feet, exclaiming, "Cause, Your Honor!" Martin feared that if Doherty continued to sweet-talk jurors into admitting that they had an eensy-weensy bit of prejudice, all of Peoria County's 190,000 potential jurors would be excused. Fortunately, though, Getty sent Doherty to Chicago to assist in preparing the defense case. Otherwise, a world record might have been set for length of time required to choose a jury. Jury selection is a highly inexact science. Some prosecutors believe in certain shibboleths handed down from generation to generation, such as avoid the Irish, Italians, Jews, and other Mediterraneans because they are too anti-authoritarian. Be wary of anyone with a college degree. Never accept anyone who has a PhD or other advanced degree. Pray for a juror of Middle European ancestry who has lived in the same house and worked in the same job for at least 20 years. Other prosecutors believe that you can pull any 12 names out of a hat and still have the same chance of success. Believing that the jury should be tailored to the evidence in the case, Martin was looking for jurors whose experience in life would make them comfortable with the prosecution's evidence crucial to convicting Speck: an eyewitness identification, fingerprints, and possibly testimony pitting the impartial panel psychiatrists against Marvin Ziporin and Nair Littner, the potential defense psychiatric experts. Martin had the additional burden of finding jurors with the emotional strength to vote for the death penalty if they believed that the evidence against Speck constituted a proper case for it. Saying they would sign a death penalty verdict was not as significant to Martin as the jurors' body language as they responded. If a juror reacted to the question about fixing Speck's penalty at death with a catch of the voice or a turn of the head or a sudden squirm or a lack of eye contact, he dismissed that juror with a peremptory challenge. The state's first priority was to choose at least one juror with exceptional leadership abilities. Believing that 12 equally strong-willed people would not end up on the jury, and that most jurors would turn out to be followers of a strong leader, Martin concentrated on finding that strong leader. On March 1st, George Wyman, a middle-aged, blond, stocky man, took a seat in the black leather swivel chair in the center of the jury box. The first lawyer to question him was Jerry Getty. The reporters were doodling on their pads and choking back yawns. Getty's approach to questioning was as friendly and informal as a backyard chat. "Mr. Wyman." "Yes, sir." "I'm going to ask you a few questions. That's George Wyman." "Yes." "Weiman?" "Yes, sir." "And what is your address, Mr. Wyman?" 106 Madison Court, Bartonville. To show prospective jurors he was an ordinary guy lacking the pretentiousness of the grim-faced prosecutors, Getty fell into his practice of deliberately mispronouncing words. "Is that Bartville?" "Bartonville." "Are you a married man?" "Yes, sir." "And what does your family consist of?" "My wife and a boy of 21 years old." "What kind of employment are you engaged in?" "I'm the head foreman of Keystone Steel and Wire Company." "Well, Mr. Wyman, have you read anything about this case?" "Yes." "And I might ask you, have you discussed this case with anyone?" "No, I haven't." "In other words, what I'm trying to ask you is this. From what you have read or heard, have you made up your mind?" "No, I can't say that I have." "And you would listen to evidence in this case and make up your mind, is that right?" "Yes, sir, I think I can." "Do you have any relatives that are engaged in law enforcement?" "No, sir, I do not." "Do you have any relatives who are connected with hospitals or employed by hospitals?" "No, sir." "And have you been connected with any hospitals in more or less charitable activities?" "No, I haven't. I give blood. That's the only connection I have." Smiling easily, Getty wanted Wyman to realize the public defender also gave blood, and said, "Well, we all do that. Now, how long have you worked at Keystone Steel and Wire?" 20 years. "And your boy, is he employed or does he attend school?" "He attends Bradley University. He's a senior at Bradley." "Did you attend schools here in Peoria?" "Yes, sir." "What schools did you attend, Mr. Wyman?" "The secondary school, Manual Training High School." "Did you have any other employment before Keystone Steel and Wire?" "The United States Marine Corps." "And how long were you in the Marines?" 6 years. And did you have a commission in the Marines? Yes, sir. I was a first lieutenant. Have you ever served on a jury before? No, sir, I never have. Have you ever testified for or against anyone? No, sir, I never testified. In any case? No, sir. Now, you heard, Mr. Wyman, that it is the duty of the state to prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, if after you hear all the evidence in this case and the instructions on the law, if you have a reasonable doubt, would you return a verdict of not guilty? Yes, sir, I would, Wyman said emphatically. And you also heard His Honor state that there is a presumption of the defendant's innocence? Yes, sir. And this remains with the defendant all during the course of the trial, and until such time as 12 jurors retire into the jury room, and it still remains during their deliberations, the presumption of the defendant's innocence? Yes, sir. As you sit here now, do you have any difficulty in presuming his innocence? No, sir, I have none. So that anything that you have read or heard, you will not bring that into the jury box with you at all, will you? No, sir. May I explain something? Yes, please. We have only one paper in Peoria. I don't always agree with it, and you can't form opinions while reading only one paper. Uh-huh. Do you ever read the Chicago papers? No. Now, the fact that there are 8 indictments here, does that tend to start you off with any prejudice? No. In other words, you want to determine from the evidence, number 1, has this man been proven guilty or not? Yes, sir. And number 2, from the evidence, if you should decide he's guilty, did he intentionally and knowingly murder? Yes. Now, there will be various verdicts in this case, and one of the verdicts will be a not guilty verdict. And of course, you told me, after you heard all the evidence in this case, if you had a reasonable doubt, you wouldn't hesitate to sign that verdict, would you? No, sir. And there will be a verdict of guilty in which the court sets the penalty, and there will be a verdict of guilty in which the state will ask for the death penalty. And I might as well ask you this, because when the state takes over your questioning, they will ask you. Now, part of our law in Illinois is that the death penalty may be inflicted. Now, they will ask you, do you have any religious or conscientious scruples against the infliction of the death penalty in a proper case? And they will ask, do you? And I will ask you that question. Do you have any religious or conscientious scruples against the infliction of the death penalty in a proper case? No, I don't. I am a Christian, but I don't have any scruples on that matter. Getty thought that the "I am a Christian" answer indicated that Wyman had religious qualms about capital punishment. He thought that this was the juror for him, one who had the courage to hold out against the death penalty. However, jury selection is like poker. You don't let your opponent know you have just been dealt a winning hand. Fearing that he might tip off the prosecutors to his belief that Wyman was weak on capital punishment, Getty quickly changed the subject. Yes, now, there will be Chicago policemen testifying in this case, Mr. Wyman, and I will ask you this. Would you give their testimony any greater weight than you would another witness, merely because they are policemen? I don't think so, no. In other words, you will determine the credibility of each witness, and you will determine that from your own mind. Is that correct? That's correct. And the procedure here, Mr. Wyman, is that the state will put on witnesses first. Now, these witnesses will be subject to cross-examination, and the purpose of the cross-examination is to point out other things that might be an aid for jurors to arrive at a just decision in this case. And then, after that, the defense will put up witnesses, although His Honor told you that the defendant doesn't have to prove anything. And of course, then there will be instructions on the law. After you have heard both sides of the case, instructions will be given to you on the law. Now, you wouldn't make up your mind after you heard some of the state's witnesses, would you? You can't make up your mind until you hear it all. Getty liked this answer a lot. The public defender desperately needed jurors who were open-minded. That's right. And that is what you would be looking for in this case, to consider all the evidence and instructions on the law? Yes, sir. Throughout the questioning of every juror, Getty left the door open to putting in an insanity defense by asking his question about possible other verdicts. And of course, you would follow the law, as given to you by Judge Passion. And I recited all these various verdicts, and as the evidence is developed, there may be other verdicts in this case. But, in any event, you would consider all the verdicts in arriving at a just decision, wouldn't you? Yes, sir. Yes. Have you ever made a study of fingerprints? No, sir. Or read anything much about them? No, sir. Or know anything much about them? No, sir. And as you sit here right now, you feel you have an open and free mind. Is that correct? Yes, sir, I do. All right. I submit Mr. Wyman for questioning by the state, Getty said without betraying his enthusiasm for this juror. Martin, Murtaugh, and John Glenville were alternating the tiresome routine of questioning jurors, and it was now Glenville's turn. Martin whispered, "Keep it short, John. We really want this guy." Martin believed that George Wyman was a tough-minded ex-Marine who had no qualms about the death penalty, and whose job as chief foreman at a huge steel company gave him the leadership experience to become the jury's foreman. Glenville, a middle-aged ex-FBI agent with every strand of his thinning gray hair in place, began his questioning of Wyman in a resonant and self-assured voice. "Now, Mr. Wyman, we are going to be very brief. Mr. Getty has covered the field pretty well. Now, if the state should prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, would you hesitate about signing a verdict of guilty fixing the death penalty if you consider this a proper case?" No, sir. While you were in the Marine Corps, did you in any way have any connection with a court-martial? Yes, sir. That in no way would affect your judgment in this case? No, sir. As a second lieutenant, I was prosecuting attorney for 3 different cases in court. Glenville was inadvertently falling into a dialogue that could cause Getty to have second thoughts about George Wyman. Martin, a good poker player, remained expressionless, but scribbled a note to Glenville. "Stop now." Glenville said, "No further questions." Looking at Getty, Judge Passion asked, "Are you finished with Mr. Wyman?" Martin thought that Getty would re-question Wyman about his prosecuting experiences in the Marines and then dismiss him. He was surprised when Getty said he had no further questions and did not use a peremptory challenge to dismiss him. Passion said, "Very well, Mr. Wyman, you may retire." After Wyman left the room, the proceedings were adjourned to Passion's chambers, where Getty said, "Your Honor, the defense will tender Mr. Simic, Mrs. Tomsovic, Mrs. Mertens, and Mr. Wyman." Jurors could not be selected individually, but only in groups of 4. This fact led to a lot of game playing, as both prosecution and defense tried to come up with panels of 4 whose chemistry seemed favorable to its side. Now that the defense had committed itself to a panel of 4, the state had a choice. If it wanted to be sure of keeping Wyman, it had to accept the entire panel of 4, including Mertens, Semick, and Tomsovic. If the state declined the 4 and broke the panel, it meant the entire selection exercise would continue, and any of the 4 jurors, including Wyman, could be bumped in favor of a new juror selected by either the defense or the state. So, before the prosecutors entered Passion's chambers, they looked at their notes and debated whether or not to accept the panel. Frank Semick was the embodiment of stability, a retired painting contractor with 5 married children who had once lived in Chicago and who had been in Peoria for the last 32 years. Adele Tomsovic, a Chicago native, was a volunteer worker at the state mental hospital in Peoria, and had a brother who worked in the pharmacy at Chicago's Cook County Hospital. Martin believed that she would know the difference between feigned and real mental illness. The auburn-haired, blue-eyed Kay Mertens was a 29-year-old divorced mother of two who worked in the accounting department at the Caterpillar Tractor Company. The prosecutors hoped that her work with the details of accounting would help her understand the details of fingerprint evidence. Besides, it is a tradition among trial lawyers to choose at least one attractive juror for the grueling days ahead, and Kay Mertens was the most striking juror to come to the courtroom. Martin believed that Semick, Tomsovic, and Mertens were solid citizens and good prosecution jurors, but even if they were not, he would have taken them to get George Wyman. Expressionless, Martin looked at Passion and said, "The state accepts the panel, Your Honor." The impaneling of the first four jurors on March 1st was a milestone of sorts, but Richard Speck, pleading a bellyache, had missed the event. The killer had awakened that morning with stomach pains and under heavy security had been taken to a local clinic, where his ailment was diagnosed and treated as a routine case of gastritis. It was a rare moment of physical activity for Speck, who had been spending most of his out-of-court time painting, reading paperback westerns, and sleeping. In court, he usually appeared indifferent to the details of his own trial. The major exception to this lethargy was Speck's habit of turning and staring at women in the audience. Throughout the 6 weeks of jury selection, Speck would stare at women in the courtroom as if he were saying, "I'm not afraid of you. I'll stare you down." He did this frequently with Abra Rockefeller Prentice, a reporter for the Chicago Sun-Times, who was tall, slender, elegant, and very rich. She stared right back at him, never flinching. One day, a prospective female juror appeared in the jury box dressed in her nursing whites. Speck sat bolt upright and stared long and hard at the young woman before she was excused, allowing him to fall back into his own fog. Late on Sunday night, March 16th, Martin's phone rang at the Ramada Inn, where he was up working late. This phone line was checked 3 times a week to be certain that no one had wiretapped it. The line was secure. The excited voice at the other end was Bob Ellison, calling from New York. "I just spent the last 2.5 hours reading 6 chapters of the Zipporah manuscript," Ellison said. "It's 122 double-spaced 8.5 by 11 typed pages. It opens with Speck in a jail cell, moves to the crime, then goes into Speck's background as told to Zipporah." Martin now had evidence not only of the existence of a Zipporah manuscript, but of its contents as well. Ellison had an Irish poet's love of words and spoke rapidly with great animation as Martin tried to jot down notes of the conversation. The columnist had taken a big risk for his buddy. "I had to read the manuscript right in front of Kerner," he told Martin, "and I could not take any notes. In fact, I was afraid to even leave the room to go to the John. He might have thought that I was taking notes in there of what I had read and would suddenly change his mind and take the manuscript away from me. It was a hell of a scene, because believe me, I was sweating. If not on the outside, definitely on the inside. There was no margin for error. I had your career and reputation on the line in the cause of a life-or-death trial situation. I got the information. Accurate and complete. I made notes of the whole story after I got out of there. I'll send them to you when I get back to Chicago." Martin said, "You did a terrific job, Gordy. I owe you big." Ellison's nickname was Gordy because he skated with the smoothness of hockey legend Gordie Howe. Before hanging up, Ellison added, "Kerner and I hit it off. I'll keep calling him to see what's going on." The next morning was St. Patrick's Day. Although Martin and Murtaugh were not able to have a traditional Irish celebration, they were able to mark another milestone in the case. Both the state and the defense accepted the second panel of 4 jurors: Donald Albanito, Richard Krause, Mildred Sanders and Walter Atkinson. Martin broke a sacred prosecutor's rule in accepting Al Benito, who was a Ph.D. and chairman of the Department of Business Administration at Bradley University in Peoria. Despite Al Benito's advanced degree, Martin liked the fact that he had worked 2 years for the American Psychological Association and had completed both undergraduate and graduate courses in psychology. He figured that Al Benito, too, would know feigned mental illness when he saw it. Krause was a welder for Peoria's Westinghouse Air Brake Company and had served in the Air National Guard for 6 years. Mildred Sanders was a receptionist for the Peoria Board of Education. Walter Atkinson had worked 30 years as a general laborer for the Hiram Walker Distillery Company after serving in the U.S. Navy. Solid jurors all, Martin thought. Judge Passion was delighted. 2/3 of a jury had been selected. He encouraged the lawyers to keep working on the final panel, but by the week's end, the selection process was again bogged down in tedium. Bob Ellison, however, never lost his momentum. On March 23rd, the clever and tenacious Ellison made another late-night call to Martin to report that Dr. Ziporyn's financial stake in the manuscript was rising. Life magazine was considering paying $100,000 for a portion of Ziporyn's manuscript and had already paid $10,000 just to read it. A few days later, during a recess in jury selection, Martin was approached by Jack Altman, who was covering the trial as an accredited reporter for Time. "I'm doing a story on the general topic of selecting a jury," Altman told Martin, "and I'd like to interview you." Although Martin regularly bantered and joked with reporters outside of the courtroom, he was resolute in refusing to discuss the trial. Altman assured Martin that he would not ask him any questions about the Speck case. Figuring that he might be able to find out if Altman was Ziporyn's co-author, Martin agreed to have a drink with the reporter that night at the Ramada. Arriving at the Ramada cocktail lounge early, Martin asked the hotel's owner, Roy DeMains, for a favor. DeMains, a big fan of Team Speck, was willing to do anything to help the prosecution. "Roy," Martin said, "I'm going to meet a gentleman here shortly. Have the bartender do me a favor. Whatever this guy drinks, make it a double. Whatever I order, leave out the booze." Altman arrived shortly, and the two adjourned to a corner table in the dimly lighted lounge. Born and educated in England, Altman wore European suits and spoke with a pronounced British accent. "Gin and tonic," Altman ordered. "Same," said Martin. Altman got a double, Martin a tonic water and lime. Some 2 hours and 6 rounds of drinks later, Martin had heard enough from Altman to confirm that he was the co-author of Ziporyn's book about the psychiatrist's supposedly confidential interviews with Speck. Bright and literate, Altman sprinkled the conversation with speculations about Speck's psychological state at the time of the murders. These speculations sounded to Martin as if they came right from the mouth of Marvin Ziporyn. "I'm working on an exciting project right now about this case," Altman said with a smile. "But I really can't say anything about it now. It's going to be very, very big." After stepping out of the darkened lounge, Martin went directly to Ken Alexander's room and described Altman to the police officer. "The British accent does it," Alexander said. "That's got to be the guy I saw in New York who asked for directions to Hawthorne Books." The pieces of the Born to Raise Hell puzzle were beginning to fall into place, and Martin took comfort in knowing that he would have something very, very big for Marvin Ziporyn if the psychiatrist took the witness stand. Back in court, jury selection droned on. Winter turned to spring. Easter weekend arrived. On Saturday night, March 25th, Martin was the only passenger on the last Ozark Airlines flight from Peoria to Chicago. He wanted to be home for a family Easter egg hunt the next morning. His 4 children were as excited about hunting for Easter eggs and jelly beans on Easter as they were looking for presents on Christmas morning. Martin spent Easter Sunday afternoon with Detective Eddie Wielazinski, retracing Speck's steps from the Shipyard Inn to the nurse's townhouse. Then, Wielazinski drove him to O'Hare for the last Ozark flight back to Peoria. Before leaving, Martin happily told his family that he believed the jury would soon be selected. Corazon Amorão enjoyed a sumptuous Easter brunch at Chicago's Conrad Hilton Hotel with her family and bodyguards. Oblivious to the proceedings in Peoria, Cora and Mama continued to regularly get out of the Sheridan Surf for shopping expeditions to Chinatown and department stores and for soothing long rides in the country. Meanwhile, Ken Alexander and Wielazinski increased the frequency of their location checks on the state's Chicago witnesses, many of whom were brought to Peoria on weekends for pretrial meetings with the prosecutors. Tabs were also kept on the expert medical and psychiatric witnesses, as well as the lay witnesses in Dallas who could testify to Speck's sanity. Presenting the prosecution case is like building a house, brick by brick, witness by witness. The bricks needed to be ready because the trial was fast approaching. On March 30th, to the relief of everyone in the case, the final panel of 4 jurors was finally accepted: Clarence Donaldson, Carolyn Edenburn, Lawrence Hankins, and Ellen Adams. Donaldson, an elderly retired parking lot operator, had lived his entire life in Peoria. He had sat on a murder jury back in the 1930s, but neither side asked him any questions about this jury's verdict, lest it appear that they were invading his privacy by intruding on that jury's deliberations. That jury may have voted the death penalty. If so, Donaldson had more experience in death penalty cases than the prosecutors. Caroline Edenburn was the mother of 4 children, ages 15 to 24, and her husband was a laborer at the Pabst Brewing Company. Lawrence Hankins, the father of 3 teenagers, was an assistant boiler operator for a Peoria chemical plant. Ellen Adams, another Peoria native, was a computer operator for a department store. After 6 weeks of painstaking individual questioning, 12 average citizens, 7 men and 5 women, had been chosen to decide the fate of Richard Speck. The 2 alternate jurors, who would also sit throughout the trial in case of injury or illness of one of the other 12, were George Shamrock and Mary Payne. Shamrock was a machine operator for Caterpillar Tractor, and Mrs. Payne, the mother of 5, was a volunteer worker at a Peoria nursing home. Her husband was the foreman of the machine shop at Caterpillar. It seemed to Martin that at least one member of every Peoria family worked at CAT, the town's major employer. The final scorecard showed that a total of 609 prospective jurors had been questioned, and 259 had expressed a preconceived opinion about the case and were excused for cause. Their admitted bias was due not so much to what they had read about the Speck murders as by the brutal nature of the killings themselves, which they had found out about when Judge Passion read the indictments. Thankfully, Peoria was not penetrated by the big Chicago and St. Louis news media, and the only newspaper in town, the Peoria Journal-Star, had reported the case responsibly. Among other excused jurors, there were 15 with personal relationships with either nurses or policemen, 24 who testified that they disagreed with the instructions of law, namely the presumption of innocence and the right of the defendant not to offer any evidence, and 44 who testified that jury duty would be an extreme hardship. Surprisingly few jurors, only 79, were excused because they testified they would not sign a death penalty verdict in any case. By coincidence, the state and the defense had each exercised 81 peremptory challenges. Since the defense had left 79 peremptory challenges unused, it appeared that Getty would have little chance on appeal to claim that Peoria was an unfair venue. Service on the Speck jury was not going to be a Caribbean cruise. During the coming weeks, the jurors would have to get used to as much security as that enveloping Richard Speck. They would be sequestered on the 4th floor of the Père Marquette Hotel, where the entrance to the floor was guarded 24 hours a day by a Peoria deputy who, in effect, barricaded the jurors from the outside world. Both a female and male deputy were on duty inside the blocked-off complex at all times. The jurors would take their meals in the same area of the hotel's 4th floor, and the same meal would be served to all of them. Direct telephone calls were barred. Any calls were made with the assistance of a court-appointed bailiff, who repeated both sides of the conversation. The jurors would be allowed no reading of newspaper articles, no viewing of TV news or crime shows, and no intimacy with loved ones. Their entertainment would consist of a closely monitored trip to the barber shop or beauty parlor and a bumpy Sunday ride in a county-owned bus. Elsewhere in the world, the alleged conspiracy case in the assassination of President John F. Kennedy was falling apart in New Orleans. District Attorney Jim Garrison saw his star witness, Perry Russo, fall apart when he was forced to admit that his evidence linking Lee Harvey Oswald to New Orleans businessman Clay Shaw and pilot David Ferry in the alleged conspiracy to kill the president had been fabricated. Russo, it turned out, had never seen Oswald, except on TV. On March 30th, as selection of the SPEC jury was finally concluded, New Orleans was again in the news. A Delta jet on a training flight crash-landed into a motel near the New Orleans airport, killing all 9 aboard the plane and 17 others, including 9 young girls from Judah, Wisconsin, who had taken their senior high school trip to New Orleans. On Friday morning, March 31st, the Chicago Tribune ran page-1 photos of the 9 graduating seniors. It was a page eerily reminiscent of the newspaper pages of July 14th, 1966, when all 4 Chicago dailies also ran page-1 photos of 9 young women, the 8 nurses who had been stabbed and strangled to death by Richard Speck, and the nurse he had forgotten to kill, Corazon Amaral. At long last, on Friday, March 31st, Judge Passion was able to tell the increasingly restless jurors that the Speck trial would begin the next Monday with opening arguments. In the hardened slang of prosecutors, it was showtime. Chapter 34. A trial is both a war and a dramatic play. Martin had more than a touch of the playwright in him, and he knew that his opening statement would be the introduction of the plot, the witnesses his actors, their direct examination his script, the exhibits his theatrical props, the closing argument his soliloquy. At the same time, pulling together the witnesses who were now converging on Peoria required the logistical precision of a military campaign. In preparing the state's case, Martin was guided by the simple principle that had been hammered home to him as a young prosecutor. Don't gild the lily. The advice comes from the bard himself, William Shakespeare, who wrote in King John, "To gild refined gold, to paint the lily, to throw a perfume on the violet, is wasteful and ridiculous excess." In terms of a modern high-profile criminal trial, this meant trim the prosecution to its bare-bones essence so that the defense has a much smaller target at which to shoot. The prosecution of Richard Speck required understatement. The facts, crisply told, were overwhelming, and Martin would have to resist the temptation to over-try the case. For more than 8 months, he had lived day and night with the Speck case, and he needed little time to prepare his opening statement. Besides, he was too busy to worry about it. The final weekend before trial would be spent preparing witnesses to testify, conducting mock, direct, and cross-examinations, and selecting and numbering the exhibits each witness would identify. To try to send Speck to the electric chair, the state would rely on a case structured into 4 parts: taut circumstantial evidence placing Speck near the townhouse during the 3 days before the murders, a positive eyewitness identification, definitive fingerprint evidence, and a classic case of post-crime flight, culminating in Speck's attempted suicide. The unknown was whether Getty would use an alibi or insanity for Speck's defense. In following his philosophy of understatement, Martin reluctantly decided to sacrifice much of the state's significant evidence against the killer. Speck's incriminating statements to Doctors Smith, Feinerman, and Norcross, the .22 caliber pistol seized from Speck in room 806 of the Raleigh Hotel, the knife that Speck used to kill and later threw into the Calumet River, the abandoned suitcase of clothes and T-shirts Speck left in room 806 of the Raleigh Hotel, and the clothes and personal grooming articles Speck left behind in room 584 of the Star Hotel. Only the gun had been seized illegally. However, each time Martin thought of the other physical evidence, he saw trouble. Though the knife was undoubtedly the murder weapon, no witness could positively identify it as belonging to Speck, and not enough blood had been recovered from it to prove a link to the victims. The improved muskrat knife was little more than junk dredged up from the sludge of the Calumet River. If Speck's size 38 to 40 BVD T-shirt recovered from the Raleigh Hotel were introduced into evidence as being similar to the T-shirt found in the living room of the townhouse, and the T-shirt removed from Speck at the Cook County Hospital, then the blood on it from Sergeant Verdoliak's accident in opening the suitcase would have to be explained. This would provide Getty with a golden opportunity to characterize the incident as a police effort to frame Speck. The possessions Speck left behind in his cage at the Star Hotel proved nothing other than his preference for Noxema shave bombs. Martin also struggled over the scientific proof that established Speck's brutal rape of his final victim, Gloria Jean Davy. The crime lab had proven that the rectal swab taken from Gloria contained sperm, as did the cushion from the couch on which the body had been found. This undoubtedly was the sperm of Richard Speck. Placing it into evidence, however, would require the testimony of the police officers who had handled the swab and the cushion to establish an unbroken chain of possession, ending with the crime lab chemist's microscopic analysis. The chemist would have to testify to his analysis that the recovered substance was semen. Several hours of testimony, subject to cross-examination at every step, would be required to prove the gruesome fact of Speck's rape. Martin decided that this proof was unnecessary. Corazone's graphic account of having overheard Speck rape Gloria Jean Davy in the upstairs bedroom, and the photo of her naked body, lying face down on the living room sofa, would be more than enough evidence to show Speck had defiled her. This same philosophy of presenting a streamlined case would keep Ella Mae Hooper off the witness stand. Though Hooper's testimony would have demonstrated that Speck stole her Rome .22 caliber six-shooter only hours before the murders, the illegal seizure of this same gun at the Raleigh Hotel precluded its introduction into evidence. This would leave Hooper's testimony unsupported, and her drinking problem and prior inconsistent statements seriously devalued her credibility. Hooper's account of having had sexual intercourse with Richard Speck after he had subjected her to a depraved Grand Inquisitor interrogation would prove Speck's bizarre sexual practices, but did not relate to the murders in the townhouse. Bad man evidence is inadmissible, not because it proves too little, but because it proves too much. Speck was not on trial for the separate crime he committed in raping and robbing Ella Mae Hooper. Proving the yellow dress incident would involve a complicated batch of evidence from several sources. According to Cora's account, as Speck was about to lead Patricia Matusak out of the south bedroom to kill her, he asked, "Are you the girl in the yellow dress?" This question proved that Speck had previously seen a girl near the townhouse wearing what looked to him like a yellow dress. On Tuesday night, July 12, 1966, at about 5:30 p.m., two separate events had briefly intersected. Speck, after being dropped off by another seaman at the Union Hiring Hall, had been walking on 100th Street at the same time that Sherry Finnegan, her boyfriend, and Mulehead King, Pamela Wilkening's blind date, were pulling their car into the alley behind the nurse's townhouse to pick Pamela up to go to Riverview Amusement Park. Nina Schmale, who was wearing a mustard or yellow-colored nightgown, briefly stepped out of the townhouse's back door to get a look at Pamela's blind date. Watching from a distance, Speck saw a yellow dress and, during the murders, confused Pat Matusak with Nina Schmale. Telling the story of the girl in the yellow dress would have required the state to use Sherry Finnegan, her married boyfriend, and Mulehead King as witnesses. The facts of Sherry Finnegan's former residence at the townhouse and her subsequent expulsion, her sexual relationship with a married man with 4 children, and the Daily Calumet allegations that she had once dated Speck would have been extremely dangerous and unnecessary distractions from the main event. Rather than give Getty a field day in cross-examining this trio, Martin decided, for now, to leave the yellow dress incident unexplored. At the same time, however, he was holding the yellow dress incident in reserve for a rebuttal of an insanity defense. If Getty gambled with an insanity defense, he would have to tell the jury that Speck claimed he could remember nothing about the night of the murders. Speck had locked himself into this position by claiming amnesia for the night of the murders in all his statements to the 6 members of the expert psychiatric panel and to Dr. Ziporin. By using the yellow dress story, Martin would be able to argue otherwise. Martin thought of the description given by Leo Tolstoy in the Kreutzer Sonata, in which the Russian novelist recounts the story told on a train by a man who killed his wife. The murderer says, "When people tell you they don't remember what they did when they were in a mad fit of rage, don't believe a word of it. It's all lies, nonsense. I remembered everything afterwards, and I've never ceased to remember it for 1 second. The more steam my rage got up, the more brilliantly the light of consciousness flared within me, making it impossible for me not to be aware of everything I was doing." Similarly, Richard Speck had come very close to a confession in his October 11, 1966 interview with psychiatrist Edward Kelleher in the Cook County Jail. Kelleher: "If people murder, should they be electrocuted?" Speck: "If I was the father of one of those girls, I would want to see the guy who did it burn." Abruptly, Kelleher changed his line of questioning. Kelleher: "Which girl had the yellow dress?" Speck: "Well, that was the one." Kelleher reported that Speck suddenly stopped talking, dropped his cigarette on the floor, picked it up quickly, sat back stiffly in his chair, stared hard at Kelleher for a few moments, and then asked, "What did you ask me?" Kelleher: "I asked which girl had the yellow dress." Speck: "I don't know nothing about any girl with a yellow dress." Later, in the same interview, Kelleher asked, "What do you want to tell me about the nurses being killed?" Speck: "It all seems like a nightmare. I can't tell you why it happened. I had no reason. I got nothing against them. I didn't even know them. They were such nice girls and pretty girls." Kelleher: "How do you know about them?" After stammering, Speck finally replied, "Somebody showed me their pictures." Kelleher: "Who?" Speck: "I don't remember." Kelleher: "How do you know they were nice girls?" Speck: "They seemed to be." Kelleher: "Were they nice to you?" Speck: "I told you I never knew them. Other people said they were nice. Don't you think all nurses are nice?" At this point, Kelleher reported, Speck arose from his slouched seating position, stretched, walked around his chair in a wide circle, and sat back down. Kelleher observed that he now sat upright rather stiffly. Kelleher's account of this interview brilliantly pierced Speck's false claim of amnesia, and Martin was prepared, if necessary, to call Kelleher as a witness to rebut any claim Getty might make that Speck was insane at the time he killed. In the meantime, the state's witnesses were now arriving in Peoria. Weddings, funerals, and trials are the social occasions that bring strangers together for a common purpose, and this applied to the bereaved parents, professional doctors and nurses, and transient residents of Chicago's Southeast Side and Skid Row, all of whom were coming together for the single goal of bringing Richard Speck to justice. Many of the witnesses would be housed at the Ramada Inn, where the police would keep an eye on them and help them avoid certain risks, like getting arrested, drunk, or lost. The first wave of witnesses arrived on Friday afternoon, March 31st, and checked into the Ramada, followed by a second delegation on Saturday. As the witnesses arrived, Martin and Murtaugh re-interviewed them in the makeshift conference room. On Sunday morning, Detective Eddie Wielazinski boarded a Rock Island Railroad train in Chicago to escort a different group of witnesses to Peoria. With Wielazinski were the parents of Suzanne Farris, drawn and sad, a tight-lipped and serious Phil Jordan, who had lost both his sister, Mary Ann, and his fiancée, Suzanne Farris. Otha Hullinger, the desk clerk who had registered Speck at the Raleigh Hotel, and Fanny Jo Holland, the 11th floor resident of the Cabrini Green Apartments, who had spotted Speck's arrival by taxi at her parking lot. Wielazinski told the railroad conductor that these passengers were all witnesses in the Speck case, and the conductor responded by preparing a private rail car for his guests, complete with coffee, snacks, and playing cards. Since he had begun working on the case the morning of the murders, Wielazinski found that the magic phrase, "for the Speck case," prompted the spontaneous, total cooperation of whoever heard it. Once, Wielazinski was sent to Chicago on an urgent mission. Arriving late at the Peoria airport, he was told that the last Ozark Airlines flight out was full. Wielazinski invoked the magic incantation, "for the Speck case," and soon was sitting in the jump seat of the cockpit with the pilots. Upon their arrival in Peoria Sunday afternoon, Mr. and Mrs. Farris and Phil Jordan were taken to the Holiday Inn, where they joined the other relatives who arrived by car that day, Mr. and Mrs. Wilkening and their son, Jack, Chuck Davy, father of Gloria Jean Davy, Joe Matusak, father of Pat Matusak, and his daughter, Mary Jo, and Dr. John Schmale, brother of Nina Schmale. Chuck Davy, an intelligent and forceful executive, emerged as the spokesman for the group. Previously, Joe Matusak's grief had been more publicly displayed than that of the other relatives, and he alone had been willing to speak to reporters and go on TV. A contrast in styles, Davy and Matusak nevertheless turned to each other for comfort. Davy, the dapper, smooth sales executive, tended to keep his feelings bottled up and try to put on a good appearance. Matusak, the burly, rumpled saloon keeper, was often emotional and teary-eyed. In the days ahead, though, they would frequently reverse their roles, and on any given day, the two could be seen together, with Davy wrapping his arms around Matusak's shoulders, or vice versa, depending on what each had learned that day in court. It had been almost 9 months since the murders, and not one of the parents or relatives had asked Martin to tell them what had happened in the townhouse on the night of Speck's savage crime. They would learn the horrifying facts for the first time when they listened to Martin's opening statement the next morning. In the meantime, they were under the compassionate care of Detective Byron Carlisle, who had comforted hundreds of relatives of murder victims in his long career as a homicide cop. Carlisle reserved an entire floor at the Holiday Inn for the relatives and made certain that their privacy was not invaded. Later Sunday afternoon, 5 more witnesses arrived, including Dr. Eugenio Tapia, a short, smiling coroner's pathologist who reviewed his findings with Martin that night. Tapia spoke with a thick Spanish accent that gave Martin fits, pronouncing lever for liver, wound for wound. Tapia looked like the comical TV figure of the day, Jose Jimenez, except Tapia was funnier. Martin found it fitting that a pathologist would be a happy-go-lucky prankster. A more serious concern, though, was the painful decision that Martin had to make without delay, a decision with which he had been wrestling for days. Who should assist him at the state's council table? During jury selection, The allocation of manpower had been equal. Getty, Gramenos, and Doherty for the defense, against Martin, Murtaugh, and Glenville for the state. Having prepared the case non-stop for 9 months, Martin decided that he could conduct the direct examination of virtually all of the state witnesses, and that he needed only one other prosecutor sitting at the counsel table with him. This, he believed, would undercut Getty's expected argument that the state had thrown a vast array of talent against a poor defendant. The question, though, was who it should be. Self-effacing, nervously energetic 27-year-old George Murtaugh, or pipe-smoking, gray-haired 54-year-old ex-FBI agent John Glenville. On the one hand, Glenville had been on the Speck case from the very beginning, had diligently completed every task he had been given, had assisted Martin at Speck's competency hearing, and had superbly handled the delicate task of interviewing Gerdina and Merle Farmer. Glenville's courtroom style was matter-of-fact, his emotions tightly under control, and he had a remarkable ability to see the significance of what appeared to others as minor details. Prosecuting Speck would be the highlight of his dedicated career in law enforcement. On the other hand, Martin believed that any claims about the state's superior manpower would be stopped if the vast resources of the state could produce only 2 choir boys, Martin and Murtaugh, to prosecute Speck. He thought that there would be a distinct tactical advantage to having the jury watch 2 seemingly inexperienced prosecutors battle the 3 mature defense veterans, Getty, Gramenos, and Doherty. News stories were repeatedly describing Martin as having limited trial experience, in contrast to Getty, who was described by one gushing reporter as a sly fox at the very height of his physical and mental powers. Having Glenville at the table would even the sides and give the state a veteran appearance. Martin finally decided that the image of the prosecution as the underdog in the upcoming battle would be strengthened significantly if Glenville were omitted in favor of Murtaugh. This bitter and lonely decision was personally abhorrent and painful to Martin, who knew that Glenville would be heartbroken. Chicago Daily News reporter John Justin Smith had described Martin in print as a man who treats smiles like diamonds and is slow to give them away. Although many casual observers found Martin to be cool and remote, he was underneath a very caring, emotional, warm man, and it devastated him to hurt Glenville. Martin realized that there was no way he could ever make up Glenville's loss of prestige at being removed from the case on the eve of the trial, and he wished he could have taken himself off instead. But convicting Speck had to come first. Sunday night, Martin went to Glenville's room and, without hesitating, gave him the bad news that he would not be at counsel table when the trial opened the next morning. Glenville tried to affect a stoic attitude. "Oh, I'll just have more time to beat Wielazinski at handball," he said, unconvincingly. He was crushed. In the meantime, officers Alexander and Wielazinski, acting like a pair of grizzly bears watching over their cubs, visited each hotel room to check on the state's witnesses and to allot that day's ration of goodies. Roommates Claude One-Eyed Jack Lunsford and Star Hotel desk clerk Bill Vaughn, both removed from Skid Row and upgraded to plush king-size beds at the Ramada, were each rationed 1 6-pack of beer and 1 half pint of whiskey each night. Fannie Jo Holland, who was used to a small apartment in her public housing project, was rooming with Otha Hullinger, desk clerk and resident of the decrepit Raleigh Hotel. Fannie Jo requested a 5th of good sippin' whiskey, by which she meant, "Old Granddad, 100 proof, now don't you bring me that 80 proof stuff." Fannie Jo had been so worried about her 4 children that she had refused to leave them with a babysitter while she journeyed to Peoria. Alexander had visited her husband's employer, invoked the magic phrase, "for the Speck case," and gotten him the week off, with pay, while he stayed home with his family. When Martin put Fannie Jo through the dry run of her direct examination, she became so nervous and intense that she absent-mindedly pulled at the pearls of her necklace until the entire strand snapped. After completing their witness checks, Alexander and Wielazinski joined Jack Wallenda in the second-floor hallway. Their adrenaline level was so high that the three policemen spent the entire night talking about the case. "It was just such a relief that we knew it was going to finally start in the morning," Wielazinski said. The policemen were not the only ones unable to sleep. Also spending the night quietly talking in their rooms were the victims' classmates, Judy Dykton, Patricia McCarthy, and Tammy Sukoff. Unconcerned about tomorrow, Richard Speck slept like a baby in his small cell in the courthouse basement. Monday, April 3rd. Peorians awakened Monday morning to a crisp, sunny spring day, with the temperature eventually reaching a pleasant 50 degrees. Spectators had begun to gather outside the courthouse at 6 a.m., and by 7, a long line had formed for the 9:30 opening of the trial. Only 36 spectators, and no one under the age of 18, would be admitted to Courtroom A. Arising early, Martin ordered his favorite breakfast from room service, cinnamon toast and a pot of coffee. A chronic pacer, he circled the small hotel room, silently rehearsing his opening statement. At 8:30, Martin and Murtaugh went to their unmarked Ford in the Ramada's basement parking lot for the short drive to the courthouse. Left behind, much to his disappointment, was Kenny Alexander. There was a good reason. Jack Altman, the accredited Time reporter at the trial and Zipporin's co-author, had asked Alexander for directions during the New York surveillance of Marvin Zipporin, and the prosecution could not risk the chance that Altman might now recognize the policeman. So despite his extensive involvement in so much of the pretrial work, Alexander would be confined to the Ramada for the duration of the trial. Martin and Murtaugh emerged from their car carrying file folders and headed for the front door of the courthouse, walking quickly and silently past the TV cameramen and reporters who lined the sidewalk. Microphones were thrust at their faces, but they said nothing, not daring to risk even a whispered conversation between themselves. Photographers armed with telephoto lenses commandeered the rooftops of surrounding buildings. In the meantime, Speck was being brought to the rear entrance of Courtroom A. As he was led by guards toward the courtroom door, he flicked his lit cigarette toward a large ashtray outside the door. Handcuffed as he was, Speck missed the tray and then flashed a smart-aleck grin as a deputy sheriff retrieved the burning cigarette. Throughout the trial, this routine would become a little game for Speck, a chance to annoy his guards before being led into court. Speck was wearing his dark blue suit, a white shirt, and a black tie. He was also affecting dark-rimmed glasses. Getty was doing his best to present Speck as being as harmless as the boy next door. A palpable tension filled the air as Judge Passion ascended the bench at 9:30. "You won't be bored now," the judge told the crowd. The number of spectators watching the jury selection had rapidly fallen off to only a few courtroom stragglers, as word got out that it was a tedious and sleep-inducing process. Today, the courtroom was packed. Sitting in the front row, nearest the jury box, were the families of the American girls, the Wilkenings and their son, the Jordans, father and son, the Farrises, Dr. John Schmale, Joe Matusak and his daughter Betty Jo, and Chuck Davy. Detective Byron Carlisle had spent the morning reminding the heartsick relatives that they could not risk disrupting the trial by displaying any emotion in the courtroom, and now they sat next to him, tight-lipped and tense. He prayed silently that they could maintain their composure. With a kind smile, Passion looked at Martin and said, "You may proceed." Wearing his dark-rimmed glasses and a navy blue vested suit with red and white regimental striped tie, Martin faced the judge and spoke the ritualistic first words of any lawyer's formal argument. "May it please the court." For the next 75 minutes, Martin commanded the rapt attention of every person in the packed courtroom. Standing at the center of the jury box, shifting his weight slightly from one foot to the other, Martin moved his eyes from juror to juror as he told the world in graphic detail what he expected to prove that Speck had done. He spoke without notes, having lived with the evidence for so long that he knew it like he knew the names of his 4 children. However, when he reached the point in the narrative of Cora's description of how each girl was led out of the south bedroom and taken down the hall like a lamb to the slaughter, his mouth began to go dry. He knew that the parents and relatives of the 8 slain nurses were hanging on his every word, and that until now, not one of them knew how their daughters and sisters and loved ones had spent the last moments of their lives. By the time Martin recited Cora's account of how she heard Speck unzip his black trousers to rape Gloria Jean Davy, Martin's throat was parched, and he was almost speaking in a whisper. Looking quickly to his left, he glimpsed the horror frozen on Chuck Davy's face. Joe Matusak and Chuck Davy were seated next to each other in the second row of the spectator benches. Matusak reached over and placed his meaty arm around the shoulders of Davy, who was hunched forward with disbelief. When Martin concluded his opening statement, the world finally knew the facts of the monstrous crime perpetrated by Richard Speck. One man who was not surprised by anything Martin described was Public Defender Gerald Getty. He knew the state's witnesses, had interviewed most of them, had examined both the demonstrative and scientific evidence, and knew every word of Cora's remarkable account. Getty's defense, however, remained a mystery. Martin was certain that Getty would attack Cora's identification of Speck, but he was less sure of how the public defender would try to explain away the 3 fingerprints Speck left on the south bedroom door. He was even less sure if Getty would use an insanity defense keyed to the testimony of psychiatrists Marvin Ziporin and Nur Littner. Martin and Murtaugh sat at their counsel table, pens poised, anxiously awaiting any clues in Getty's opening statement. Getty rose and walked to the lectern carrying a black 3-ring notebook. His dark brown suit was buttoned, and his reddish hair was neatly slicked back. Facing the jury and speaking in his trademark folksy style, Getty said that Speck had been charged for no better reason than that he had the misfortune of being at the Union hiring hall around the time of the murders. This was the shut-off point of the police investigation, Getty argued. He added, "No one denies that 8 beautiful young girls were killed. We all know that. The question is this man the killer?" In discussing the state's fingerprint evidence, Getty referred to the prints on the bedroom door as smudges without detail, without ridges, without cores, without deltas, and without all this, they cannot be classified. The police knew, and I suspect that the evidence will show, that with the identification of Speck as it was, they needed more evidence, and that is why I expect the evidence to show that the fingerprints were developed. With this one word, Getty gave away the secret of his attack on the state's fingerprint evidence. The defense would attempt to confuse the jurors about the 2 totally separate concepts of identification and classification, to support a charge that the prints had been developed by the police in an attempt to frame Speck with phony fingerprints found elsewhere. As Getty spoke, Martin's pen flew across his legal pad. Based on Getty's opening, Martin knew that he would have to radically alter how he presented his evidence. In this first skirmish of the war, the enemy had unwittingly tipped its hand on where it would strike, but that was all Getty would give away. Shrewd warrior that he was, Getty had confined his opening to an assault on the state's case. He had not mentioned one word about what Speck's defense would be. Getty still had all his options open. In the meantime, the state had to build its case, one witness at a time. The 2 opening statements took all morning, and the jury was recessed until 2 p.m. Before the trial resumed in front of the jury, Getty and his assistants pleaded several arguments in the judge's private chambers. When the lawyers went in chambers, the reporters stayed out. Judge Passion, after sitting through 6 weeks of jury selection, did not want any news stories to accidentally reach the jurors and tell them about evidence that he decided should not be heard or seen by them. If jurors were exposed to media reports of inadmissible evidence and events, the entire process would abort and have to start over. The defense railed against the introduction into evidence of the FBI-built scale model of the townhouse, which Getty derisively termed a dollhouse, arguing that it was inflammatory and prejudicial. After hearing Martin's argument that the neutral gray scale model was needed to illustrate the testimony of his witnesses, especially one for whom English was not a native language, Passion allowed the state to use the exhibit. Getty then chided Martin for not giving him the reports and transcripts of prosecution interviews of all the witnesses the state intended to have testify. Martin responded that this information would be supplied 6 witnesses in advance, so that the public defender would have ample time to prepare his cross-examination. When the trial resumed at 2 o'clock, Martin put his first brick in place by calling to the witness stand Chicago cartographer Sam Mazzone, who provided the evidentiary basis for 2 hugely enlarged maps mounted on artboard, one depicting Chicago's southeast side and the other the city's near north side. The 2 blow-ups were admitted into evidence and placed on easels at one end of the jury box. Martin had decided to give the relevant state's exhibits to the jury at the end of each witness's testimony, rather than follow the prosecution tradition of offering all exhibits at once at the end of the state's case. By doing this, he let the jurors see the real evidence at the same time they heard the witness's testimony. Bright red stickers on the map of the southeast side showed the relative locations of the National Maritime Union, the nurse's townhouse at 2319 East 100th Street, the Manor Shell Station east of the townhouse, the Shipyard Inn, the South Chicago Community Hospital, Pauline's Rooming House, the Ebb Tide Tavern, and Eddie and Cooney's Tap. Similarly, the map of the near north accurately portrayed the locations of the Cabrini Green Housing Project at 1160 North Sedgwick, the Raleigh Hotel at 648 North Dearborn, and the Star Hotel at 617 West Madison. Martin's second witness began forging links in the chain of eyewitness proof that Speck had been in the vicinity of the townhouse immediately before the murders. After being shown enlarged mounted photos of 100th Street and Luella Park, a thickly accented Italian seaman marked an X near both the Tasty Freeze, where he had dropped Speck off on Tuesday night, July 12th at about 5:30, and the drinking fountain in Luella Park, directly behind the large window of the upstairs south bedroom of the slain nurse's townhouse. Day 1 of the trial concluded with the testimony of a marine engineer who testified that Speck, after being refused a berth on the Sinclair Great Lakes on July 12th, made the remark, "Oh, hell, I'm going to New Orleans and ship out." The jury didn't know it yet, but this casual remark foreshadowed Cora's testimony of the words Speck spoke to his captives in the townhouse. That night, after devouring a well-done cheeseburger and a glass of milk in the Ramada coffee shop, Martin left with Detective Jack Wallenda to meet with Byron Carlisle and the relatives of the victims. Judge Passion had ruled that one member of each family could testify to the fact of life and the fact of death for each nurse, the elemental proof that a homicide had occurred, and Martin had to decide who that family member would be. Choosing the right witness was crucial. Each family member had to endure his or her brief court appearance without breaking down. An overly emotional display could cause the judge to declare a mistrial, because the display of a hysterically bereaved parent would prejudice the jury. Martin's burden was to select witnesses who could maintain their composure. Since 2 of the Filipino families, the Pasiones and Gargulos, were not able to come to Peoria, The life and death of Valentina Passion and Merlita Gargulo would be established by the testimony of William Moore, personnel director of South Chicago Community Hospital. Although Moore grieved for the nurses, he was not likely to display his feelings when he testified. Carlisle, Wallenda, and Martin believed that all of the other life and death witnesses would retain their composure, with two possible exceptions, Joe Matusak and Chuck Davey. Emotionally devastated by his daughter's murder, Joe Matusak could not mention Patricia's name without breaking into deep, racking sobs. Martin asked Patricia's younger sister, Betty Jo, a soft-spoken and petite interior designer, to testify instead of her father. Chuck Davey was the witness who concerned the prosecution the most. Disturbingly calm on the outside, Davey was seething inside. To enter the witness box, each witness had to pass within a few feet of Richard Speck. Carlisle pulled Martin aside in the Holiday Inn lobby and said quietly, "I'm afraid that Chuck might go for Speck. I don't blame him if he wants to kill the son of a bitch." Martin, however, had no alternative. Since Mrs. Davey was too distraught even to come to Peoria, Chuck Davey would have to be his witness. Martin went to a payphone and called Peoria County Sheriff Willard Koppel to ask him to alert his deputies to the possibility that Davey might take a lunge at Speck. Exhausted from meeting with the bereaved and tearful families, Martin left for the Ramada Inn at about 10 p.m. On the way, he stopped at a convenience store and bought a quart of skim milk and a box of chocolate chip cookies. 7 weeks at the Ramada had made it his second home. He stored his snack in the coffee shop refrigerator. Then he went to the conference room, where for the next 2 hours he and Murtaugh put witnesses through a final dry run. Returning to his room, but too keyed up to sleep, Martin reclaimed his snack, nibbling on cookies and milk until he felt drowsy. When his head finally hit the pillow, he was dead to the world. Tuesday, April 4th. As spectators began another early morning vigil in front of the courthouse in Peoria, Chicagoans were lining up at the polling precincts to overwhelmingly re-elect 64-year-old Mayor Richard J. Daley to his 4th term as Chicago's mayor. His honor clobbered Republican challenger John Wehner, carrying all 50 of the city's wards. Meanwhile, the state's first witness on Tuesday was an elderly ship's porter who described how, in the early morning of July 13th, Speck had asked him to watch his 2 bags while he walked from the front door of the still unopened Union Hall to the drinking fountain behind the nurse's townhouse. A Manor Shell gas station attendant testified next that Speck had apparently slept in or near Luella Park on the night of Tuesday, July 12th, before arriving at the station early on the morning of July 13th to claim the 2 bags he had left overnight. During his cross-examination of these 2 witnesses, Getty predictably zeroed in on their recollection of Speck having pockmarks and long hair, in apparent contrast to the police sketch of Speck made on the basis of Corazon Amaral's early description to investigators. The state then called the recently married Agnes Budak Goes, the owner of the Shipyard Inn, who said that on Wednesday, July 13th, Speck rented room 7 from her for 1 week and that he was in the Shipyard Inn bar early Wednesday night, July 13th. Folksy as ever, Getty began his cross-examination by congratulating Agnes on her recent marriage. He also brought out her long career in the hotel business, noting with pleasure that she had once run a hotel in New York and had been head housekeeper at Chicago's famed Edgewater Beach Hotel before drifting to the Southeast Side. Then he extracted from her the admission that Speck's pockmarks were very noticeable and that, clearly, he did not wear his hair in a crew cut. Construction worker Patrick Walsh told the jury how Speck had pulled a gun on him in the Shipyard Inn only hours before the murders. Walsh was as tough on cross-examination as he was on the Southeast Side, and Getty dropped him quickly. After the noon recess, Patrick Walsh's new bride told how she had joined her fiancé at the Shipyard Inn shortly after Speck pulled the gun on him. Dressed in a cream-colored jacket and green skirt to accentuate her flaming red hair, which was piled high in a trendy 1960s beehive, she described for the jurors Speck's Jekyll and Hyde act at the Shipyard Inn only hours before he left to kill. Speck, she said, had been alternately embittered and polite as he talked about his ex-wife and young daughter and profusely apologized for pulling a gun on her street-tough boyfriend. Army Sergeant Richard Oliva took the stand in his full-dress green military uniform, fresh from a tour of duty in Vietnam. He told the jurors that he had seen Speck brandishing both a pocket knife and a hunting knife as he strutted about the Shipyard Inn bar. The combined testimony of Patrick Walsh and Sergeant Richard Oliva proved that Speck was carrying his tools of murder in a public place only hours before he entered the townhouse. Martin's direct examination of these pivotal witnesses was crisp and pointed, a rifle shot, in contrast to the shotgun-like queries put forth by Getty upon cross-examination. The next witness was FBI agent John Dunphy, who was also in uniform, sharply pressed gray suit, white shirt, dark blue tie, and highly polished black wingtip shoes. Dunphy described the scale model that was being introduced into evidence to help the jurors understand the scene of the crime. Meticulously built on a scale of 1.5 inches to the foot, the model featured a removable second floor. Getty had hoped to make points in his cross-examination by pointing out how much money the state had spent on this expensive exhibit, but then quickly dropped Dunphy when the agent stated emphatically that the FBI had donated the model to the prosecution. The replica of the townhouse sat in front of the jurors throughout the trial, an unforgettable reminder of the scene of the crime. The next witnesses were the parents and relatives who would testify to the life and death of the 8 nurses. These were the witnesses who would let the jury know that the victims who had lived in the townhouse were not just names on indictments, but young women who had been loved as flesh and blood human beings. To foreshadow Cora's testimony, Martin decided to call the witnesses in the order in which the girls had been killed: Lena Wilkening, mother of Pam Wilkening; John Farris, father of Suzanne Farris; Philip Jordan, brother of Marianne Jordan and fiancé of Suzanne Farris; Dr. John Schmale, brother of Nina Schmale; William Moore, representing the families of Valentina Passion and Merlita Gargulo; Betty Jo Matusak, sister of Pat Matusak; and Charles Davy, father of Gloria Jean Davy. Their testimony took only a few minutes, but it would stay with the jurors and every person in the courtroom for a lifetime. Ironically, it was this life and death testimony that, more than anything else, made the victims come alive. The testimony of Pamela Wilkening's mother, Lena, captured the understated emotion of all the life and death witnesses. Before beginning his questioning, Martin paused and looked back and forth from Mrs. Wilkening to the jurors, silently calling the jurors' attention to the fact that they were about to hear for the first time from one of the many indirect victims of Richard Speck's crime. Although she was controlled and stoical and spoke in a firm, strong voice, the suffering etched on Mrs. Wilkening's face was not lost on the jury. Martin, would you please state your name? The witness. Lena Wilkening. That is L-E-N-A. L-E-N-A. Will you spell your last name, please? W-I-L-K-E-N-I-N-G. And you are the mother of Pamela Lee Wilkening? Yes, sir. And would you please spell her first and middle names? Pamela, P-A-M-E-L-A. Lee, L-E-E. When was Pamela Lee Wilkening born? August 2nd, 1945. What was her occupation in July of 1966? She was a student nurse at the South Chicago Community Hospital, Chicago, Illinois. When is the last time you saw your daughter, Pamela Wilkening, before July 14th, 1966. July 7th. What was her physical condition at that time? Fine. When is the next time that you saw your daughter, Pamela Lee Wilkening? July 14th, in the Chicago morgue. She was deceased at that time. That's right. Thank you, Mrs. Wilkening. Wisely, Getty declined to cross-examine any of the life and death testimony about the American nurses. However, he wanted to make a point with William Moore, the hospital administrator, namely that, in his opinion, Moore could have testified to the life and death of all 8 nurses. Getty's strategy was to make Martin appear heartless and cruel for needlessly subjecting the relatives of the American nurses to the ordeal of testifying. Getty first established that Moore was acquainted with both Pamela Wilkening and Suzanne Farris. He then asked, "Was your relationship any different with these girls, Wilkening and Farris, than with the girls you just testified about?" He didn't expect Moore's answer. Yes, it was. The 2 Filipino girls were employees of the hospital, so to speak, and the other 6 were student nurses, whom I did not come in contact with, except by sight. Abruptly, Getty concluded his cross-examination. He had inadvertently proven that Moore was not a competent witness to the life and death of the American nurses, and that Martin had no alternative to calling the parents and other relatives to the stand. The next witness was a handsome, sad Robert Stern, who quietly testified to bringing Gloria Jean Davy back to the townhouse at 11:35 p.m. Martin had considered gilding the lily by having Stern name the song, "You'll Never Walk Alone," they listened to before parting, and by calling Jay Andres, the Chicago disc jockey who had played the tune that night, to establish the exact time Davy entered the townhouse. He felt, however, that the flinty Peorians would find this proof both unnecessary and melodramatic. The final witness of the day was Nurse Pat McCarthy, who described the final carefree hours she had spent shopping and visiting with Suzanne Farris and Marianne Jordan before her 2 friends left her room and the back door of her 2311 townhouse at one end of the alley to make their fatal trip back to 2319. The defense didn't know it yet, but the state's next witness, due up early the next morning, was going to be one big surprise. Although he knew she was scheduled among the next several witnesses, Jerry Getty did not expect to see this early in the trial the next person Martin would call to the stand: Corazon Pieza Amorao. Chapter 35. The state's eyewitness had slipped into town quietly. When the trial opened on Monday, Sergeants Jim Concannon and Steve McCarthy, acting with the nonchalance of a family on vacation, drove Cora, Mama, and Roger Amorao from the Sheridan Surf Hotel in Chicago to Peoria. Sheriff Willard Koppel had secured a house on the outskirts of town and a borrowed car to be used to conceal Cora from the reporters. Concannon wheeled his unmarked Ford sedan into the Caterpillar Tractor Company parking lot, where the borrowed car was waiting. The travelers switched to this car and drove to their home in Peoria with a trunk full of fresh groceries brought from Chicago. The fun-loving Gaelic sergeants even brought ping-pong paddles and balls and would commandeer a teak dining room table in their borrowed house for a tournament with the Amoraos. The policemen were masters of ways to divert Cora's attention from the trial. The ping-pong was in addition to the usual nightly poker games. On Tuesday night, Sheriff Koppel picked up Martin at the Ramada and drove him to the hideaway, where he visited Cora, who was calm and smiling. More from instinct than anything else, Martin decided not to take Cora through her direct examination again. Giggling shyly, Cora showed Martin her neatly pressed blue culottes, asking if she could wear them to court. Sure, Martin said. He played one game of ping-pong with her before suggesting that they make a short visit to the courthouse. Martin thought it would help the state star witness if she had an advanced look at the courtroom in which she would be testifying. Under cover of darkness, the sheriff drove Martin and Cora to the back entrance of the courthouse and quickly escorted them to the second floor, unlocked the door to courtroom A, and turned on the lights. Cora got a good look at the witness box, but did not sit in it. Martin then said to her, "Cora, I'm going to ask you tomorrow if you see the man who knocked on your bedroom door. If you do see the same man, it's up to you as to how you want to point him out." Cora looked at Martin but said nothing. He continued, "You can stand up and point to him from the witness chair. That's all you have to do." Cora nodded but still said nothing. Sensing that she was becoming anxious, Martin suggested they leave. The courtroom visit lasted less than 5 minutes. Back at the Ramada, George Murtaugh was dreaming up a scheme so Cora could avoid having to walk past the forest of microphones, photographers, and TV cameras that lined the steps to the courthouse each day. Dr. Leroy Smith, the handsome young Cook County Hospital doctor who had identified Speck in the trauma unit, had brought a guest with him to the Ramada Hotel, a young Argentinian woman who worked in a Chicago hospital. Murtaugh thought that she bore a striking resemblance to Cora, and he suggested that this woman could walk through the front door of the courtroom wearing sunglasses and linking arms with Mama and Roger Amaral, while Cora herself would be slipped into a rear basement entrance. The woman readily agreed to the ruse. Wednesday, April 5th. The ruse worked. Photographers furiously snapped away as Cora's double walked solemnly up the front steps of the courthouse. At the same time, Cora was being escorted to the second floor and a judge's empty chambers behind courtroom A. She was dressed in her blue culottes, with a yellow blouse, dark stockings, and dark flat shoes. At her request, there were 4 men seated in the front row: Officers Concannon, McCarthy, Ronaldo Cosi, and Detective Jim Jorgalis. With her trusted and caring bodyguards and friends at hand, the petite young nurse would have no fear of Richard Speck. When Jerry Getty got wind that Cora was the first witness of the day, he was panic-stricken. He called for a conference in Passion's chambers to say that the defense wasn't quite ready to cross-examine Amaral. In an artful dodge, Getty added that he had recently bitten his tongue and developed a painful canker sore. "I'm slurring my words, can't you tell?" Getty told the judge. "This jury may think that I had a few drinks or something. I don't feel up to cross-examining this witness." Passion said that Getty's speech sounded just fine, and besides, Martin's direct examination was going to take up most of the day. Getty persisted until he was allowed to leave to visit a physician. While Jim Gramenos and Jim Doherty argued vigorously that Cora should not be allowed to testify next, Getty hurried to the nearest doctor, returning shortly with a note saying that he had an ulcer on the lateral border of his tongue that interfered with comfortable speech. The physician had prescribed a medicated gel that he believed would clear up the condition in a day or 2. Getty renewed his plea that Cora's testimony be deferred. After listening to 90 minutes of defense stalling, Passion ruled that Cora would be allowed to testify immediately, but that the cross-examination could probably be deferred until the next day. At 11 a.m., Cora walked into the courtroom, head held high, and took her seat in the witness box, which was to the immediate right of and slightly below where Judge Passion sat. The jury box was to her right. Martin stood in front of her, but about 60 feet away, at the far end of and slightly beyond the end of the jury box, which was at his left. There was a small walnut lectern in front of him, on which he rested 4 sheets of paper, outlining the chronology of events he wanted to cover. He was glad that his lectern was this far away, because he wanted Cora to have to speak loudly enough for both him and all the jurors to hear her testimony clearly. This was a distinctly more formal setting than the swimming pool at the Moraine on the Lake, where Martin and Cora had begun their conversations. He thought of the distance between them now as the distance between a baseball pitcher and his catcher, 60 feet 6 inches. The prosecutor would have little need for his notes, as he and Cora would soon settle into a grooved routine in which Martin would perfectly pitch a question and Cora would perfectly throw back the answer. It was like playing catch, and both were throwing strikes. Before answering, Cora looked at Martin and then spoke directly to the jurors on her right. Occasionally, she looked up and to her left at Judge Passion. Shown the FBI scale model of the townhouse, she said, "That is the same," and described which nurse occupied each bunk bed in the 3 upstairs bedrooms. Martin wrote a girl's name in blue ink on each bunk bed in the model. As Cora described answering the 4 knocks, done in a normal manner, on her bedroom door, tears began to form in her eyes. Getty asked if she wanted a few minutes to compose herself. Martin considered this a ploy by Getty, both to pose as a good guy and also to interrupt the growing momentum of her powerful testimony. Since Martin wanted to present Cora to the jurors as a strong, sure witness, the last thing in the world he wanted to do was make her look weak by interrupting her testimony himself so she could compose herself. Cora shook her head. She wanted to continue. Passion leaned over and handed her a glass of water, which she sipped and then placed on a ledge. "I saw a man," Cora resumed, "standing in the center of our door with a gun in his right hand pointed toward me, and I noticed that he had marks on his face. The clothes were dark from the shoulder to the foot, and his hair was blonde, hair combed toward the back, and some hair in front." Martin was about to ask the question he had asked of eyewitnesses hundreds of times in the past. Cora sat alertly in a stiff black leather chair behind a latched door just to the side of Judge Passion. "Now, Miss Amaral, if you see that same man in the courtroom today, the man who came to your bedroom door on Wednesday night, July 13th, would you please step down and point him out, please?" The prosecutor expected Cora to step down in front of the witness box and point toward Speck. Instead, her response was spontaneous and electrifying. Cora stood up, unlatched the door to the witness box, and walked in slowly measured steps directly toward Richard Speck. Without hesitation, she kept walking until she was only a foot from Speck's pockmarked face. Then, Corazon Amaral raised her right arm and stabbed her fingers to within inches of the killer's expressionless eyes, exclaiming, "This is the man!" Pandemonium. While Speck stared back blankly at his accuser, the courtroom buzzed over the startling moment of identification. Despite Passion's press order, 10 reporters jumped from their seats and rushed out of the courtroom to fight over the only 2 public phones in the building. Getty immediately moved for a mistrial, arguing that the identification had been ostentatious and prejudicial. Passion denied the motion, and the courtroom quickly became quiet. Inwardly shocked that Cora had left the witness box and walked within inches of Speck, Martin's dour expression never changed. Without betraying his emotion, he continued to ask questions. "Does the man look any different than he did on July 13th? He asked. Cora, who had walked resolutely back to the witness box, replied, "He is just the same." It was now 12:48 p.m., and Cora had been on the stand for nearly 2 hours. Martin was now planning to show her 7 figurines, representing the 7 nurses who had been made to sit on the floor in the south bedroom of the townhouse. The gray wooden figures were blocks 4 inches high that had been shaped in the form of a sitting woman. The defense immediately asked for a conference in chambers to object to these exhibits. Martin argued that he needed them to portray the positions of each of the victims in the large bedroom, and he accused the defense of trying to stall Cora's testimony as long as possible. Passion called a recess until 2:15, at which time arguments on the exhibits would resume in his chambers. During the luncheon recess, Martin asked Murtaugh to join him for a walk. As they circled the courthouse plaza again and again, Martin said very little. He felt as if he was in a trance while questioning Cora, as if some mystical force were guiding him. He thought that being in this zone must be the way a baseball pitcher feels when every pitch is hard and true. Although he knew that the world's press was watching him, Martin had been oblivious to everything in the courtroom except the presence of Cora. Silently, he thanked the Dominicans and Jesuits for teaching him the virtue of unbroken concentration. As Martin and Murtaugh walked in the spring sunshine, Cora sat in the unoccupied chambers of one of the Peoria judges. She had a can of Pepsi and her 4 policemen for comfort. Although Richard Speck was only 2 floors below, she felt very secure. At 2:15, the lawyers reassembled in Judge Passion's chambers to listen to a diatribe from Assistant Public Defender Jim Doherty, who characterized the wooden blocks as inflammatory little dolls, resembling coffins that were worse than an exhibit in a wax museum. Doherty was a very rugged adversary in the type of hand-to-hand combat that takes place in the privacy of the judge's chambers. He managed to stall proceedings for another 45 minutes. Finally, at 3 p.m., Passion ruled that the figurines were admissible and allowed Martin to resume his direct examination of Corazon Amaral. Cora's concentration and energy were indefatigable. When asked how Speck had moved from one girl to the next as he tied them into helplessness, Cora volunteered to demonstrate. She left the witness box to move the figurines into the correct positions. Then she squatted on the floor, crawling from side to side, to imitate how Speck had moved from nurse to nurse, always with his gun. Her foresight in wearing culottes and flat-soled shoes made the demonstration possible. As the amazed jurors watched, she demonstrated how her own wrists had been tied behind her back, with the palms facing outward, and how her ankles were tied with double knots. Martin had emphasized to her how important it was to establish a rapport with the jury. She obliged by looking directly at the jurors as she moved with agility and grace to demonstrate on the courtroom floor how she and her friends had been subdued. Although she spoke with a pronounced Tagalog accent, Cora's voice was clear, even, and firm. The dramatic narrative came to an end with her description of being taken back to South Chicago Community Hospital Thursday morning after the murders. Then I went to the hospital room, and I sleep. Martin decided not to raise the issues of how she had subsequently identified Speck's photo on July 15th and how she had personally identified him at Cermak Memorial Hospital on July 19th. The jurors were left only with the dauntless and unforgettable identification she had made of Speck in the courtroom that morning. At 4:40, Martin tendered Corazon Amaral for cross-examination, but the defense had successfully stalled the direct examination long enough that Passion was forced to recess until the next morning. Cora waited in the judge's chambers until the press left the courthouse, and then she slipped through the basement door and was driven over a circuitous route to her hideaway, where she enjoyed a home-cooked meal, courtesy of her mother, and more ping-pong, courtesy of her Irish cops. Getty would be well armed for the next day's cross. Every day, the 3 veteran and unfailingly accurate Cook County official court reporters assigned to the trial alternated the preparation of testimony transcripts and delivered them that same night to the state at the Ramada Inn and the defense at the Voyager Inn. Getty would have access to Cora's direct testimony of that day, the police reports of the July 14th through 15th interviews with her, the 22-page handwritten notes of Myrna Ferranda, Martin's handwritten notes of his November interviews with her, and the 133-page transcript of the statement that Getty's Chief Lieutenant Jim Gramenos took of her in January. These kinds of prior statements can prove a goldmine to an astute cross-examiner. Thursday, April 6th. Arm in arm with her mother and cousin, Corazon Amaral walked briskly in the front door of the courthouse on this second day of her testimony. Having already told Richard Speck and the world exactly what he had done to her companions back in July 1966, she no longer had any need for a double. The temperature outside had climbed to an unseasonable 75 degrees, and the courtroom was uncomfortably warm. Passion told the lawyers that they could remove their suit jackets, but only the innately informal Jim Doherty did so. As Cora took the stand to endure Getty's cross-examination, she was wearing her same outfit, except she wore a white rather than yellow blouse. Jerry Getty, his tongue healed, would be gentle with the state's prize witness. He knew that if he treated her roughly and caused her to break down, the defense would be irreparably harmed. His emphasis was to try to show that she was confused in her identification of Speck as the killer. Demure but fierce, Cora stood her ground against the sagacious public defender, explaining that during the first police interviews conducted on July 14th in the townhouse at 2315, she had talked to Mrs. Chan in Tagalog, and that Mrs. Chan had translated her remarks back to the policeman. Cora emphasized to Getty that she had described Speck's prominent pockmarks, and that, "I did not say the crew cut, sir." Getty persisted in his attack on her description of the killer by asking lengthy textbook identification questions about the shape of Speck's ear, eyebrows, eyes, mouth, and all the other imaginable minutiae of a human face. Cora repeatedly responded, "I can't recall." Although Getty had tried before trial to suppress Cora's identification of Speck's photo and of Speck himself at Cermak Hospital, he now decided to bring these two incidents to the jury's attention. He was trying to show that these identifications, and consequently the one she made in court, were dependent on each other and equally unreliable. Next, Getty asked permission to introduce into evidence both the sketch of Speck made on July 15th by the police artist and the photo of a grinning Speck taken by the U.S. Coast Guard. Martin readily agreed to the request. When the two likenesses were juxtaposed on a large artboard, the sketch of the killer Cora had described, though showing him with a crew cut and clear skin, nevertheless bore a deadly resemblance to the Coast Guard photo of Speck. Quite suddenly, Getty ended his cross-examination. Cora's testimony had so firmly survived the cross that Martin decided that there was no need for a redirect. The state had struck a hammer blow. Her duty done, Cora walked out of courtroom A and down the stairs to the front door of the courthouse with her mother, and the waiting photographers captured the moment. Meanwhile, the wordsmiths described her as unsmiling, graceful, and standing straight. In their bylined account, Chicago Daily News reporters M.W. Newman and John Justin Smith wrote, "Petite and enormously spunky, Corazon Amaral, a blend of steel and lace, stood by her story Thursday under firm cross-examination. The delicate Filipino girl radiated honesty and sincerity on the stand. In a day and age when macabre murder trials clog every TV screen, she projected more vividly than any Oscar winner ever did." Later, Newman, a veteran of many courtroom scenes, would write, "Corazon was the greatest trial witness I have ever seen. Her memory for detail was astonishing, and her sincerity couldn't be doubted." Thursday, April 6th. Martin's challenge was to maintain the momentum created by Cora's startling testimony. Following Cora to the stand Thursday was Nurse Tammy Sukoff, mysteriously beautiful with vaguely Asian features, who spoke so softly that she could barely be heard. When she was through, however, the jurors understood why no one had been at the front door when Speck had marched Cora and Merlita Gargulo downstairs to answer the doorbell. Tammy had been standing at the back door. She had nearly paid with her life for the 2 slices of bread she wanted to borrow. Nurse Judy Dykton, dressed in a 2-piece checked suit, described the poignant and pathetic scene of how she had discovered Cora whimpering on the upstairs window ledge. Before the next scheduled witness, Detective Jack Wallenda, could take the stand, Judge Passion had to rule on the admissibility of 9 black-and-white 8x10 photographs taken at the scene of the crime. Arguing that words alone could not describe the force and willfulness with which Speck had killed, Martin fought hard to introduce the photos into evidence. Jim Zagel had provided him with a comprehensive memo on the admissibility of homicide scene photos, compiled from court decisions in every jurisdiction in the U.S., and had also provided a set of grisly crime scene photos of a nude murder victim that the Illinois Supreme Court had approved in a prominent 1963 case, People v. Colep. Martin knew the Colep case well. It had been his first argument before the Illinois Supreme Court. While Martin used the memo and the Colep photos to bolster his motion, Getty strenuously argued that the photos were inflammatory and unnecessary. Martin countered that if the state really wanted to inflame the passions of the jurors, it would have offered the graphic photos of Valentina Passion's garroted throat, the photos of the victims taken in the Cook County morgue, and the 37 colored slides taken in the 2 blood-splattered bedrooms. After listening to fiery arguments from both sides, Passion ruled that the 9 photos could be shown to the jurors. Detective Jack Wallenda next took the stand, and in simple and understated language described what he had found when he walked into the townhouse on the morning of July 14, 1966. Speaking softly, with his emotions in check, the burly detective described the tightly drawn double knots that Speck had tied around the throats of Suzanne Farris, Nina Schmale, Merlita Gargulo, Patricia Matusak, and Gloria Jean Davy. They were tied so tightly, he testified, that he had to cut them off with scissors. Wallenda provided the evidentiary foundation for the photos, testifying that each picture accurately and truly portrayed the condition of each victim's body when he first saw it. He also laid the foundation for the state's introduction into evidence of Speck's size 38-40 Hanes t-shirt, which Wallenda had discovered 2 weeks later while closing down the townhouse. He found the t-shirt wrapped inside Gloria Jean Davy's purple and white slacks and her panties, which were lying at the foot of the bottom bunk near the east wall of the large south bedroom. Using a cellophane bag, Wallenda demonstrated to the jurors how the t-shirt had been wadded up into the nurse's clothing. Getty skillfully avoided cross-examining Wallenda, choosing instead to ask only a few simple questions about how Wallenda had prepared his reports. With this technique, Getty hoped to make the jurors think that he had some clever, though invisible, purpose in mind. He would use this same tactic with other police officers when he dared not attack their direct examination. When Wallenda concluded his testimony, the 9 photos were passed among the jurors. Martin studied their faces, searching for a glimmer of shock or disgust at the mangled bodies. He saw only that the jurors viewed the photos without outward expression. The next evidence involved t-shirts. Martin had decided to introduce into evidence 3 of Speck's t-shirts, the 2 found in the townhouse and the one removed from him at Cook County Hospital. He had decided not to use the 4th Speck t-shirt recovered from the Raleigh Hotel, the one stained with blood from a policeman's cut finger. He did not regret this decision, given that the unfolding theory of the defense was that Speck had been framed by a police department desperate to charge anyone with the horrible crime. The next state witness was a crime lab technician, who was questioned on his finding of Speck's wrinkled and perspiration-soaked size 38-40 BVD t-shirt on his desk in the townhouse living room on the morning of July 14th. Both of the t-shirts recovered from the townhouse were passed among the jurors. The t-shirt found on the desk, which had a drop of blood on the left rear shoulder and a hole sewn shut in the upper right front panel, may have been tossed into the living room by Speck after he had worked up a sweat, killing the first 3 nurses. Since the nurses had been tied into submission, Speck had the total run of the house and could indulge in his chronic habit of fastidiously changing his shirts. The front of the Hanes t-shirt that Wallenda had found 2 weeks after the murders, wadded up within Gloria Jean Davies' slacks, contained 3 spots of type A blood, which was Speck's blood type, in the area of the t-shirt matching the scratch on Speck's chest. Valentina Passion had scratched Speck's chest with her fingernails during the brief struggle she had with the killer, a struggle that had preceded Speck's attack on Davy. Finding the Hanes t-shirt wrapped within Davy's clothes strongly suggested that Speck had removed his t-shirt after he removed Davy's clothes and forced her down on the upstairs bed to rape her for the first time. Only Richard Speck knew why he wore 2 different t-shirts during the rape and murders. Regardless of Speck's reasons for having left 2 t-shirts at the scene of the crime, Martin was adamant. Both t-shirts must go to the jury. Early in the case, the prosecution had investigated the possibility that one of the nurses owned a size 38 to 40 Hanes or BVD t-shirt, but inquiries to the 8 families eliminated this possibility. Martin was convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt that Speck left both t-shirts behind. Their brands, condition, locations, and sizes proved that Speck was their owner. Even though the state had to expand its proof to put the size 38 to 40 BVD recovered from Speck at County Hospital in evidence in order to connect him to the brand and size of his favorite t-shirt, Martin believed that this extra evidence was essential to tell the jury the story of the t-shirts in the townhouse, and more importantly, to protect the integrity of the prosecution. By using the t-shirts in his case, Martin foreclosed Getty from exploiting the fact that 2 t-shirts had been found in the townhouse. If Getty had been able to make it appear as if the state were hiding the 2 t-shirts, then the defense could seize this opportunity to argue that 2 men, neither of whom was Speck, had killed the nurses. The public defender held the personal belief that several men were involved in the murders. If the state had not introduced the t-shirts into evidence, Getty certainly would have promoted this theory by himself, offering the 2 t-shirts into evidence. By the time the jury had passed the 2 t-shirts among themselves, it was 4:50 p.m. Judge Passion recessed for the day, and the courtroom crowd spilled out into the warm April sunshine. By now, Cora was already back home at the Sheridan Surf, safely back into her routine. She would go bowling on Saturday, have Sunday brunch at Henrici's restaurant near O'Hare Airport, and begin to plan her flight home to the Philippines as soon as the trial was over. The girl who had really wanted to help had kept her promise. Martin and Murtaugh spent Thursday night preparing the witnesses to Speck's flight from the southeast side and his attempt to assume a new identity. This flight and change of identity were compelling evidence of Speck's consciousness of guilt. It was his confession in deeds, not words, of the evil he had wrought. Friday, April 7th. The temperature had dropped 20 degrees by Friday morning, and Peorians were being warned of the possibility of a frost by nightfall. Inside, Courtroom A cooled off from the sweltering heat that had prevailed inside the room the day before. The testimony, however, kept the jurors' emotions near the boiling point. The first witness was the short, dark-skinned Eugenio Tapia, M.D., a Cuban émigré and a diplomat of the American Board of Forensic Pathology. A connoisseur of violent death, Tapia had performed more than 10,000 autopsies, half of them on homicide victims. Tapia established the cause of death for each of the 8 nurses in clinical language that, nevertheless, did not detract from the brutality with which Speck had killed. Pamela Wilkening. Stab wound in the left breast to the pulmonary artery, extending to the right ventricle of the heart, strangulation mark on neck, and a contusion to the left thigh. Suzanne Farris. Strangulation by neck ligature. Contributing cause, 2 stab wounds in back, puncturing each lung. There were 18 total stab wounds, indicating repeated knife thrusts, 11 in front, 7 in back. Mary Ann Jordan. 3 stab wounds to chest, 1 fatal, stab wound to left eyeball, and 2 abrasions to left side of nose. Nina Schmale. Strangulation by neck ligature. Puncture-like stab wounds in neck inside the ligature mark. Valentina Passion. 6-inch laceration of the neck, laying the trachea, voice box, bare. Second stab wound in neck, an abrasion of chin and contusion on left hip. Merlita Gargulo. Strangulation by neck ligature, partial dislocation of neck, and 4 stab wounds to neck. Patricia Matusak. Strangulation by neck ligature, contusion on left thigh, abrasions on knee. Internal examination revealed a traumatically induced hemorrhage in the stomach, caused by a forceful kick. Gloria Jean Davy. Strangulation by neck ligature. Getty did not cross-examine Dr. Tapia. Tapia's testimony, along with Cora's dramatic eyewitness identification of Speck, the testimony of Tammy Sukoff, Judy Dykton, Detective Willenda, and the life and death witnesses, and the introduction into evidence of the scene photos and T-shirt evidence, concluded the second phase of the state's case, the first phase having been the circumstantial evidence placing Speck near the townhouse during the 3 days before the crime. The evidence would now shift to Speck's flight from the southeast side, a part of the proof tailor-made for a prosecutor's closing arguments. Martin kept thinking how reminiscent Speck's actions after the murders were of the words of British poet Sir Walter Scott. "Oh, what a tangled web we weave, when first we practice to deceive." Yet, his favorite description of Speck's flight was biblical. "The guilty flee when no man pursueth." Only hours after walking away from the wreckage he had caused to grab a few hours of sleep, Speck had wakened on Thursday morning, July 14th, to resume his usual pattern of bar hopping. Robert Red Gerald, the night cook on a Great Lakes ore boat and a former shipmate of Speck's during the killer's brief tour at sea, told the jurors now he had run into Speck Thursday morning at Eddie and Cooney's saloon a few blocks from the Shipyard Inn. Gerald spoke in a soft South Carolina accent and employed his own personal idioms to explain his time with the killer. Describing Speck's talk about going to Bond's department store, Gerald testified, "He was aiming to buy some clothes." Red described his visit to Speck's room at the Shipyard Inn this way: "I had some pretty good booze on me, and my head began to slither around." About this time, Speck, too, was beginning to slither, away from the southeast side. The radio and TV reports of the murders, which were blaring in every bar he visited, gave him a terrible surprise. He had left a survivor. Bill Olson of the National Maritime Union testified that when he talked by phone to Speck Thursday afternoon about a ship assignment, the killer, who was standing at the phone booth in the Shipyard Inn, lied and said, "I'm downtown at Ruthie's." Sergeant Mike Clancy testified how he and others had staked out the Union Hall and waited in vain for Speck to appear. Shipyard Inn bartender Valley Blair testified why the stakeout was unsuccessful. Speck, he said, had checked out of the Shipyard Inn after he got off the phone with Olson on Thursday, having spent only one night of his 7-day rental in room 7. The next witness, commercial cab dispatcher Larry Bissell, all 350 good-natured pounds of him, cheerfully coaxed his enormous body into the small witness box and testified how a man who called himself Johnson had called for a cab at the Shipyard Inn at 3:27 p.m. on July 14th. Speck, of course, was the caller, and he gave as his location Eddie and Cooney's, the bar he had just left. Cab driver Matthew Hogan, neatly dressed in a dark suit, his thick gray hair combed slickly back, looked like a shorter version of actor Brian Dennehy. He told the jurors how Speck carried on a conversation with him as they drove to the north side and 1160 North Sedgwick, the Cabrini Green apartments. Speck, Hogan testified, made sure that the cab driver heard his alibi. The killer told him that he had only arrived in Chicago at 4 that very morning and that he and his friend, Red, had spent the early morning hours with 2 women. Speck said he was scheduled to ship out on the Sinclair tanker the next morning, and he needed to get some money from his sister. She lived, he said he was ashamed to admit, near the Beatniks. Speck had intended to lead the police to a dead end, and found the place he was looking for when Hogan dropped him off in the parking lot of a 19-story all-black housing project some 20 miles from the Shipyard Inn. Speck figured that if the police he had seen nosing around the Shipyard Inn asked about the stranger who had left in a commercial cab, well, their trail would go cold in this project parking lot. They wouldn't have a clue as to where he had really gone, or so Speck thought. If the killer had looked up after he patiently waited for Hogan to drive out of sight, he would have seen a woman gazing curiously down at him from her window on the 11th floor of the housing project. Fanny Jo Holland, demure and very nervous, was in Peoria to tell the jury what she had seen on that Thursday afternoon. While waiting to testify, she pulled still more pearls from her abused necklace. Getty thought that he had scored a point upon his cross-examination of Fanny Jo. He asked, "Is it unusual to see a cab come in there and let people off?" Holland answered, "No, not really unusual, no." On his redirect examination, Martin gave the soft-spoken witness a chance to explain her testimony. "Martin, was there anything unusual about the scene you observed between 4:15 and 4:30 p.m. on July 14th? Holland, "Well, the thing that was unusual to me is the fact that where I live is a Negro neighborhood, and the man who got out of the cab was a white man carrying luggage, and it's unusual to see a white person come into that building carrying luggage, because there are no white families in the building where I live. And the fact that the man was wearing a T-shirt and wash pants and carrying luggage at the same time looked unusual to me." Getty tried to repair the damage on recross. Displaying the enlarged photograph that had been taken from Holland's window of the parking lot and its surroundings, Getty turned on his most charming and folksy style and asked, "There's a nice-looking church in this photo. What is the name of that church?" Holland, "I don't know the name of it, but it's a Catholic church." Getty, "Do white people go to that church?" Holland, "Yes, they do." Getty, "That's only a block away from the parking lot, isn't it?" Holland, "They go to the church, but they don't live in the church." Getty, "All right, thank you." Though genteel, Fanny Jo Holland was one smart, tough lady. When her testimony concluded, the trial was recessed for the weekend. Chapter 36. Cora's powerful testimony had the defense reeling against the ropes. Martin hoped that his next big blow, the fingerprint evidence, would provide the knockout punch. Speck had left his signature on the door to the south bedroom. The problem was finding someone who could explain fingerprints to the jury in such a clear and simple way as to prevent Getty from confusing the issue. The weekend was spent preparing the witnesses to this crucial fingerprint evidence, as well as the remaining witnesses to Speck's flight. Still oblivious to what was going on around him, Speck whiled away the hours in his courthouse cell. He continued to receive fan mail, mostly from young women, which prompted the killer to tell a guard, "You want to know something? There's a lot of kooks out there." Although the energetic and powerfully built Assistant State's Attorney Jim Zagel worked so hard that he developed mononucleosis, he refused to leave Peoria and continued to write scholarly legal memoranda, occasionally stopping to slip down to the Ramada's basement game room to maintain his skills as a pinball wizard. Zagel, Martin, and Murtaugh continued their regular diet of coffee shop cheeseburgers. Monday, April 10th. Getty and his deputies tried to slow the momentum of the state's evidence with lengthy arguments in the judge's chambers, seeking to suppress Speck's registration card from the Raleigh Hotel and the BVD T-shirt that had been removed from him at the Cook County Hospital. Passion denied both motions. Richard Speck's suddenly acquired dislike of his name was brought home emphatically to the jurors. Rally desk clerk Otha Hullinger testified that he told her his name was David Staten when she registered him at 4:45 p.m. on Thursday, July 14th. Speck's next attempt to escape began on North Clark Street, 1 block from the Rally Hotel, with his encounter early Friday evening with Knight of the Road Claude Lunsford. Martin and Murtaugh respected the Skid Row day laborer, whose down-and-out life had not destroyed his rock-solid integrity. Although Lunsford had originally tried to avoid getting involved, once he was made to understand that he was a key witness to the killer's effort to flee Chicago, he patiently waited without complaint, sipping his daily quota of beer and whiskey in his Ramada Inn room for 10 days until he was finally called to the stand on April 10th. During his wait, Ken Alexander took him to a fashionable Peoria men's store and offered to buy him new clothes for court. Lunsford declined the offer, saying, "I don't need no fancy clothes. Just take me to Sears and let me get some wash-and-wear slacks. That's good enough." Once on the stand, Lunsford described how the fish-mouthed Speck questioned him on Friday night about how to hop a freight train to Dallas and pressured him again early Saturday morning to leave town with him. During the cross-examination, Getty got mildly sarcastic with the hobo, asking him with a sneer, "And do you have a time schedule about these freights and what time they leave?" Lunsford patiently taught everyone in the courtroom something they didn't know about the hobo life. "No. You go in the yard and see a switchman, and he will tell you what track it's on and what time and where it goes. Then you get out of the yard. When you see the diesel hook onto the train, why, then you move out and you get into a freight car." Still sneering, Getty asked incredulously, "But the switchman always tells you about when they're going to leave?" Lunsford replied, "They always tell you, and they always tell you the truth." Next, Martin quickly presented the evidence of Speck's attempt at the ultimate escape, suicide, and the recovery of his T-shirt at the county hospital. The state was now ready to introduce its strongest evidence, the 3 latent fingerprints of Speck's recovered from the townhouse. Martin intended to compare these latent prints with previously known inked fingerprints of Speck and prove that they were identical. This, Martin hoped, was the linchpin of the state's unbroken chain of evidence. However, none of the 3 separate fingerprint cards from the Dallas Sheriff's Office, the Huntsville branch of the Texas Department of Corrections, and the U.S. Coast Guard that Lieutenant Emil Gies had used to positively identify Speck could be put into evidence. The 2 cards from Texas impermissibly established that Speck had a prior criminal record, a fact that could not be mentioned unless he testified. The 3rd card, the Coast Guard prints, would have required the testimony of the Coast Guard clerk who took them, and he was not readily available. The easy solution was to use crime lab technician Jerry Richards, whose presence that past weekend at the Ramada swimming pool had discouraged police officers from swimming. Richards was an Ironman bodybuilder whose appearance in a bathing suit did not invite comparisons from his less developed colleagues. Richards had fingerprinted Speck after his arrest at County Hospital, and these prints could be used as Speck's known inked impressions. However, during Jerry Richards' cross-examination, Getty repeatedly tried to twist the crime lab technician's testimony in such a way as to confuse fingerprint characteristics used to classify the inked prints with the totally unrelated science of absolutely identifying a latent print left at the scene of a crime. Since Getty had tipped his hand about this tactic during his opening statement, Martin was quick to object to the attempted smokescreen. The long day in court ended with Martin informing Getty that his witness the next morning would take a lot of time and that his testimony would bring the actual door from the nurse's south bedroom into courtroom A. Martin now had only Monday night to put the finishing touches on the state's fingerprint evidence. Making this evidence understandable to the jury was the biggest technical hurdle he faced during the trial. By carefully examining every surface in the townhouse, police crime lab technicians had ultimately discovered 29 latent fingerprints suitable for comparison. Of these, 3 had been identified as belonging to Speck. Putting into evidence the silicon lifts of Speck's latent prints and the photographs of these lifts required tedious proof that there had been an unbroken chain of police custody of the evidence from the moment the prints had been taken from the townhouse in July 1966 until the day they were shown to the jurors in April 1967. More importantly, it required someone who could explain fingerprints to the jurors. The state had enlarged photos of the scale model of the townhouse mounted on artboards to mark the location of the prints. This testimony would be handled by the dean of the Police Crime Lab Mobile Unit Technicians, Bill Scanlon, an ex-Marine and a seasoned witness. Despite his wealth of courtroom experiences, Scanlon was petrified that he would screw up his testimony. By now, however, he and Martin had rehearsed the direct examination for so long that both knew the script by heart. The final step was to put the finishing touches on Martin's preparation of Burton Burke, the Chicago Police Department's senior fingerprint identification expert. Burke had made over 500,000 fingerprint comparisons, far more than any other expert in the police department, and his encyclopedic knowledge of fingerprint science commanded national respect. Burke had examined the south bedroom door of the townhouse 2 days after the murders, and had then removed the door from its hinges and taken it to the crime lab to await the day that it would be used in a courtroom to demonstrate his testimony. For Burke, nearing retirement, testifying in the Speck case would be the pinnacle of his brilliant and dedicated career in law enforcement. He had been preparing for this day for 8 months. Burke's biggest booster was Lieutenant Emil Gies, the 42-year-old commanding officer of the identification unit, who came to Peoria to watch the revered veteran testify. On Monday night, Martin was putting Burke through a mock cross-examination, the type of cross that he expected from Getty the next day. Burke's answers during this exercise were detailed and lengthy, the kind of scientifically thorough answers that might enthrall an audience of experts. Unfortunately, the jury that was now listening to Burke, Martin, Murtaugh, and Zagel, found themselves utterly confused by the expert's exhaustive erudition and his inability to express fingerprint concepts in simple terms. Emil Gies was sitting in on the sessions and helping by translating Burke's comprehensive answers into everyday language. The articulate and handsome Gies was trimly built and 6 feet tall, with auburn hair, flashing dark eyes, and a ready smile. He looked like a movie star, except that the impression he created was anything but superficial. The father of 10 children, Gies did not own a car, took public transportation to police headquarters, and worked as a security officer to supplement his police salary. By 8 o'clock Monday night, Martin had come to the painful realization that he could not give the public defender the opportunity to cross-examine Burton Burke and to blur the definitions of the terms used by the state's fingerprint experts. Martin recessed the meeting and asked Murtaugh and Zagel to join him in his room. The 3 prosecutors quickly decided that Gies must replace Burke. For Martin, this was another moment of great sadness, the same sadness he had felt when he took John Glenville out of the case. He knew that Burke, like Glenville before him, would be crushed. Martin had to live with the sorrow that he had devastated the lives of 2 men who, ironically, were both his father's age. Martin clenched his teeth and walked back to the conference room, where he saw Burke going over exhibits with Gies, still thinking that he was going to testify. There was no time to beat around the bush. Martin told Burke that he was too good a fingerprint expert and that his all-inclusive answers would confuse the jury. Burke fought back the small tears that were forming in the corners of his eyes as Martin asked him to help prepare Gies to testify. Though crushed and stunned, Burke agreed, and the intense preparation of Emil Gies began. Martin decided that he would have Gies walk the jury through a basic course in the science of fingerprint identification. If the jury understood fingerprints before Getty got his hands on Gies, then the battle was won. By 2:30 the next morning, Martin, Murtaugh, and Zagel believed that Gies would be able to explain fingerprints to the jury. Then, punchy but happy, as if they had just crammed for a college exam, the three young men danced around Martin's room, jumping on the twin beds and singing jingles about arches, deltas, loops, and whirls. Tuesday, April 11th. The next morning, the Peoria sky was dark and foreboding, and by noon thunderclaps had erupted, and a driving rain was pelting the courthouse. Inside, the jurors were being given Fingerprint Evidence 101, and Jerry Getty was doing his best to fuzz up this crash course in scientific proof. Crime Lab Mobile Unit Technician Bill Scanlon vividly explained to the jurors how the surfaces of the townhouse had been dusted to recover the latent prints. On cross-examination, Getty extracted from Scanlon the fact that on July 15th, he had also gone to the Shipyard Inn to lift a fingerprint from a beer can left in Speck's room. The wily Getty was trying to plant the suspicion in the jurors' minds that the Chicago Police Department could have framed Speck by transferring the print from the beer can onto the south bedroom door. The next witness was Raymond Heimbuch, who had been the crime lab's chief photographer for 24 years. Martin couldn't resist asking him if he had a hobby. "Photography," he replied. Heimbuch explained how he had made enlargements of photos taken of the latent prints, including the ones left by Speck on the door. During cross-examination, Getty arranged for the jurors to see the enlarged photos showing all the latent prints found in the townhouse. The public defender hoped that in the jurors' eyes, the prints would all look indistinguishable, both those positively identified and those too smudged for a positive identification. Lieutenant Emile Gies came up next. The actual door to the south bedroom of the townhouse stood to the right of the witness and at the front of the jury box. Martin was following a time-tested tradition of putting the door itself into evidence. For decades, fingerprints experts have taken crime scene objects ranging from panes of glass to entire automobile doors to use in court as the best evidence. Using this door as his prop, Gies demonstrated precisely how Richard Speck had left his fingerprints on the inside of the door. Fingerprints numbered 1 through 10, Gies explained, beginning with the thumb of the right hand as number 1 and counting through the little finger of the right hand as number 5. Similarly, the thumb of the left hand is number 6, and the little finger of the left hand is number 10. Gies left the witness box and approached the door to reenact for the jurors how Speck stood with his back to the bedroom door and used the index and middle fingers of his right hand to forcibly shut it. He pointed to the spots on the door where the latent prints of Speck's number 2 and number 3 fingers had been found and lifted. Gies further told the jurors that the latent print of the number 2 finger, the index finger of Speck's right hand, was found to have 10 points of identity with Speck's inked prints from the card taken at Cook County Hospital, and that the latent print of the number 3 finger, the middle finger of Speck's right hand, was found to have 17 points of identity. Throughout the world, Gies testified, 10 to 12 points of identity are considered absolute proof. Speck had also left a latent print of his number 8 finger, the middle finger of his left hand, on the door, Gies testified. He said that the killer had used his left hand to swing the door shut while he was on the bottom bunk nearest the door. This was the position he was in immediately before he raped Gloria Jean Davy. The latent print of this number 8 finger had 17 points of positive identity to Speck's inked impressions. Martin had decided to use Speck's number 8 fingerprint as the flagship of the fingerprint proof. During Gies's testimony, 4 sets of photo enlargements comparing the latent print on the door with the inked impression of Speck's finger were passed to the jurors. The jurors studied the enlargements as they listened to Martin take Gies over each point of identification between the latent print on the bedroom door and Speck's inked fingerprint. This technique was designed to maximize the verbal and visual impact of the comparison. Martin's questions and Gies's answers alternated like the litany of a Catholic mass. Martin: Lieutenant Gies, would you please explain the enlargement of the inked impression of the number 8 finger taken from the Cook County Hospital card, which appears on the right of People's Exhibit 52? What does point number 1 on that inked impression indicate? Gies: Point number 1 on the inked impression indicates an ending ridge, which is a particular ridge characteristic. Martin: And that is from the Cook County Hospital card. Gies: It is an enlargement of the finger from the county hospital card. Martin: What does point number 1 on the latent impression taken from the door indicate? Gies: Point number 1 on the latent impression is an ending ridge. Martin: Point number 2 on the inked impression. Gies: Point number 2 is an ending ridge. Martin: Point number 2 on the latent impression. Gies: Point number 2 on the latent impression is an ending ridge. Martin: Point number 3 on the inked impression. Gies: Point number 3 on the inked impression is a bifurcation. Martin: Point number 3 on the latent impression. Gies: A bifurcation. Unhurriedly, Martin and Gies followed this exchange throughout all 17 points of identification until the time came for the climactic questions. Throughout the comparison, the jurors' eyes were riveted on the enlarged photos that showed them what Gies was explaining. Martin: Lieutenant Gies, based upon your experience in the science of fingerprints, and based upon your comparison of the number 8 finger of the Cook County Hospital card, and the latent impression appearing at the bottom of People's Exhibit 35, the door, for identification, do you have an opinion as to whether or not the latent and inked impressions were made by the same person? Gies: Yes, I do. Martin: What is your opinion? Gies: After examination as to the basic ridge detail in both prints, it is my opinion that these fingerprints or impressions were made by the same individual. Martin nodded at Gies with an imperceptible smile, then turned his head toward the defense table, saying softly to Getty, "Cross-examine." To Martin's surprise, Getty didn't move. He left the witness to Assistant Public Defender Jim Gramenos, who bombarded Gies for 3.5 hours with non-stop questions. Through it all, Gies remained imperturbable. Gramenos got nowhere. Martin whispered to George Murtaugh, "We couldn't have found a better witness in Hollywood." Getty was unruffled. He was saving himself for Burton Burke, whom he expected to see on the witness stand the next morning. The state, however, planned to have a surprise for the public defender, his biggest surprise of the trial. The surprise had its start in a Monday phone call from Jim Boyle, the state's attorney of DeKalb County, Illinois, 100 miles west of Chicago, to Martin's boss, First Assistant Lou Garippo. Boyle was reporting a rumor he had just heard, a rumor that Getty had asked the director of Chicago's Institute of Applied Science, the foremost fingerprint school in the nation, to testify that the fingerprints found on the door of the nurse's townhouse did not belong to Richard Speck. Garippo swiftly investigated the tip and found that it was not the director of the institute who had been contacted by the public defender. It was the school's head instructor, Andre Moensens. Within an hour, Garippo served a subpoena on him, compelling him to be in Peoria the next day. By the time court adjourned at the end of Emil Gies's testimony, Andre Moensens was in Peoria waiting to meet with Martin. Martin asked the professor to go to the courtroom that night to compare the latent print on the door in the courtroom, Speck's number 8 finger, with the inked fingerprint card from Cook County Hospital. Moensens left. When he returned, he told Martin that he was certain that the middle finger of the left hand was the same in both prints. Martin then told Moensens to be in the courthouse Wednesday morning and to wait in the hallway outside Courtroom A until he was asked to testify. In the meantime, the prosecution had another high-adrenaline adventure that had to be accomplished Tuesday night. determining whether or not Marvin Ziporyn was in town. If Moensens were allowed to testify, he would be the state's last witness, with the defense putting its witnesses on the stand immediately afterwards. If Moensens were not allowed to testify, then the state's last witness had been Gies, and the defense would begin even sooner. Martin frantically wanted to know if Dr. Ziporyn was going to testify. If so, he needed to get Bob Ellison, his columnist friend and secret sleuth, to Peoria, so that the state would be fully armed to attack the psychiatrist on cross-examination. An urgent meeting was called of all the Chicago policemen in Peoria, both those who had been assigned to the case and those who were there only to testify. A standing-room-only crowd jammed the small conference room in the Ramada Inn, as the officers were divided into teams. Each team was given Ziporyn's publicity photo for his violin concerts. Their assignment was to check all arriving flights, the bus and train stations, and all local hotel lobbies, to see if Ziporyn or any other defense witnesses were in town. In 1967, the defense was not required by law to disclose the names of its witnesses, and Jerry Getty had played his cards so close to the vest that Martin still did not know which witnesses Getty intended to call on Wednesday, or even if he intended to use Ziporyn or Littner as the basis of an insanity defense. The public defender had left the door open for a defense of alibi, a defense of insanity, or both. Martin placed an urgent call to Bob Ellison in Chicago. Yes, the columnist was available if needed in Peoria, and he also had more news about the book. Ziporyn's publisher had just returned from London with $20,000 in his pocket from the sale of the British rights for Born to Raise Hell. Ellison added that 2 of Speck's paintings and several of his sketches were to be included in the book. Most significantly, the columnist reported to Martin that the unknown attorney escrow agent representing co-authors Ziporyn and Jack Altman had told the publisher that Ziporyn might testify in the Speck trial to whet the public's appetite for the book. The publisher had relayed this message to Ellison with the unconcerned comment that the book is 100,000 words long, and the psychiatrist can't possibly tell the whole story in court. As the night progressed, however, Martin wondered if Ziporyn were going to show up to tell any of his 100,000-word story in court. The all-out police search of Peoria had discovered only one defense witness, Michael Compatezzo, Speck's pool-playing buddy from the Shipyard Inn. Compatezzo was now occupying a bar stool at the public defender's downtown Peoria headquarters, the Voyager Inn. Wednesday, April 12th. Dark thunderstorms continued to dominate the Peoria sky on Wednesday morning, but the booming noises erupting in Courtroom A were even louder. Martin had touched off fireworks when he announced that the state's next witness would be Andre Moensens. Soon, Passion's out-of-court chambers were crowded as Martin's team of 5 gathered to do battle with Getty's team of 3 in what would be the most volatile argument in the case. Shocked and angry, Getty charged the state with the most dastardly move I have ever seen. Martin had never seen Getty display as much emotion as he was pouring into this argument. Martin was equally angry, believing that nothing less than the integrity of the prosecution was at stake. The defense, Martin said, had been claiming since its opening statement that the prints on the townhouse door were only smudges and that the police had framed Speck. Martin wanted the jurors to know that Moensens had first examined the fingerprint evidence at the request of the defense, before offering his opinion that the latent print of the number 8 finger on the bedroom door was identical to the inked number 8 finger from Speck's hospital card. Getty had hoped that his consultation with Andre Moensens, one of the world's leading fingerprint experts, and Moensens' damaging finding that the killer's fingerprints belonged to Speck would never come to the attention of the state. But if it did, he hoped that the consultation would be protected by the attorney-client privilege Getty had with Speck, and that the findings would never be presented at trial. He hoped, in short, that Moensens' expert opinion would remain a deep, dark secret. Now, however, the cat was out of the bag, and Assistant State's Attorney Jim Zagel had stayed up all night studying legal decisions that he believed supported the state's argument that Moensen should be allowed to tell the jury that he had examined the fingerprints on the bedroom door of the townhouse and had told the defense that the prints on the door matched Speck's fingerprint cards. This, of course, would reveal that before the trial began, Getty already knew the prints belonged to Speck and, yet, had still told the jury in his opening argument that the police had attempted to frame Speck by developing fake prints. Now, the state had learned about the consultation and was arguing that Moensen's opinion was not protected by the attorney-client privilege and was fair game for the jury. The stricken Getty knew that if Moensens were allowed to testify about this prior consultation, Getty's credibility with the jury would be destroyed, and with it, anything he said in defense of Speck. Getty's cloak of disingenuousness would be stripped from him, and his prior knowledge that the fingerprints belonged to Speck would be fully revealed to the jurors. This naked truth would demolish his defense. For the first time in the trial, Getty's face was red, and his voice strained as he pleaded with passion to save him from this catastrophe. "I practically sat my client in the electric chair," he said, "as a court-appointed lawyer trying to do the best job that I could for an indigent defendant. I have created a monster of a witness. That's what I did for my client. And I don't get a penny for it, and it will go down in history that I did that. And not only does it destroy me, but I think you're going to destroy the very system of representing the indigent." Charging Getty with melodrama, Martin responded coldly that Moensen's finding was not protected by the attorney-client privilege, since it was not the confidential words of the defendant that had been submitted to Moensen's. It was only the copies of the fingerprints provided by the state to the defense. Martin was not interested so much in having Moensen's confirm the police evidence that the prints were Speck's, as he was in driving home the fact that Getty had received Moensen's evidence long before the trial and knew the prints were genuine, and that, therefore, his claim of a police frame-up was false, and Getty knew it was false. In denying that the attorney-client protection applied to the consultation with Moensen's, Martin argued to Passion that Speck and Moensen's had never met nor communicated, and that the state did not intend to question Moensen's about his conversations with Getty, only established that Moensen's had first examined the fingerprint evidence at Getty's request. In short, Martin argued, Moensen should be allowed to take the witness stand and say that the fingerprints on the bedroom door belonged to Richard Speck, enabling the jurors to conclude that Getty had received this same opinion before the trial. Claiming that the public defenders were being manacled, Jim Doherty, too, moved excitedly about the room as he made an impassioned appeal. "They are going to pull out our claws, Judge," Doherty said. "They are going to say, 'Sit on your ass, don't investigate cases, just stand up there like a political hack, but don't seek any real ammunition for your guns, Mr. Public Defender. Because if you do, we will have our cops out, looking at night, and we will have them find the men you consulted.'" Doherty had the consummate trial lawyer's ability to argue passionately for causes in which he had absolutely no interest, but the tough redhead was arguing this one with full-blooded fury. Uncharacteristically, Getty jumped in to add that the only reason the state wanted to bring Moensen's before the jury was to implant in the jurors' minds that I knew certain things. In fact, that was exactly what Martin wanted to do. Sensing that he was on the ropes, Getty offered a compromise. "If they want to put this witness on as a witness who looked at the door, but not refer to me, that would be something else. But what they want to get in this record, which is going to be their downfall and your downfall and my downfall, is to smatter me up by having consulted him." Passion bought the compromise, ruling that Moensen's would be allowed to testify. "But I don't think," Passion said, "that he should be permitted to testify that he consulted with you and so forth. I do not want Jerry Getty smeared here. Defending a guy like Speck is rough enough in a case of this nature, and it shouldn't be blown all over the press." The ruling, which Martin thought legally wrong, arguably fair, and very protective of the public defender, left him a problem. Getty could argue that the state had no faith in the testimony of Emil Gies and had scurried around at the last minute to dig up Professor Moensens. He asked Passion not to allow this. Perpetually crimson-faced, Doherty had taken his suit coat off and thrown it on a chair. His voice reverberated throughout the courthouse as he boomed, "My God, why don't they put a gag on Getty? Put a straitjacket on him so he can't wave his arms, and put a gag on him and tape him." Passion asked Getty if he was going to argue that the state was putting Moensens on because it had no faith in the prior testimony of Lieutenant Gies. Getty replied, "No, don't you think that I am ever going to say anything like that. If I do, you just shut me off." Doherty was not pacified in the least and could not conceal his adamant distaste for his boss's compromise. He yelped, "It's a good thing that I'm not going to argue this case because you would put me in jail." The debate raged on in chambers for more than 2 hours, but the compromise had been struck, and at noon, Professor Andre Moensens was sitting in the witness box, facing the jury. Martin established the witness's expertise and his independence from the state. Moensens had begun studying fingerprints in his native Belgium in 1950 and had written 15 leading articles on the subject in English, and was the author of the Fingerprint Encyclopedia, to be published in the fall of 1967. He had never worked for a police department, and he had never testified for the prosecution. Martin then asked Moensens to compare the latent print on the door with Speck's inked impressions on the Cook County Hospital card. As Lieutenant Gies had done before him, Moensens followed Martin through the litany of questions and affirmed the same 17 separate points of identity. During his cross-examination, Getty again raised the specter that the Chicago police might have lifted a fingerprint of Speck from somewhere else, say a beer can, and transferred it to the townhouse door. Moensens told Getty and the jurors that, in theory, a fingerprint lift could be transferred from one object to another. However, pointing at the print on the door, he said emphatically, "Not that one." Getty, "By a lift?" Moensens, "Not that one, no." Getty, "It couldn't have been?" Moensens, "No." It was 12:35 p.m. when Andre Moensens, the defense's potential Frankenstein, concluded his testimony. Martin stood up, nodded to the jury, and rested the state's case. He believed in his father's advice about poker. Quit while you're ahead. Chapter 37. Wednesday, April 12th, afternoon. It had taken 8 hectic days and 8 frantic nights for the state to carefully put its bricks of proof into place. Now, Martin waited with apprehension to see how Jerry Getty would try to blow those bricks down. Other than his own wiles, Getty had very few weapons with which to defend Speck. There was no way Speck would testify in his own behalf. The killer had an emotional problem that was as much a part of his makeup as the acne that scarred his face. He had a deathly fear of people staring at him. Because of this, Getty later said, "He told me one day that he wouldn't take the witness stand to testify in his own behalf, no matter what." Getty asked for a session in Passion's chamber to renew his motion for a 2-stage trial. The first for his defense of alibi, and if that failed, a second for his defense of insanity. He wanted to have his cake and eat it too. Submitting evaluations of Speck from Dr. Marvin Ziporin and Dr. Nair Littner, Getty told Passion that these 2 psychiatrists would testify that Speck was legally insane, if in fact he committed the murders. Getty argued, "I find myself in this dilemma, and I have ever since the inception of this case, that this client has consistently denied any guilt. He cannot tell me how this was done, and he claims that he was not there, and he tells me that if anyone identifies him, they are wrong, and that if there are any fingerprints, they're not his. In fact, Speck had sung a different tune to Dr. Ziporyn. On one occasion, when the psychiatrist was making a hypothetical reference that Speck might have been the murderer, the killer cut him short by exclaiming, "Let's just say it was me." Passion once again denied the bid for a two-stage trial, so Getty decided to roll the dice and try to save Speck's life by pleading an alibi. First, he would try to gain sympathy for his newly bespectacled client by letting the jurors see that he had a mother, brother, and sisters who loved him and were willing to come to Peoria to help him. Next, he would put on Merle and Gerdina Farmer, the husband-wife, bartender-waitress team from Kay's Pilot House, to offer an airtight alibi that Speck could not have been at the scene of the murders at 11 p.m. because he had been in their tavern until after midnight. The defense's first two witnesses were Speck's mother, Margaret Speck Lindbergh, and his younger sister, Mrs. Carolyn Speck Wilson. They testified with affection that they had put Richard Speck on a bus bound for Chicago in March 1966. Their testimony proved only that a man charged with mass murder can also have a sweet mother and a pretty sister. Martin saw nothing to gain from cross-examining these two innocent witnesses. The less time they were on the stand, the better. The prosecutor did cross-examine the next two witnesses, though, one of Speck's older sisters, Martha Speck Thornton, and her husband, Eugene Thornton. From Gene Thornton, Martin extracted the damaging admission that Thornton had seen Speck playing with a pocket knife in the backyard of his apartment on the north side of Chicago in the spring and summer of 1966, that he had given Speck a black corduroy jacket on July 11, 1966, and that Speck was wearing black shoes when Thornton dropped him off at the National Maritime Union Hiring Hall later that same day. Gene Thornton added that his car was parked directly across the street from the nurse's townhouse on July 11th and 13th, when Speck sat in the car with him trying to borrow money. To counter the defense impression of a police force hell-bent on charging Speck with the murders, Martin induced Gene Thornton to admit that during the manhunt for the killer, when police had set up a stakeout in his home, "Every one of the police officers was a gentleman. They showed me all the respect in the world." Thornton, in fact, had gone to Area 2 Police Headquarters to personally thank Officer Carl Edenfield and the others for their consideration. "The whole bunch of them had that much coming," Thornton said without a trace of bitterness. Martha Speck Thornton admitted to sewing her brother's clothes, but the former pediatric nurse did not want to help send him to the electric chair. Martin could not get her to admit that she told Sergeant Mike Clancy during the July 15th stakeout of her home that Speck wore both BVD and Hanes size 38 to 40 t-shirts. 4 other Speck siblings were on and off the witness stand within a blink of an eye. Howard Speck and Sarah Madeline Speck Thornton, married to an uncle of Eugene Thornton, from Monmouth, Illinois, Irma Speck Holman from Alexis, Illinois, and Shirley Speck Jensen, also from Alexis. The 4 had nothing to say about their brother, except that each had last seen him in March 1966. The jurors were left to ponder the riddle of how Richard Franklin Speck could have come from the same parents as these God-fearing, hard-working people, all law-abiding Central Illinoisans. The last witness of the day was chipper, frenetic, wiry Michael Compotesso, who testified that he spent 17 minutes of his lunch break from 8:40 p.m. to 8:57 at the Shipyard Inn during the night of July 13, 1966, shooting pool with Richard Speck. Getty wanted the jury to hear his description that Speck was wearing a red short-sleeved polo shirt and boots like the ironworker boots that I wear. Compotesso was the only witness who claimed to have seen Speck wearing ironworker boots on the night of the murders. Thursday, April 13th. Spring thunderstorms shook Peoria, as did the verbal thunderbolts rattling off the walls of Judge Passion's chambers. Typical young men refusing to carry umbrellas, Martin and Murtaugh were drenched running from the parking lot to the courthouse. In one final effort to confuse the jurors about the fingerprint evidence linking Speck to the crime, Getty was arguing that the jurors be given copies of 16 unidentified latent prints from the townhouse, the fingerprint cards of Gloria Jean Davy and Suzanne Farris, and a magnifying glass. In this way, Getty suggested, the jurors can conduct their own comparisons of all the prints. Martin objected furiously, the back of his neck turning red as he told Passion that the only possible purpose for a magnifying glass was to confuse and deceive the jury. Looking at Martin's red neck, Jim Doherty asked with feigned innocence, "Are you mad at me?" "I'm mad," Martin said, "at the defense practice of accusing us of planting phony fingerprints, of accusing us of eavesdropping and snooping when they went to an expert and they know these prints are Speck's. And if they have doubts in a capital case, and if you, Judge Passion, have any doubts in a capital case that these are not Speck's prints, we will submit them to the FBI, to the Institute in London, or anyone or anywhere else. We want the truth in his case, and we are not going to play games and give the jury a magnifying glass and a bunch of these fingerprint impressions and ask them to go back there and get confused." Passion ruled that the fingerprint evidence was the proper subject of expert testimony, which had already been rendered, and refused to give the jurors a magnifying glass to conduct their own investigation. The defense was as resourceful as it was desperate, and Martin was relieved that Getty's clever tactic had not worked. Ironically, Getty's last best hopes to try to save Richard Speck from the electric chair were a bartender and a waitress. Bartender Merle Farmer from Kay's Pilot House took the witness stand first, his hair greased back in a pompadour. The tall, muscular Farmer was dressed in a dark business suit and smartly coordinated shirt and tie, appearing more like a businessman than a bartender. He spoke with a faint Southern accent as he told the jurors that a man he knew to be Richard Speck had been in the Pilot House twice on the night of July 13th. The first time, Farmer testified, was between 8 and 8:30, when Speck was wearing a red polo shirt and drank a highball. The second time, the bartender swore, Speck was in from midnight until 12:30 the next morning, sat at the bar, and had a hamburger and a glass of water. During the direct examination, Farmer told Getty that he would stake his life on it. Martin knew that he didn't have dynamite to explode Farmer's story. He had learned over the years that false alibi witnesses testify for love or money, a financial stake in the trial, or a romantic interest in the defendant. Neither existed here, and Martin was left to grope for the farmer's motives in sticking to an alibi for a stranger who had murdered 8 young women. However, the pre-trial investigation had disclosed one possible motive for Merle Farmer, a motive to which his wife may have later ascribed. On December 16, 1963, Merle Farmer met a 20-year-old Indiana woman at a party. He gave her a ride home, and she later charged, forced her to have sex with him. Answering the complaint, Farmer willingly went to the police station, readily admitted having sex with the woman, and vehemently insisted that it was consensual. Nevertheless, Farmer was charged with rape and prosecuted by the Cook County State's Attorney's Office. He was forced to appear in felony court, and after the preliminary hearing, the case was thrown out. Martin thought that this prior, undoubtedly negative experience with the police and his own state's attorney's office might have given Farmer a prejudice against the prosecution and a bias in favor of the accused. The prosecutor decided, however, not to cross-examine Farmer about his prior arrest. The judge had thrown the case out, and Martin felt that bringing it up now would appear both desperate and unscrupulous. He had no way to prove Merle Farmer carried either a conscious or unconscious grudge against law enforcement. In the end, All Martin had to work with on cross-examination was the improbability that a busy bartender working late at night in a crowded bar, grill, and packaged goods store could recall with stopwatch precision the exact times an unfamiliar customer was sitting at the bar. For the first time in the trial, Martin was nervous. Instead of standing calmly behind the lectern with his hands at his sides, he was squeezing his hands tightly behind his back. Merle Farmer was a tough witness. He was adamant that Speck had been in the bar after midnight, and he pointedly gave the jurors his sobering opinion that the state must have the wrong man, and the murderer is still walking around. Martin could only chip away at the improbability of the alibi and then sit down. On redirect examination, Getty unwittingly caused Merle Farmer to provide the jurors with an insight into his view of violence. Farmer told Getty that when he first heard radio reports of the 8 murders, he didn't pay too much attention. "Because murders happen every day, and I must passed it off." Farmer also said, "I just thought that Speck was a German sailor. I don't know why, but I just thought he was a German sailor, because we have quite a few German sailors, all kinds." Lawyers have 3 kinds of questions: the ones they plan to ask, the ones they actually ask, and the ones they wished they had asked. On July 22, 1966, Merle Farmer had told Assistant State's Attorney John Glenville that the man who had ordered a hamburger after midnight on July 13th had a Southern accent. Martin didn't think of this inconsistency during his recross-examination. When he remembered it later that night, he kicked himself for blowing a scathing question. What, a German sailor with a Southern accent? Merle Farmer was followed to the stand by his wife, Gerdina, graceful and slender, the mother of their 4 children, and the short-order cook on the pilot house's night shift. Gerdina was equally adamant that she had seen Speck in the pilot house until 12:30 a.m. on Thursday, July 14, 1966. If she were believed, the jury could not convict Speck because Corazon Amorau's testimony placed the killer in the townhouse at 11 p.m. When Martin stood behind the lectern to cross-examine Gerdina Farmer, he continued to fidget with his hands behind his back. His focus was the improbability of her being able to recall the exact times of a customer's entry and exit from the tavern. He got her to admit that she had been very busy cooking hamburgers for the workers on break from Arco Door and Garvey Grain Elevator. These workers had come in between 10 and 10:30 p.m., and Martin was suggesting that, perhaps, the Farmers had seen Speck during this period instead of after midnight. Martin believed that it was probable that Speck, a notorious shirt changer, had exchanged his drink-stained red shirt for the black shirt after saying goodbye to the engaged couple and Vietnam vet Rich Oliva at the front door of the Shipyard Inn at about 10 p.m. Speck might easily have then ducked into the pilot house for a quick drink before returning one final time to the bar at the Shipyard Inn. Alternatively, the Farmers might have seen Speck at their bar after midnight on a night other than Wednesday and simply confused the dates. Gerdina Farmer was not as intractable as her husband, and Martin got her to admit that Kay's pilot house was a hotbed of nighttime activity. After Merle and Gerdina Farmer gave testimony that, if true, meant Richard Speck could not have been the killer, Getty stood, smiled knowingly at the jurors, and told Judge Passion in a triumphant voice, "The defense rests." The state's rebuttal was short and sweet. Martin decided to call only one witness, Sergeant Mike Clancy, to prove that the state had accurately and honestly recorded Speck's preference for BVD and Hanes t-shirts, exactly as his sister had described them. Clancy told the jurors that he had interviewed Martha Speck Thornton during the stakeout of her home on Friday, July 15th. At this time, Clancy was aware of the fact that police had discovered a size 38 to 40 BVD t-shirt on the desk of the living room. However, as Martin led him through the questioning, The jury learned that Martha Thornton had told Clancy that Richard Speck preferred BVD and Hanes t-shirts almost 2 weeks before Detective Jack Walenda had found the size 38 to 40 Hanes t-shirt wadded up with Gloria Jean Davies slacks. Since Clancy had written and dated his report on July 15th, there could be no doubt that Speck had been linked to Hanes t-shirts some 13 days before the Hanes t-shirt was found in the townhouse. When Sergeant Clancy stepped down from the stand, the jury had seen its last witness. In his most grandfatherly manner, Judge Passion announced that a conference with lawyers to discuss the instructions to the jury would be held the next day, Friday, April 14th. The jurors would be given the day off, the judge said, so that you all can get a good rest, and you girls, if you want, can get your hair done. The next day, while the girls were getting their hair done, the state and defense lawyers argued over the written instructions that Passion would give to the jurors on Saturday morning, April 15th, the last day of the trial. Each side had submitted its version of how the written instructions to the jurors should read, so that the judge could then decide precisely how he would explain the law to the jury. Zagel and Doherty argued over the instructions, while Martin and Getty argued over the forms of verdicts. Martin and Getty agreed, and Passion ruled, that there would be 3 possible verdicts for each of the 8 indictments. Not guilty, guilty, guilty with the death penalty. The lawyers' courtroom work concluded late Friday afternoon, and Passion wished everyone a good night. Martin joked to Murtaugh, "It's all over but the shouting." The shouting would be the closing arguments. Chapter 38. Inseparable for 9 stress-filled months, Bill Martin and George Murtaugh had become closer than brothers. Each was fiercely loyal to the other. Neither jealousy nor envy clouded their alliance. The 2 men had much in common: an Irish immigrant ancestry, the relentless discipline of a Catholic education, their youth, their young and growing families, a fiery combativeness nurtured on basketball courts and hockey rinks, a shared initiation into the rough and tumble world of crime and justice in the criminal court building, and, at this moment in their lives, an inexorable determination to convict Richard Speck. They were about to have their first argument, a shouting match in Martin's Ramada room, over how the summing up for the prosecution would be done. The Cook County State's Attorney's Office had one unwritten rule. The 2 assistants trying a case split the state's closing arguments. Martin favored the traditional approach, but Murtaugh, blunt as ever, insisted that Martin should give both the state's opening argument and the rebuttal. "This is your case," Murtaugh said. "You've worked on it day and night for 9 months, and you've put the whole case in. You should have both arguments." Martin countered that their contrasting styles would have much more impact on the jurors. "If I give both," Martin said, "this jury will be damned sick and tired of me before I get to the end of the rebuttal. That jury has looked at you for a long time. They expect to hear from you, too. They don't expect me to be a goddamn egomaniac." Murtaugh continued to resist, and was, in fact, becoming inflexible. "I'm just glad you picked me to try this case with you," he said as he sat sprawled on the bed. Martin agitatedly straddled a wooden chair next to the desk. "Look, George," he said, "we've been together since the first day of the case, and we're sticking together now." Murtaugh sat bolt upright, his eyes burning like hot coals, and said, "I've never argued a death penalty case before. I might commit reversible error. I don't want to screw up and ruin all the work you've put into this case. It's too risky." Martin, now on his feet and pacing near the windows, was quick to reply, "You've never argued a chair case? Well, if that's the test, then I can't argue myself. I've never tried a chair case before either." Both men stopped talking. Murtaugh thought of his uncle's advice to him before the trial started. "If you lose this case, kiss your career goodbye and move to Keokuk." Martin thought of the jury. He believed they would think that he wanted to be a big shot if he hogged both arguments. Murtaugh had assumed throughout the trial that Martin would give both arguments. Martin had thought that custom should be followed. Murtaugh would give the opening argument, and he would give the rebuttal. By this time, Murtaugh was beginning to realize that Martin, too, was intractable. To be sure his younger partner understood, Martin invoked seniority. "Look, Duke," Martin told him, "I'm in charge down here, and I'm telling you you're gonna argue. You open, I close. Here's the transcript. Damn it, go to work." The two high-strung combatants then retired to their rooms to review the transcript of the trial. Martin sat down and began making detailed notes of the 2 weeks of testimony, soon filling up an entire legal pad with summaries of what the 41 state and 11 defense witnesses had said. This was the easy part. Then he went into his pacing routine, stopping occasionally to jot down an idea that came to him. His thoughts came in waves, but without any coherence. Martin was distressed to realize that his notes of ideas took up parts of only 2 sheets of paper and were unintelligible. One entry began, "If he be innocent." Never before faced with drafting a summation in a trial of this magnitude, Martin decided he would give it without notes. Having thought of little else but Richard Speck for the past 9 months, he hoped the right words would be there when he needed them. Rattling about in his head were the words of Richard Speck himself on the death penalty. The killer had once told Dr. Norcross that he was in favor of capital punishment. "Anybody who is opposed to capital punishment is silly," Speck had told the surgeon. "How else are you going to control people?" After Norcross had countered with the traditional anti-capital punishment argument that the death penalty is not a deterrent to criminals, and had patiently explained the meaning of deterrent, Speck shot back, "That's a joke. It sure as hell stops the guy that's electrocuted. He won't kill anybody again." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Martin feared that yet someone else wanted him to help them attend the final arguments. Admission to the courtroom for closing arguments was only by special judicial ticket, and Martin had already received several calls from colleagues and friends requesting one. The bellboy at the door handed him a telegram from veteran Assistant State's Attorney John Gannon in Chicago. Martin ripped the envelope open and read a message that sent a chill down his spine. "Your alma mater, associates, and superiors will be thinking of you tonight and praying for you tomorrow." Martin hoped so. Saturday, April 15th. Martin awoke at 6:30 a.m. and called room service for his usual cinnamon toast and large pot of black coffee. By the time he had taken a long, steaming shower and dressed, George Murtaugh was knocking on his door. "Showtime?" Martin asked. "Showtime," Murtaugh answered with a smile, his jaw set with determination. Murtaugh had stayed up all night preparing his argument, but his face was alert and fresh, his shoes were highly polished, and his off-the-rack suit hung on his athletic frame as if it were custom-tailored. The two men drove in silence to the courthouse. The thunderclouds that had held Peoria under siege all week had disappeared, leaving behind a clear, blue, windless sky. Without saying a word, the prosecutors walked past the gauntlet of cameras, microphones, and reporters lining the sidewalk to the entrance of the courthouse and up the one flight of stairs to Courtroom A. State's Attorney John Stamos was there, remaining unobtrusive, not wanting to interfere with his assistants. Ken Alexander was not there. Martin had told Detective Alexander that he could come to court now that the case was over, and Marvin Ziporin was no longer an issue. However, Alexander's wife, Barbara, was 9 months pregnant and about to go into labor. Alexander had his priorities straight. While everyone else went to the courthouse, he drove to Chicago to be with Barbara. Tension filled the air as everyone settled into their seats. The brothers, sisters, and parents of the victims once again sat in their reserved seats. These family members had been in court for the opening arguments and for their testimony as life and death witnesses. They had accepted Martin's suggestion that they not stay in Peoria for the balance of the trial because of the increased difficulty he was having in maintaining their privacy after they had testified and reporters recognized them. Martin's real reason was that he did not want them to have to sit through graphic and emotionally draining proof of how their daughters had been murdered. He figured that at least one of the families would ignore his advice and stay throughout the trial, but none did. Now, he wanted them back in court for the closing arguments. Passion sensed the electricity in the air as he ascended the bench. After thanking the press for their cooperation so far, he admonished one and all, "We will have no showing of emotion during this final argument by anybody in this courtroom. Let's all understand that." George Murtaugh stood to give what prosecutors call the opening close, which is typically a low-key summary of the state's proof. Old-timers referred to this opening by gesturing to an imaginary piano keyboard and saying, "Once over," lightly. Up to now, neither Martin nor Murtaugh had displayed any emotion in front of the equally emotionless Peorians on the jury. Up to now, the young prosecutors had held their fiery intensity in check. Murtaugh was about to review the evidence, but instead of using a low-key delivery, he unleashed a passionate torrent of words weaving Speck into an inescapable web of guilt. Murtaugh gave the world what it was waiting for, a no-holds-barred condemnation of the killer. The 27-year-old prosecutor characterized Speck as a cowardly and lazy man who had turned into a murderer, not by booze and pills beating against a brain-damaged mind, but by the mere acquisition of a gun and a knife, and the fact that he could both sweet-talk and strong-tie 9 trusting nurses into utter helplessness. Employing a riveting stream of consciousness technique, Murtaugh brilliantly captured Speck's evil by reliving the evidence, witness by witness. His remarks were powerfully articulated and passionately emphasized. He spoke without notes. As he excoriated the killer, Murtaugh moved fluidly about the room, stopping frequently to point at Speck, who stonily stared back. "This man has the face, the mind, the heart of a murderer," Murtaugh declared. "Death stalked the hallway that night. And it wasn't with a sickle, and it wasn't with a skull and crossbones. Death that evening carried a small black pistol and a 3 to 4 inch knife. 8 girls against me, I better have some insurance, so I have a knife and I have a gun. And brother, if you move, you're in trouble." A college basketball player and a scratch golfer, Murtaugh moved in front of the jury box with athletic grace, his voice dripping with sarcastic indignation. When he turned toward Speck, Murtaugh's face filled with revulsion at a man who didn't have the courage to fight men and who used a gun and a knife to subdue helpless women. He believed that Speck was as ugly as his crime. After demonstrating to the jurors how Speck, the tailor of death, had cut the bedsheets to create a suit of death for the girls, Murtaugh again looked directly at the pockmarked Speck and said, "Now he's ready to go to work, Mr. Richard Franklin Speck. He's got what he needs. He's got the binds, he's got the gun, he's got the knife, and he's got the innocence. So the march of death begins. You, my friend, Miss Wilkening, I've chosen you to die first. Me, Richard Franklin Speck, self-ordained judge, jury, and executioner. There is no trial for you. There never will be. There is no justice. I will do what I feel, when I feel, and how I feel." Referring to the rape without mentioning it, he said, "Gloria Jean Davy was the defendant's choice. I've got something special for you. Merlita Gargulo wrote a letter that night. There's the man who took the pen from her, and she will never return to write another letter or to utter another word. Murtaugh was abandoning logic in favor of raw feelings that invested the dead girls with life. Corazon Amaral testified, 85 pounds of flesh, 2 tons of hardened steel. She was a breath, a cough, a sneeze away from extermination by that man right there. Tammy Sukoff, well, that slice of bread almost put her name on one of these indictments. She was about 14 steps from the top to the bottom of the townhouse from being wiped out. 14 steps. Do you realize what it takes to strangle somebody? Do you have any idea? It's not just a slight movement. It's a pulling until there is no breath left. There is no life, and you're dead. You'll never get up. Murtaugh pointed at Speck's heart, observing, "There he is, the executioner. Nothing else." Describing Speck's behaviors and flight, Murtaugh noted, "The man's a great shirt changer. He wanted new clothes, he told Red Gerald. I've got to go to Bonds, got to buy some new clothes. He's short of money, he's carrying 2 suitcases, but he's got to buy some new clothes. This murderer has the unmitigated gall to tell Matt Hogan that Red Gerald is all right? Who is Richard Speck to say that anyone is all right? Here is a man who's killed 8 people. Here's a murderer with the heart and mind of a murderer. The unmitigated gall to tell Matt Hogan that Red is all right. And the murderer lies to Hogan like he lied to William Olson at the Union Hall. What's 1 lie? 2, 3, 4, 5? Murtaugh built to a crescendo. Are we going to sit here and permit, in 1966, what wasn't done in 15 BC? This was a crime not only against those 8 girls, but a crime against the peace, the dignity, and the law and order of this whole country. In the interest of self-preservation, remove a cancer. Give this man the death penalty." During Murtaugh's peroration, Speck had leaned across to Getty and whispered, "I'd like to get George out in the hall." No wonder. Murtaugh had more than risen to the occasion, and his irresistible flow of words created a firestorm of outrage that was now crackling beneath the surface of the stunned crowd. Passion declared a recess. About 30 minutes later, Getty walked to the table in front of the jury and placed a large 3-ring notebook in front of him. Dapper and unflappable as ever, Getty knew that defending Speck did not lend itself to passion. He would be at his folksy best and try to reason with the jurors, shrewdly talking to them as if he were the village barber, an older man with common sense and uncommon wisdom, expressed softly. "You know," Getty began, "sometimes young men, well, they think light of what they are doing. They think light of taking the life of a person. But there were many people that passed through this box, your neighbors, citizens of this state, who said that they would not give the death penalty." Without attacking Cora personally, Getty challenged her description of the killer as being different from Speck. Noting that neither the first officer to interview Cora at the scene nor the police artist had been called as witnesses, Getty implied that the descriptions Cora gave them of the killer did not resemble Speck. "But I tell you," he argued, "it was a haste of judgment in this trial, in this case, a haste of judgment by the higher-ups in the Chicago Police Department." He moved on to attack the credibility of Patrick Walsh and Richard Oliva, and to claim that it was unlikely that they would have noticed a man carrying a knife and a gun in the crowded bar of the Shipyard Inn on Wednesday night. He attacked the fingerprints as smudges, and the expert fingerprint testimony of Emil Gies and Andre Moensens as mere opinion, noting, "If there were one point of dissimilarity in the smudge, the print would have to be disregarded." Standing absolutely still directly in front of the jurors, occasionally turning the pages of his notebook, Getty continued to try to calmly dissect the state's case. "Now, these people don't want to talk about it, but it seems that the right killers could not be located. The other Hanes t-shirt, up in Davy's bed where these acts took place, that the police never found until some 2 weeks later. How many killers were there? How many were there? They want you to believe that Richard Speck wore 2 t-shirts on July 13th on a hot day. They want you to believe that he also had a black jacket over the 2 t-shirts." Getty rationalized Speck's attempted suicide as a reasonable response to hearing his name blared across the land as the killer of 8 women. This had a mental effect on Speck, Getty argued, noting that most people would have done the same thing. Gathering momentum for his ending, Getty extolled the virtues of Merle and Gerdina Farmer as witnesses. "I have tried over 400 murder cases," Getty told the jurors. "I have seen many witnesses, and Merle and Gerdina Farmer are the best alibi witnesses I have ever encountered, because they came to Jerry Getty from the state." Finishing with the contention that the killer or killers had been in the nurse's townhouse for an hour and a half before Richard Speck left Kay's pilot house, Getty ended with the words, "I commit you to make a proper decision in this case." Martin found it odd that Getty could not bring himself to say the final words of every defense summation. "Find him not guilty." Judge Passion declared a short recess, and as spectators milled in the corridor, Martin arose and walked quietly about the courtroom, trying to develop a sense of the impact the public defender had had on the jury. He had listened attentively to every word that came out of Getty's mouth, and he knew that his job during the rebuttal was to do just that, rebut Getty. Getty had gambled Speck's life on the testimony of the farmers. His gamble was not so much that the farmers' alibi would acquit Speck, but that it might generate just enough doubt to cause the jury to refuse to sign a death verdict. It was Martin's job to dispel those doubts so convincingly that the jury would fix Speck's punishment as death. Prosecutors cannot prepare a rebuttal. They can only hope that the right words are there when the time comes. For Martin, the time had come. The jury reassembled in the courtroom, and Judge Passion ascended the bench. Martin stood up and walked slowly to the center of the jury box. He was wearing a dark gray vested suit, a white tab-collared shirt, and a red and white striped tie, and carried no notes. The prosecutor promptly went to the heart of Getty's defense and dismissed the farmer's alibi because of its inherent improbability. "The human mind is not a stopwatch." After analyzing the many reasons why the farmer's estimate of time was apt to be off, Martin contrasted their fleeting opportunity to observe Speck with the long, lingering opportunity afforded the only nurse to escape Speck's murderous rage, Corazon Amaral. Martin took the jurors through Cora's testimony, reminding them of the many times she had been face to face with the killer, beginning the moment he stood in the light of her room, gun in hand, and demanded to know where her comrades were. Recalling the many minutes that had passed before Speck began his death march, Martin said that Speck's face was indelibly imprinted in the mind of the state's star witness. He also didn't let the jurors forget that Cora had chosen Speck's photo out of 104 others. She did this, Martin noted, before talking to the police artist. holding aloft the enlarged, juxtaposed photos of the police artist sketch and the Coast Guard photo of Speck that Cora had chosen as most similar. Martin told the jurors, "And we're not ashamed of this." He indicated the sketch, "either, because boy, take a look at this," indicating the photo. "And add that to the fact that she picked out the picture with the pockmarks and the swept-back hair. That's her identification. And it wasn't shaken 1 inch on cross-examination. Compare that with the farmers, who thought he looked like a German sailor, and they were so sure of the time." Martin wanted to rebut every insinuation that Getty had planted, turning his attention to the credibility of Army Sergeant Rich Oliva, who testified that he saw Speck drop a pocket knife in the bar of the Shipyard Inn less than 2 hours before he broke into the townhouse. Martin asked the jurors, "Did he come from Vietnam to stain his hands with the blood of an innocent man? Or did he in fact see the pocket knife on the floor? And did he in fact see Richard Speck slowly reach down and pick it up and put it back in his pocket? And is it so ridiculous for an army sergeant to tell you that the blade was 3 or 4 inches long when he had looked at the handle?" At times, Martin's voice would drop so low that the jurors could barely hear him. At others, it would reverberate off the paneled courtroom walls. He moved back and forth from the front of the jury box to the well of the court, and occasionally held up exhibits. Turning to the question of the extra T-shirts, Martin told the jurors, "Sure, he got a room at the Shipyard Inn. You know that it is easy to enter and leave that room without being seen by the patrons in the bar. And when he walked down 100th Street, and when he went to that townhouse, is it unreasonable to assume that he took the clothes with him? There is a park behind the townhouse. You have seen the park. You know it is there. Where did he sleep Tuesday night? What did he see? What idea was implanted in his mind on that Tuesday night that bore fruit on that evil Wednesday? Is it so unusual to find extra shirts from a man like that, who might again contemplate being in a park and needing a change of clothes? And when you kill 8 people, you must perspire very, very much. And if you are, as he has been shown to be, a person who likes to change shirts even without perspiring a lot, is it so unusual that he left 2 T-shirts in that house? And the black jacket is not only the testimony of Corazon Amaral, but also of Gene Thornton, who told you that when Speck left on Monday, he took a black jacket with him. Is that another coincidence? Like the knife? Like the gun? Like New Orleans? Like Cora identifying this picture? Can that be only a coincidence? He had the jacket. He had the shirts, and reasonably, we can assume he even had the bag. And sure, his bed was slept in that night. He went back to the Shipyard Inn. He went back there the same way he came to the townhouse, down 100th Street. He went back to that room a murderer who had snuffed out 8 lives. And he still slept in that bed. After describing the many ways Speck attempted to lie and run and escape, Martin turned his attention to the south bedroom door, which sat directly in front of the jurors. His oratory in full flight, he continued. "Not only," he said, "does Corazon Amaral get down from the witness stand and say, 'This is the man,' but this door also sits in this courtroom and says just as forcefully, just as dramatically, for now and for all time, 'This is the man.'" Having finished with the evidence of Speck's guilt, Martin turned to the need for the death penalty. Reminding the jurors that each and every one of them had sworn an oath to inflict the death penalty if they believed this was a proper case for it, he concluded this way: "We submit to you that this is a proper case. And if this is not a proper case, then there never will at any time or any place be a proper case. But the whole burden of determining a proper case does not rest on your shoulders. There's one extraordinarily significant fact in this case that I ask you to bear in mind when you soon go into that jury room to deliberate. The supreme and ultimate irony of this entire case is that before you ever came into this courtroom, before this case was ever assigned to Judge Passion, before Mr. Getty was ever appointed to defend Richard Franklin Speck, before we ever sought to prosecute it, there was a man who knew that this is a proper case for the death penalty. And that man sits before you, the accused, Richard Speck. And he told you, and he told the world that it was a proper case when he slashed his arm and he slashed his wrist lying in that cubicle at the Star Hotel, because he could run away from the Southeast Side. He could run away from his name, but he couldn't in the end run away from his conscience. And he knew well, that there can only be one penalty for a crime of this magnitude. There can be no other. He, who had the strength in his hands, in his wrists, in the sinews of his arms and shoulders to bind those 7 girls, didn't have the strength to take his own life. In the end, it was nurses and doctors who saved his life. Nurses, like the very ones he had killed. He, who had the strength to plunge that pocket knife into the heart of Pamela Wilkening, didn't have it when it came to taking his own life, but he knew his own life should be taken. He, who had the strength to plunge that knife 18 times into the body of Suzanne Farris, knew this was a proper case. He, who with the nurse's stockings strangled every breath out of her body, didn't have the strength to take his own life. He, who with that same knife that Oliva had seen on the floor, smashed the left eye of Mary Ann Jordan and plunged it 3 times into her chest, didn't have the strength to take his own life. He, who with those bindings choked the life from the body of Nina Schmale, didn't have the strength to take his own life. He, who could take that knife and slit 6 inches of the throat of Valentina Passion, didn't have the strength to take his own life. He, who could strangle every breath from Merlita Gargulo and puncture her 4 times and dislocate her neck with those strong hands, didn't have the strength to take his own life. He, who could take Patricia Matusak into that bathroom and tell her, lie down here, while her hands were knotted behind her back. He who could then kick her in the stomach, and with those same strong hands, with a double knot, strangle the last breath from her innocent body. He didn't have the strength to take his own life. But he knew this was a proper case. He knew it long before anyone else. He knew it after he had done it. And after he had defiled the body of Gloria Jean Davy while she was still alive, he, then, with those strong hands, with a double knot, squeezed the last breath of life from her and left her lying nude on the couch. He had that strength, but not the strength to take his own life. The words had come easily to Martin, because for 9 months his whole life had been invested in this moment. He was building to his conclusion. The law must exact pain. And, in this case, the law must exact another human life. And we don't stand here and with arrogance tell you that this is any great pleasure to take a life. But we face that duty which descends upon society to protect itself. We must protect ourselves from killings like this. Ladies and gentlemen, it is your responsibility to this county and to this sovereign state to say that a man cannot murder 8 innocent girls in their beds and expect to spend the rest of his life in a prison cell. You cannot say that. That is easy. But courage is what is demanded of you. The same courage that Corazon Amaral had that made her survive. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt about the defendant's guilt. If you doubt his guilt, send him home tonight if you will. But if you find him guilty, this is a proper case. He knows that it is a proper case. And when you are alone sometime, when this is all over, and perhaps you see an early morning sunrise, or perhaps you walk alone in the rain, or perhaps you are alone somewhere in your own house, and you examine your conscience, don't let it be said that on April 15th, 1967, you fled from that duty and that moment of responsibility that society has entrusted to you. You are paid a very small sum, and you are taken from your families and you are placed here to decide life and death. This is your moment of responsibility. Don't do the easy thing and simply say guilty. This is a proper case for you to live with your conscience for the rest of your life, for you to sign the verdict finding him guilty and fixing his punishment at death. The final words came straight from Martin's liberal conscience. And write it not with vengeance toward Speck as a man, because the law doesn't bear vengeance toward men. The law is here to control society and to deter crime in the future. Write that verdict not in hatred. Write that verdict not with any sense of animosity, but write it in truth, because this is a proper case. And write it because this is the only just verdict that can be returned in this case. Find him guilty and fix his punishment at death. Finally drained of emotion, Martin sat down next to Murtaugh, and both prosecutors stared at the jurors as Judge Passion read the instructions of law in a monotone. The bailiffs then took the jurors out of the courtroom for a box lunch in another jury room. Considerate to the end, Passion wanted the jurors to be able to eat in peace before having to take the written instructions of law and the actual forms for the 3 possible verdicts into the jury room of Courtroom A to begin their deliberations. It was now high noon. Martin believed that waiting in the courthouse for the return of a verdict was a sure way to get an ulcer. The lawyers from both sides left for their hotels. There were no reporters to avoid, because they had already heard everything that everyone had to say and had left to file their reports of the closing arguments. The next big story would be the verdict itself. The verdict could take hours, or it could take days. In the meantime, the state's team sat down to a large table at the Ramada Inn and ordered lunch. Before their lunch arrived, however, Court Clerk Paul Trumpeter put through an urgent phone call to Martin. After only 49 minutes of deliberations, the jury had reached its verdict. Chapter 39. It did not take long for everyone to reassemble in Courtroom A. The jury filed in, led by Foreman George Wyman, the ex-Marine who had once prosecuted courts-martial. Wyman handed the 8 separate verdict forms to a bailiff, who gave them to Paul Trumpeter. The courtroom waited in hushed anticipation as Trumpeter began to read. We, the jury, find the defendant Richard Franklin Speck guilty of the murder of Gloria Jean Davy in the manner and form as charged in the indictment, and we fix his punishment at death. Trumpeter then read 7 additional verdicts, all identical to the one for Gloria Jean Davy. He concluded the reading of each verdict by saying, "Signed by the foreman and the other 11 jurors." There were 96 signatures affixed to the 8 separate verdict forms. The jurors were then individually polled by Judge Passion with a single question. Were these and are these now your verdicts? Without hesitation, each of the 12 jurors responded, "Yes, sir." Passion thanked the jury, asked them to retire, and then cleared the court. Bill Martin felt numb as he slowly made his way down to the prosecutor's large office in the first floor of the courthouse. A bailiff guarded the door, allowing only lawyers, police officers, and family to enter. Despite the gathering crowd, the large room was strangely quiet. To Martin, everything in the room seemed to be moving in slow motion. He spotted Murtaugh and Zagel in a corner, and the 3 prosecutors unashamedly hugged. Detective Jack Walenda soon joined them, tears streaming down his face. By now, the families of the nurses were in the room and rushed over to the members of Team Spec to shake their hands or kiss them affectionately on the cheek. Zagel later remarked that being in that room at that time created a physical sensation of knowing that you are present at an occasion that is both sad and momentous. Somehow, the victims had remained alive during the trial of their murderer. The end of the trial, however, is the final part of their deaths. State's Attorney John Stamos pulled Martin aside and asked him if he'd be able to write a statement for the press. The reporters were in force outside the courthouse door and would not leave without some comment from the prosecutors. Martin excused himself and went to a desk to try to jot something down. After every brief attempt, he would stop and throw the paper away. Finally, he said, "John, I don't think that I can write anything out. Can we just go outside and get this over with?" Team Spec, prosecutors, and police alike walked out to the top of the courthouse steps to face a sea of reporters and Saturday spectators. Standing in the spotlight, Martin looked out at the plaza fountain, quietly splashing in the spring sunshine, and spoke 2 sentences. "The enforcement of the criminal law, particularly in a capital case, is certainly something that doesn't leave us any cause to rejoice or to celebrate. We came here to perform a duty that is imposed upon us by the statutes. We presented the evidence to the citizens of this county, and we believe that they did their duty in returning a verdict." Chapter 40. Technically, the 12 jurors had only recommended that Speck be sent to the electric chair. It would be up to Judge Herbert Passion to actually impose the death sentence, and he had the option of rejecting the jurors' recommendation. Getty not only could move for a new trial, he would also be able to present evidence in mitigation of the jury's recommended sentence as a final effort to help his client avoid the electric chair. A brief session was convened by Judge Passion Monday morning in Courtroom A of the Peoria County Courthouse. Much like a pin deflates a balloon, Saturday's verdict had taken all the emotion out of the proceedings. Everyone, the judge, the prosecution, and the defense, was spent from Saturday's passion, and in an anticlimactic gathering, it was agreed that all post-trial motions would be heard in Chicago, and that Richard Franklin Speck would be transferred back to his death row cell in the Cook County Jail. The papers of Sunday, April 16th had trumpeted the news from Peoria. The banner headline in the Chicago Tribune proclaimed, "Death Sentence for Speck." Both the Tribune and veteran Chicago Sun-Times crime reporter Ray Brennan had obtained copies of the jailhouse interviews conducted with Speck by Dr. Marvin Ziporin. Both papers reported extensive summaries of Ziporin's reports, and it was disclosed that Brennan had enjoyed access to the reports during the trial, but had withheld publication in order not to violate the press order issued by Passion. This was strong proof of the effectiveness of, and necessity for, the press order. That same Sunday night, the Amaral clan, Cora, Mama, and Roger, and their police friends enjoyed a celebratory dinner at Arnie Morton's restaurant in Chicago and reminisced about their days at the Moraine on the Lake months earlier. The happy days of this odd extended family of Filipinos and police were drawing to an end. Once the trial had concluded, reporters learned where Cora had been staying, and police were now afraid that kooks might begin harassing her. A few days later, Cora and her police bodyguards moved out of the Sheridan Surf and relocated to Chicago's famed Edgewater Beach Hotel. On April 20th, Ziporyn was fired from his $8,100 a year part-time job as the Cook County Jail psychiatrist. Sheriff Joe Woods told reporters, "He has too big a mouth." The official reason was that he had exploited his position and used county time to pursue a private project, his interviews with Richard Speck, for the purpose of writing a book for financial gain. In the uproar over Speck's conviction, Ziporyn also lost his publisher, Hawthorne Books. The publishing house was owned by W. Clement Stone, the Chicago insurance magnate and Republican fundraiser, and Stone decided that he could not be associated in any way with Richard Speck. The publishing rights were subsequently sold to Grove Press in New York, which published Ziporyn's book entitled Born to Raise Hell in the summer of 1967. The Saturday Evening Post paid $25,000 to excerpt portions. On April 28th, Martin accompanied the four-man police detail as it escorted the Amaraus to O'Hare Airport for their trip home to the Philippines. The Amaraus cover was retained right to the very end, as Martin leaked erroneous information to the press that Cora would be leaving Chicago on April 29th, one day later. Invoking the magic talisman for the Speck case, the police also managed to get Cora and her family pre-boarded on the plane, a move that foiled a Tribune reporter who got a belated tip that Cora was leaving a day earlier than announced. By the time the photographer arrived at the airport gate, Cora, Mama, and Roger, who was anxious to get home to his wife, had already exchanged warm hugs and handshakes with their Chicago protectors and had settled in for the long flight home. The U.S. State Department had been notified of the Amaraus' departure and had made sure that Japanese security police would provide all amenities for their overnight stopover in Tokyo. One day later, the Amaraus touched down in Manila and were greeted with open arms by the Philippine government. The Philippine Consul General in Chicago, Generoso Provido, proved to be a politician to the end, sending Martin a florid telegram congratulating the state's attorney's office on its successful quest for justice. That quest, however, was not over. On Monday, May 15th, Getty filed a 55-page motion for a new trial, alleging multiple errors by Passion during his conduct of the trial. Arguing for more than 2 hours, Getty cited everything from Passion's denial of a trial judge other than himself to Passion's refusal to move the trial out of Peoria after it had already been moved from Chicago to Peoria. Only Passion could judge Getty's motion because, as the trial judge, he was the only judge familiar with the entire record of the trial. However, Passion was mindful that his decision would be reviewed by appellate courts and that any errors could lead to a reversal. Passion was confident of his prior rulings. When Getty stopped talking, Passion denied his motion for a new trial. Richard Speck would be held guilty of the murders of 8 nurses. The only issue remaining was an 11th-hour effort by Getty to seek mitigation and mercy for his client, to help Speck avoid the electric chair. Passion set this hearing for May 25th. Getty was investigating the possibility that his client was suffering from an epileptic furor at the time he took his gun and knife, put on his black jacket, and walked to the townhouse to kill. Getty's extensive post-verdict maneuverings were keeping Martin busy 6 days a week, but at least he had escaped from his cinnamon toast and cheeseburger diet at the Ramada Inn and was back home in Chicago, able to enjoy home-cooked meals and get reacquainted with his 4 children: Mark, age 5, Patrick, 4, Colleen, 3, and Victoria, 1. Sundays, he and his wife took the family to Brookfield Zoo, Kittyland, and the Museum of Science and Industry. Since the older children understood what Speck had done, Martin frequently had to reassure them. "No, honey, he's not going to get out of jail and try to kill you." Martin also had time to go to his parents' house and noticed that the paint job remained to be done. He assured them he would get to it soon. George Murtaugh was overjoyed that he could return by day to his assignment in felony trial court, and by night to his wife and 2 young children. John Glenville also returned to felony trial court, sad that he had not been able to participate in the Speck trial. Only Jim Zagel remained with Martin as a full-time member of Team Speck. The remaining phase of the case involved psychiatric testimony, which was Zagel's specialty. In the middle of May, the 4 prosecutors were briefly reunited at a meeting with their boss, State's Attorney John Stamos. The meeting was a surprise, and the 4 men wondered if, perhaps, something had gone wrong. Cigar in hand, Stamos rose majestically from behind his huge polished desk and nonchalantly handed each man an envelope. The 4 were stunned and speechless. Each envelope contained a bonus check from the county board for $1,000. Bonuses were unheard of in the state's attorney's office, and Martin's entire salary was only $10,000 a year. Observing the bewilderment on the faces in front of him, Stamos said laconically, "Shit, it's the least we can do for you, after all you have done for us." On May 25th, it was back to court to hear Getty ask Judge Passion to authorize additional brainwave tracings or electroencephalograms, EEGs, of Speck to determine whether or not he had been suffering from an alcohol-induced epileptic furor on the night of the murders. The defense was desperately trying to find a biological reason to explain Speck's evil. The feisty and loquacious Jim Doherty argued that it was absolutely imperative that additional EEGs be taken of Speck, both while he was in a deep sleep and while he was under the influence of alcohol. Doherty said that the new tests would show whether or not Speck might have been prone to epileptic fits when drinking. In response, Martin filed the formerly confidential 11 complete examinations of Speck by the 6-member psychiatric panel and its 5 consultants, plus the reports of Doctors Feinerman, Haynes, Littner, and Ziporin. The reports had not been part of the court record previously, in order to prevent their content from being reported by the media. The fear was that if the jurors were aware that the panel unanimously found Richard Speck sane, then they could not fairly judge an insanity defense if one were presented. Martin also filed the original EEG taken of Speck on September 29, 1966 at the Psychiatric Institute and subsequently analyzed by the panel's consulting neurologist and electroencephalographer. Martin argued that 15 medical experts had already examined Speck without finding any trace of epilepsy, and that the defense had not stated sufficient grounds that the new tests they were proposing would in any way affect the court's decision on the mass murderer. Passion adjourned the session by telling Getty to be prepared to proceed the next day with any evidence that he had mitigating against the death penalty. The judge said that he would rule on the advisability of the proposed new EEGs at that time. The next day, the defense called Dr. Frederick Gibbs, a prominent electroencephalographer from the University of Illinois Medical Center, to testify in favor of the new tests. Dr. Gibbs said that alcohol-provoked and deep sleep EEGs would complete the brain tests of Speck. He added that the additional tests could be performed upon 10-channel EEG machines, compared to the limited 8-channel machines used during the earlier tests. Martin stood on the scientific reports that the state had already filed with the court and argued that the additional EEGs were not required medically, scientifically, or legally. However, since the state had no standing to oppose a defense request to test the defendant, all Martin believed he could do was make a strong push with Passion to expedite the proceedings. However, Martin changed his position when he learned that the 2 new psychiatrists Getty was proposing examine Speck were planning to use the new EEG results for a treatise on violence, and that the Chicago lawyer who represented them, was the same lawyer who had represented Dr. Marvin Ziporyn in negotiating his book, Born to Raise Hell, and the Hollywood rights for it. Believing that the public defender and his client were being unwittingly used to further another scheme to profit from the sensational case, Martin adamantly opposed the new tests. To bolster his position, Martin interviewed the members of the court-appointed panel. Their response was unanimous. The proposed EEGs were neither essential, indicated, nor necessary. Martin also enlisted the testimony of Dr. John R. Hughes, the Northwestern Memorial Hospital electroencephalographer who had read Speck's EEG for the court panel. He said that deep sleep EEGs are not as reliable as the light sleep readings he had previously analyzed, and that alcohol-provoked EEGs had been discredited as a diagnostic tool 12 years ago. Judge Passion had heard enough. He denied the defense motion for the new EEG tests, noting, "I am not interested in making Richard Franklin Speck a guinea pig for history," adding that the proposed tests would not have any bearing on mitigation for the mass killer. Passion continued the case until June 2nd, at which time, he told Getty, he wanted to hear actual evidence arguing for mitigation. The only thing left between Richard Speck and the death penalty would be the testimony of Dr. Nair Littner, an urbane Freudian analyst and child psychiatrist who had interviewed only one other murderer in his professional life. For reasons only hinted at previously, Getty had decided not to use Dr. Ziporyn as a witness in the pre-sentencing hearing. Marvin Ziporyn, the man who had spent more than 100 hours with Richard Speck and become his closest confidant and his biographer, would never take the witness stand to try to save his patient's life. Martin was determined that neither the distinguished Freudian psychiatrist nor the final impassioned arguments of Jerry Getty, who had never lost a client to the electric chair, would help Speck avoid his just punishment. With the case winding down to its final days, Getty and Martin were still able to walk into Judge Passion's majestic seventh-floor courtroom accompanied, as usual, by several colleagues and appear civil to each other. The ordeal of the 8-week trial, however, had taken its toll, and now the two lawyers were about to get personal. The flashpoint was reached on June 2nd, when Getty told the judge that the state had previously agreed to allow Speck to undergo the new EEG tests. Martin termed this an absolute falsehood, prompting Getty to blast back, "Well, I'm just sick and tired of being accused of falsehoods by this angelic altar boy." The only witness of the day, the energetic and trim Dr. Nair Littner, dressed and looked more like the CEO of a major accounting firm than a psychiatrist. At the time, there were 18,000 psychiatrists in the U.S., and only 1,100 psychoanalysts like Littner. He took the stand looking confident and unconcerned about his lack of courtroom experience. Littner had interviewed Speck for 2 hours on the morning of February 4th, and another 2 hours that same afternoon. He had also studied the reports of the court-appointed psychiatric panel and the inquiry into Speck's Dallas years that had been compiled by the assistant public defender Jim Gramenos. Littner told Judge Passion that Speck suffered from a serious mental disease, which he termed chronic personality disorder with neurotic features. He observed that Speck used a number of neurotic and self-destructive behaviors to try to cope with the excessive anxiety and unbearable tension in his mind. He explained that this anxiety was due to Speck's sense of guilt and inadequacy, and that it caused him to have no control over his impulses, especially when he was drinking. Littner said that Speck had been suffering from this mental disease from at least age 13, and possibly as early as 6. He then enumerated 7 broad patterns of behavior as examples of Speck's mental illness. Littner's explanation of these 7 behavior patterns tripped off his tongue as fluently as if he were lecturing a seminar of graduate students. Judge Passion turned toward the witness with great interest and took notes rapidly. First, beginning at age 6, Littner told the court, Speck had developed various phobias, including a fear of closed spaces, an irrational fear of being stared at by strangers, and an excessive anxiety about reciting in front of classmates, a fear of swimming because of the possibility that water moccasins might be lurking in the water, a tendency toward nightmares in which he was buried alive, and a fear of spiders. Littner termed these fears as being all part of one cluster of symptoms, using phobias to deal with inner tension. Second, Speck used hysterical or bodily symptoms, throbbing headaches, blurring vision, dizzy spells, and sexual impotence to try to deal with the tension in his mind. Third, Littner said, was Speck's long history of self-destructive behaviors, auto accidents, falling from trees, running into poles, acquiring gonorrhea on 5 separate occasions and syphilis on 2, which were Speck's way of handling his great surges of guilt. Fourth was Speck's pattern of abusing alcohol and drugs and seeking out violence, especially knife fights, a sign of unbearable tension in Speck's mind and a symptom of his mental disease. Fifth was Speck's trouble proneness, including 36 arrests in Dallas and 2 stays in prison. He needed to get into trouble and get caught by the police, Littner said, because of his anxiety and tension. Sixth, the analyst said, was Speck's inability to be close to people, preferring the company of older, beaten-down men and bad-news women to people his own age. Littner said that Speck's association with prostitutes proved his basic difficulty in forming close relationships with women. Seventh was the fact that Speck had been proven inadequate to the major tests of maturity: school, jobs, marriage, every aspect of growing up that implies independence. Pointing out that Speck was the family deviate, Littner suggested that the cause of the difference from the rest of the law-abiding, church-going family was Speck's mental illness. Littner maintained a detached, professorial air as he began to address the burning question of why Speck murdered 8 women. On Wednesday, July 13, 1966, Littner theorized, Speck was living in a pressure cooker in his mind and drank all day, one of his favorite ways to relieve tension. Further, Speck took a lot of pills he got from a stranger and also injected himself in the arm with an unknown drug. In Littner's version, Speck paid for a prostitute, but was unable to perform, and turned her over to the men with whom he had been drinking. Littner saw Speck's entire Wednesday as a means of trying to cope with the overwhelming tension in his mind. The erudite psychiatrist was an impressive witness. He did not refer to notes and displayed a mastery of the evidence. Littner concluded with his opinion that Speck should be confined and given intensive psychoanalytic treatment so that society can learn something to prevent the Richard Specks of tomorrow. I think that it would be a great disservice to psychiatry if we pretended that there are no reasons to explain a Richard Speck, if we pretend to ourselves that he is just bad and explain his crime away on that basis. Based upon what he had heard about and from Littner, Martin thought that the psychiatrist was both brilliant and honest, and that his only motive for testifying was his sincere view that psychoanalyzing Speck was a way to prevent future mass murderers. At the same time, the prosecutor thought that Littner's theory was fatally flawed because it assumed that Speck had told the truth, and Speck was a world-class liar who had manipulated the Freudian analyst as easily he had the nurses. In an effort to burst what he considered a hot air balloon of Freudian jargon, Martin did a mildly sarcastic cross-examination. Littner was the only witness of the day, and Passion adjourned the hearing until 2:15 p.m., at which time he said that he would hear the final arguments on whether or not he should impose the death penalty. During the luncheon recess, Martin was left alone to ponder the fact that Getty's hope for an insanity verdict after a 2-stage trial probably would have failed anyway, because it was now apparent, after Littner's testimony, that his 2 experts, Ziporyn and Littner, were in irrevocable conflict. Ziporyn said that Speck was an obsessive-compulsive personality who demonstrated guilt, remorse, and shame. Littner testified that Speck was suffering from a severe chronic personality disorder with mixed neurotic traits, and that he had found no evidence of guilt, remorse, or shame. Ziporyn found that Speck totally had no control over his impulsive behavior because of his organic brain syndrome and alcohol, barbiturate, and methadone-poisoned nervous system that cannot break, control, or censor him. Littner emphasized how Speck's inner anxieties and tensions led him to impulsive behaviors. Most significantly, Ziporyn based his diagnosis on Speck's ability to have loving relationships with members of his family, while Littner testified that one of the killer's basic problems was a chronic inability to form close relationships with others. The essence of Ziporyn's thesis had been that Speck cannot be understood without reference to multiple cerebral injuries, and that Speck has an organic brain defect, chronic brain syndrome, associated with cerebral trauma. Littner considered this alleged cerebral trauma, but concluded that Speck shows no evidence of neurological physical disease. Clearly, Getty could not have presented these two experts to the same jury without incurring the substantial risk that each of their contradictory diagnoses would be disbelieved and rejected. Martin felt better. The Illinois Supreme Court could not logically find that Judge Passion had erred in denying the public defender's motion for a two-stage trial. It was time for the final task, to convince kindly Herb Passion, gardener and grandfather, that the 25-year-old Speck should be jolted to death by electricity. In his final argument, Getty made an impassioned personal plea to Passion not to inflict the death penalty. Part of his argument included his reasons for not using an insanity defense for Speck. Getty began by estimating that the 6 court-appointed panel physicians had spent a total of 21 hours and 50 minutes trying to fathom the depths of Richard Speck's mind. He continued, "Many people have suggested that I should have had a psychiatric defense, although I have reiterated again and again that I could not have used a psychiatric defense. The defendant has never admitted his guilt to me, nor has he been able to tell me how the murders were done. So there isn't any lawyer who pleads guilty a client who cannot tell him that he is guilty or how the murder was done. And that is exactly what a psychiatric defense is. You are pleading your client guilty and saying, yes, but this is the mental condition of this man at this time." Getty added that even if Speck had told him that he was guilty, that the odds against an insanity defense were too great, 1 Littner against 7, the 6 panel members plus Dr. Haynes. Referring specifically to Ziporyn, whose financial involvement in Born to Raise Hell had been publicized widely after the verdict, Getty told Passion, "I could have had 2 witnesses for the defense, but I have not called one in mitigation because I do not think that he would have any influence on Your Honor, because of reports of his writing a book for personal gain, and I would not bring that kind of testimony before Your Honor." There had been a great amount of armchair quarterbacking questioning Getty's choice of an alibi defense over the defense of insanity, especially since the alibi kept the jury out for only 49 minutes. In truth, though, this was an unfair and uninformed criticism of Getty. For an insanity defense, all he had to work with were the conflicting theories of a psychiatrist with an enormous financial interest in the defendant and a Freudian analyst with no experience in dealing with criminals. Had Getty tried an insanity defense, he knew he would face as many as 13 experts who found Richard Speck sane at the time of the murders. Speaking with passion and conviction, Getty turned his attention to why Passion should not inflict the death penalty. Pointing out that the abolishment of capital punishment had occurred in 13 states and was knocking on the door in Illinois, Getty said that the judge should heed the temper of the times. Getty knew that Passion was not a hanging judge. and he tried to appeal to his humanitarianism and sensitivity. He offered him the compromise of giving Speck, instead, 8 consecutive life sentences. This would be a greater punishment, Getty concluded. It was Martin's turn. He knew that Passion found it personally distasteful to take a man's life. It would take a strong argument to convince him, and this was Martin's final assignment during the Speck trial. Standing at the lectern with Murtaugh and Zegel seated to his left, Martin's voice rose and fell with emotion. He gave the same argument to the judge he would have given to a jury, comparing Speck's evil to that of the Nazis, and noting, "We know that there is evil in this world, and that it does not masquerade as insanity. This is the nature of man." Speck had shown no mercy to the nurses, Martin argued, and the law could now show no mercy to Speck. There was nothing more to be done or said. Passion took the case under advisement, saying that he would return to Peoria the next Monday, June 5th, to pronounce sentence. That Sunday, Martin and Murtaugh, once again, set out in their unmarked squad car for the Peoria Ramada Inn. This time, though, they traveled light. Chapter 41. Monday, June 5th, 1967, 11 a.m., the Peoria County Courthouse. It was a beautiful day in late spring. Outside, in the courtyard plaza, trees and fountains sparkled in the morning sun. Inside, Courtroom A was crowded with the news media, police, and families of the nurses, as everyone awaited the final act in the dark drama of Richard Franklin Speck. Unsmiling, Judge Passion ascended the bench. He would remain unsmiling when he left, only minutes later. The clerk called the case, and Passion asked, "Is there anything counsel wishes to add before I pronounce sentence?" Jerry Getty stood, his eyes betraying how tired he was from the ordeal that had begun 11 months earlier. He said stiffly, "On my behalf and on behalf of the defendant, there is nothing more that we can say, and there are no further motions at this time. I have also conferred this morning with the defendant, Richard Speck, and he advised me that he has nothing to say himself personally." Richard Speck, the master of barroom braggadocio, was never to utter a single word in the courtroom. His voice raspy but polite, Judge Passion said, "Very well. Will you bring the prisoner before the bench, please?" Getty curtly told Speck, "Step up." Speck's face betrayed no emotion as he stood and shuffled up to the front of the bench, standing next to Getty. Passion looked away from Speck to the typed sheets in front of him and declared that he was about to read the judgment and execution order. He coughed and began. Although his voice was steady, he read the archaic language in a monotone that was hurried enough to suggest that he wanted this case over and done with. He read, "And now neither the defendant Richard Franklin Speck nor his counsel having anything further to say why judgment and sentence should not be pronounced, thereupon it is the order and judgment of the court that the defendant, Richard Franklin Speck, upon the verdicts of the jury as aforesaid, is guilty of the crimes of the murders of Pamela Lee Wilkening, Suzanne Bridget Ferris, Mary Ann Jordan, Nina Jo Schmale, Valentina P. Passion, Merlita Gargulo, Patricia Ann Matusak, and Gloria Jean Davy, in the manner and form charged in the indictments." Passion paused to adjust his dark-rimmed glasses before reading the last dramatic words. "Therefore, it is ordered and adjudged by the court that the defendant, Richard Franklin Speck, be and he is hereby committed to the custody of the Sheriff of Peoria County, Illinois, to be taken from the bar of this court to the common jail of Peoria County from whence he came, and from thence by the Sheriff of Peoria County forthwith to the Illinois State Penitentiary, and be delivered to the warden or keeper of said penitentiary, and the said warden or keeper is hereby required and commanded to take the body of the defendant, Richard Franklin Speck, from and after the delivery thereof, and confine him in safe and secure custody until the 1st day of September 1967, and that the defendant, Richard Franklin Speck, be on that day at the Illinois State Penitentiary, put to death by causing to pass through the body of the defendant, Richard Franklin Speck, a current of electricity of sufficient intensity to cause death, and the application and continuance of such current through the body of the defendant until such defendant is dead. Like a giant balloon, the word dead hung suspended in the air. Motioning toward Richard Franklin Speck, who had stared ahead in icy silence throughout the brief proceeding, Passion told the bailiff, "Take him away. Court is adjourned." Part 5. The Aftermath. Richard Speck died of a massive heart attack on December 5, 1991. The nurses and doctors of the Silver Cross Hospital in Joliet, Illinois, struggled for 6 hours in an unsuccessful attempt to save him. He was 1 day short of his 50th birthday and had spent more than half his life at Stateville, the nearby correctional center. A long and sedentary prison life had transformed the once lean killer into a pasty, middle-aged man with a prominent paunch and a deeply lined, puffy face. He was seldom seen without a cigarette dangling from his hands or lips, and he was known to be a fan of jailhouse hooch or homemade alcohol. The autopsy disclosed that he had an enlarged heart and that his left anterior descending artery, one of 3 supplying the heart with oxygen, was 100% blocked. He also suffered from emphysema, and his weight was a hefty 220 pounds. The coroner duly noted his collection of tattoos, including the inscription Shirley on the back of his right shoulder and Carol on the front of his right calf. On the front of his left calf was the image of an erect penis with wings, a tattoo Speck had referred to as his West Texas Dicky bird. The tattoo on his right forearm of a snake encircling a knife was blurred, but still visible. The emblematic Born to Raise Hell tattoo on his left forearm had been burned off with a cigarette. Speck's brain was removed and preserved for possible additional study. Dr. Alvin Ring, the pathologist at Silver Cross who performed the autopsy, removed Speck's brain and sent it for examination to Jan Liestma, M.D., a neuropathologist and highly respected member of the Chicago Institute of Neurosurgery. After the conclusion of the autopsy, Speck's body was not claimed. The Will County coroner, Dwayne Krieger, spoke with one of Speck's sisters. She told Krieger that the family was afraid people would desecrate the grave if they knew where Speck was buried. Since no one claimed the body, Speck was cremated, except for his brain, and Speck's ashes were scattered in a location known only to Krieger, his chief deputy, a pastoral worker, and a Joliet newspaperman. Their secret about where the ashes were scattered in the Joliet area has never been revealed. By this time, Dr. Liestma had received Speck's brain in formalin. He has an exemplary resume and served as a neuropathology consultant to the Cook County Medical Examiner. After performing a gross examination of the brain, he photographed it. Dr. Liestma was struck by what he perceived as a strange anatomy of the hippocampal formations, the medial temporal lobe area involved in memory formation, and located close to the amygdala, which controls aspects of mood and aggression. When the doctor showed gross photos to other experts in neuropathology, without telling them the photos were of Richard Speck's brain, they agreed that there might be structural abnormality in the hippocampus and possibly the amygdala. Dr. Liestma had performed over 20,000 brain examinations at the time he examined Speck's brain, and he had not previously seen the anatomical abnormality he observed in Speck's brain. There has been a large body of scientific literature on the hippocampus and amygdalae and their relations to aggression and epilepsy since 1991. Case studies have been published regarding possible lesions in these areas that may be responsible for aberrant behavior in man and higher functioning animals. The literature is all over the place, Liestma told Martin in an interview for the updating of this book. The structural abnormality may mean something and may mean nothing. That is why I wanted to send it to Dr. Marcel Mesulam at Harvard, the best expert in the world on the hippocampus, he said. Dr. Liestma did not complete sectioning the brain because he decided to send it to Dr. Mesulam, and he did not want to damage the brain in any way so as not to interfere with further examination. For all Dr. Liestma knew, the Harvard expert might have wanted to do special studies he could not do. He very carefully packaged the brain to send to Harvard. What happened next is startling and frustrating. A secretary placed the brain and other packages in the anteroom of an office that was not secure. When the commercial courier came to pick up the items, they were gone. As best we know, someone stole them. Liestma searched in garbage cans all over the neighborhood, and a reward was offered. Speck's brain had vanished and has never been recovered. The perversity of fate had prevented further scientific study of Speck's brain. In closing, Dr. Liestma said, "This seriously unfortunate occurrence is just one more enigma which surrounds Speck. Very, very frustrating and embarrassing." Speck had narrowly escaped the death penalty. After his death, he escaped having science study his brain. Dr. Liestma authored the third edition of Forensic Neuropathology, published by CRC Press in 2014. In Chapter 9, titled Forensic Aspects of Complex Neural Functions, he wrote a section on the Richard Speck case. He wrote that Speck's hippocampal formation appeared somewhat unusual, in that there may have been a malformation of the Ammon's horn, with a somewhat smaller than expected, possibly firm and gliotic, right hippocampus. The left temporal lobe appeared somewhat larger than the right, and there may have been a slight ventricular asymmetry, with the left lateral ventricle slightly larger than the right, an observation noted in the CT and MRI scans taken during Speck's life. He further found that if a demonstrable abnormality in Speck's hippocampus could have been found, it would have added to the body of knowledge in which hippocampal lesions apparently can have behavioral effects. However, in a specific case, such correlations remain elusive. Speck evaded the electric chair and lived to die of natural causes because the U.S. Supreme Court changed its philosophy on capital punishment. His 1967 date with the electric chair was automatically appealed to the Illinois Supreme Court, which affirmed his death penalty on November 22, 1968. However, on June 28, 1971, the U.S. Supreme Court reversed the affirmation, ruling that potential jurors opposed to capital punishment had been improperly excluded from Speck's and 41 other death penalty cases. In June 1972, the nation's High Court went a step further and ruled that the death penalty was unconstitutional. Accordingly, on September 20, 1972, the Illinois Supreme Court voided Speck's death sentence. Speck was delighted at his continued good luck in evading the legal consequences of his murderous actions. On July 13, 1971, 5 years to the day from the time Speck had knocked on the nurse's townhouse door, the killer was evaluated by a prison psychiatrist. Although he was still locked up on death row in the separate Joliet branch of Stateville, Speck was well aware that only 2 weeks earlier, the U.S. Supreme Court had rescued him from the electric chair. Speck had no complaints for the psychiatrist, who reported Speck to be friendly, outgoing, and without psychosis or need of psychiatric intervention. Speck said, "Things are fine. I get along with everybody. They have a good bunch of guards working here. I'm in A1 shape." The killer spoke of boozing, blockbusters, redbirds, and yellow jackets, but with characteristic drollness added, "I've quit drinking lately." Speck's resentencing was scheduled for November 21, 1972, in Courtroom A of the Peoria Courthouse. At 1:30 a.m. on November 21st, Stateville Assistant Warden George Stampar went to Speck's cell on death row. and awakened him for a special night flight on a single-engine plane to Peoria. Speck, however, stubbornly refused to go, exclaiming, "I've never been on an airplane before, and I'm not going to get on an airplane now." Stampar called for advice and was given an unequivocal order: "Get him on the fucking airplane." Stampar decided to try diplomacy. "You'll be able to brag about riding in the governor's plane," he suggested. Speck flashed his hillbilly grin and agreed to board the plane for the short, low-altitude flight. When the two arrived at the Peoria jail, Speck announced, "I'm not going to eat any shit they try to feed me. They'll poison me." Anxious to accomplish his mission, Stampar agreed to go to an all-night restaurant and fetch Speck's requested order for a hamburger and Pepsi. At lunch the next day, Speck renewed his distrust of jail food, and Stampar again obliged him with a hamburger and Pepsi from the same nearby grill. By November 21, 1972, both Martin and Getty had left public office for private practice, and Judge Passion had died. Getty, however, returned to Peoria to speak for one final time on behalf of his most infamous client. Speck sat impassively throughout the hearing, wearing a black suit and open white shirt, and resting his head on his left hand. Presiding Judge Richard J. Fitzgerald of the Cook County Criminal Court imposed the new sentence: 8 consecutive sentences of not less than 50 nor more than 100 years, for a total sentence of 400 to 1,200 years. The sentence ended with Speck's heart attack. The killer had adjusted well to the numbing routine of life behind the walls. Retired Stateville Warden Vernon Revis, who saw Speck daily for 15 years, describes him as just a big nothing doing time. "All I've ever known him to do is paint walls and eat. He was a total loner who could have cared less if the sun rose or not. He just shuffled along, never in a hurry. The other inmates let him alone. I never saw him in the gym or the recreation yard or taking any classes. He'd talk forever to me, just shooting the breeze if I'd let him. Most of the time he had a request: 'Warden, can you get me a new shirt? Warden, can you get me a new radio?' He was never a threat to go over the wall and try to escape. It was impossible to get mad at him or he at you. Of course, all that might have changed if you gave him a six-pack and a knife." A prison guard once said of Speck, "If a tornado had blown this place down, Speck would have been the last man to leave." Unsatisfying as it is, neither police work nor psychiatry ever fully penetrated the mystery of Speck's evil. Speck was not insane. Plain and simple, he was a sociopath or psychopath, a man who acted out his hostility toward other people with no feelings of remorse. The American Psychiatric Association formally refers to this character trait as antisocial personality disorder. But this label can only describe a person's past behavior. It cannot explain it. John J. Stamos, who headed the team of prosecutors who brought Speck to justice, says bluntly, "Who gives a damn about Speck's mental condition? He was simply a bad seed, a total rotter, a pig. He was bad when he woke up in the morning." Bill Martin and his colleagues never had to concern themselves with why Speck did it. They simply had to prove that he did. In his pre-sentencing argument for the death penalty, Martin described Speck as a supremely selfish killer who did what he wanted when he wanted, without regard for the consequences. We know this as the kind of evil that does not masquerade as insanity. The preceding portrait of Speck's numbing routine in prison, his life as a big nobody doing time, and as a man who steadfastly refused to confess his murders, a portrait widely believed at the time of his death in 1991, would be proven to be only part of his story. In a video made by Stateville inmates in 1988 and smuggled out of prison as part of a money-making scheme, Speck was shown on camera as a longtime jailhouse queen who willingly offered himself as a sex object to the black gangbangers who ran Stateville, in return for protection and drugs. He also made, on camera, an absolute, unequivocal confession to his crime, without a trace of remorse or compassion for his victims and their loved ones. The 1988 video, which 8 years later found its way to Chicago TV anchor Bill Curtis, would be seen by millions of stunned viewers in May 1996 on Chicago's WBBM-TV and on the A&E cable channel. It would also be shown to the Illinois state legislature and would lead to prison reform in Illinois and an end to the inmates running the prison. For the full story on Speck's prison video confession, see the special report following this section. For 25 years, Corazon Amaral had a recurring nightmare that Speck would come back and kill her. After the killer's death in 1991, she broke her self-imposed silence and spoke briefly about her night of horror. "I think there was somebody up there who was hiding me from him," she said. "God was so nice." She dismissed Speck this way. "It seemed like he died so easy. I thought he should have died a long time ago. I feel relieved now that he is gone. I am okay now. Speck's death has lifted a great burden." In 1993, during an Oprah Winfrey show that launched the original publication of this book, Cora was on stage with prosecutor Bill Martin and her police friends and bodyguards from the time of the investigation and trial in 1966 to 1967. It was her only extended public interview. During a commercial break, she turned to Martin and said, "Oh, Bill, I don't know why God spared me." She would later call her good fortune a special gift from God. In 2016, Cora is the spunky, happy matriarch of a loving extended family of more than 100 relatives who live in the U.S., most of whom are in Virginia. Cora married her husband, Bert Atienza, an attorney, in the Philippines in 1969, and the couple and Cora's entire family came to the U.S. that year to live. Cora initially worked as a critical care nurse at the Georgetown University Hospital in Washington, D.C., and Bert started his own business as a real estate broker. The couple settled in suburban Woodbridge, Virginia. Cora is now retired and is the mother of 2 and grandmother of 6. She and Bert, who now practices immigration law, split their time between their longtime home in Virginia and, since 2012, a new vacation home in Nevada. Cora and Bert's son, Christian, a certified public accountant, is a senior director of finance and accounting for a large telecommunications company in Virginia. He and his wife have 2 sons and 1 daughter. The Atienza's daughter, Abigail, is a nurse practitioner in family practice in Virginia at one of the nation's largest health networks, Kaiser Permanente. She married an American man, a high school classmate, and the couple has 2 sons and a daughter. In a phone call from Bill Martin, followed by an exchange of emails, Cora recalled her long career as a nurse in intensive care at Georgetown University Hospital, and later a similar high-pressure job in intensive care at the Veterans Administration Medical Center in Washington, D.C. She wrote that she babysits her grandkids once or twice a week and visits relatives in the Philippines every 3 years or so. One favorite relative in the Philippines is her cousin, Roger, who came to stay with Cora in Chicago in 1966 to 1967. One of Roger's daughters lives in Arizona, and his eldest sister, also a nurse, and her family live in Chicago, giving Cora a reason to occasionally return to the city where she came to work in May 1966. She has never forgotten the prosecutor who helped her bring Speck to justice and honor the memories of her friends. In one email, Cora wrote, "Bert and I have more than 100 relatives living in Virginia. Sisters, brothers, nephews, nieces, grandchildren. Most were born here in the U.S. My mother, father, and brother-in-law all died in Virginia. My father-in-law is alive and well at 94, in good shape, and still walking. One email flashed back to 1966, before the murders. I have a good memory of the nurses, when Merlita Gargulo cooked adobo Filipino and pancit, and they came home from the hospital and smelled the food and they say it's good. So we invited them to join us to eat, and they really like it. That was a good time that we had. The prosecution's star witness, who has outlived Richard Speck by 25 years and counting, wrote, I have a normal, healthy, and happy life with Bert. As you know, I want to be happy all the time. Life is short, and you do not know when you are going to die. It has been a long time since Speck died, but I still have some nightmares. I guess I will not be able to forget that for the rest of my life. Every time I wake up in the morning, I thank God that I am still alive. She has fond memories of her slain classmates, who are very nice and helpful to us, especially Nina Schmale and Pat Matusak. Cora and Bert now escaped the Virginia winters to stay at their vacation home in Nevada. Occasionally, the 72-year-old Corazon Amaral Atienza can be seen with her husband in a Nevada casino, playing the penny slot machines and, especially, penny ante poker, the game she learned while in protective custody back in 1966 to 1967 with her beloved police protectors, Steve McCarthy, Jim Concannon, and Jack Walenda. The girl who beat the fatal odds 50 years ago can be recognized by her ready and unmistakable infectious laughter, and whether she wins or loses at penny ante poker, a smile that seldom leaves her face. By the time of Speck's death in 1991, historical forces had transformed many of the key scenes in the killer's dark drama, and many of the key actors in the story, and those most affected by the mass murders had for 25 years been trying to come to terms with the consequences. Jeffrey Manor is now a black neighborhood. The water fountain is still there in Luella Park, just behind the townhouse at 2319 East 100th Street. Young players practicing their moves on the nearby asphalt basketball court often stop for water and, straightening up, see exactly what Speck must have seen 50 years ago. The large picture window of the back south-facing upstairs bedroom where 4 of the nurses slept. In one of the many ironies of the case, there is today a sign at the townhouse's back door reading, "Warning, we will call police. This is a neighborhood watch area." In 1966, people did not think this way. The former National Maritime Union Hall is now the Greater Morning View Church, and its front facade has been redone with swirls of inlaid stone. A mile to the east, most of the steel mills and ship repair yards have been closed. The Shipyard Inn is now the Golden Shell, renamed by the new owner after a famous restaurant in her native Serbia. It is one of the few things on the southeast side that has actually improved with time. Asked recently about the building's notoriety, the owner promptly volunteered, "Oh, sure, Richard Speck slept here." She then conducted a tour of the upstairs narrow corridor and small rooms and pointed out room 7, the room where Speck had obtained his black pistol from Ella Mae Hooper on July 13, 1966, and the room from which he had walked out later that night, dressed in black, to kill. The Raleigh Hotel, its insides gutted by a fire in 1983, has been restored and is now a complex of retail and commercial offices. A fashionable Mary Walter boutique occupies the 2 ground floors. The nearby Pink Twist Inn, where Speck spent the night after the murders drinking and whoring, has long since been torn down to make way for an enormous parking lot for the young people who flock to this area to visit the Hard Rock Cafe, the Rock and Roll McDonald's, and the popular restaurants named after Chicago Bears coach Mike Ditka and former star player Walter Payton. The Star Hotel was torn down in 1982, and the former Skid Row neighborhood has been replaced by the 3 presidential towers, high-rise rentals for yuppies. Across the street is the Harold Washington Social Security Administration building, named in honor of the man who broke Richard J. Daley's political machine and became Chicago's first black mayor. The Moraine on the Lake ended up in bankruptcy and was torn down in 1971 to make way for a public park. Though the beach is in good condition, swimming is prohibited because of pollution. The Ramada Inn in Peoria, where the Cook County State's Attorney's Office set up shop in 1967, is now the Peoria Methodist Medical Center School of Nursing, and its second and third floor rooms, where the prosecutors worked and slept, are now dormitory rooms for nursing students. South Chicago Community Hospital remains, but it has been bought and absorbed by the Evangelical Health Systems chain. In 1966, the hospital's neighborhood was almost 100% white, most residents being employed by the nearby South Chicago steel industry, which had 15,000 workers. Today, the steel mills are a ghost town, and the neighborhood is 50% black, 30% Hispanic, and 20% white, mostly Polish and Serbo-Croatian. The $10,000 reward offered by the South Chicago Community Hospital for the capture of the nurse's killer was awarded a few months after Speck was sentenced to death in 1967. Corazon Amaral received the lion's share, $5,000. In 1967, Cora and the families of the 8 slain nurses sued the hospital for breaching its custodial responsibility. Attorney Casimir Wachowski, now retired, represented the families. The hospital, fearing the emotionalism of a jury trial, settled out of court for a figure that Wachowski, as a condition of the settlement, swore never to divulge. However, it was, he says, very substantial. Wachowski's legal theory was that since the hospital provided a house mother, it had in effect assumed a custodial responsibility for the nurse's safety, and because of the presence of the Union hiring hall and its rowdy types, should have provided better security. He also sued the Shipyard Inn and Kay's Pilot House under the Dram Shop Act, which holds tavern owners liable for the actions of intoxicated patrons. Both suits were settled out of court. Finally, he sued Speck himself, from whom we got not a penny. Wachowski allowed as to how he had written a terrific brief, but acknowledges, "You couldn't really blame the hospital. Who would ever have thought this would happen?" Not the hospital. Retired hospital president Harlan Newkirk, who in 1966 was an associate administrator, says, "We were all completely devastated by what had happened. We were terribly hurt by the lawsuit. These were our nurses and our friends. But at the same time, I can understand that the hospital was one of the few targets at which the families could lash out." Marvin Ziporyn, the psychiatrist who had been prepared to testify that Speck was insane, was expelled in 1992 from the Illinois Psychiatric Society and the American Psychiatric Association by vote of the APA Board of Trustees for an ethical violation. The expulsions followed the action of the Illinois Department of Professional Regulation, which revoked Ziporyn's license to practice medicine and to prescribe medication. Martin's former adversary, public defender Gerald Getty, appraises his most famous case by concluding, "Justice was served. The defendant got a fair trial that went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. During my 19 years as a public defender, I made it a practice never to judge my clients. You have to represent all comers, and if you judge them, you cannot defend them. Speck told me that he didn't do it, or that if he did, he didn't remember it. I tried to prove that he wasn't at the scene on the night of the crime. Speck and I had a good relationship. He refused to come out into the courtroom unless he could first see me sitting there, waiting to defend him. Oh, sure, I got a lot of phone calls at 3 a.m., and a lot of threats by phone and mail, but it all went with the territory." Detective Jack Wallenda remained enraged as long as Speck was alive. "If we had found him on the streets," Wallenda said, he never would have come out alive. As for his attempt at suicide, well, hell, there wasn't enough bleeding for a blood test. Speck never showed any remorse. In fact, he was kind of cocky about it. He fancied himself a great stud. A jailer at Peoria told me once that Speck had told him, "I hit those girls so fast that they never knew what happened." On the wall of his cell, he had pasted photos of the 8 nurses. He may not have been proud of what he had done, but he sure as hell didn't appear to feel bad about it. Until Speck's death, the people who had brought Speck to justice and the classmates and families of the slain nurses had to endure the agony of the killer's parole hearings. In 1976, Speck became eligible for parole and made his first and only appearance before the parole board. He was denied. Speck waived his right to appear at the annual hearings in 1977 and 1978, and the board denied parole each time. In 1978, it was decided that Speck's case would be reviewed every 3 years rather than annually, and the board subsequently denied parole in 1981, 1984, 1987, and 1990. The hearings were always held in early September, as the hot days of summer began to fade, and they always stirred up strong emotions. For the bereaved classmates and relatives of the slain nurses, the parole hearings were an extended wake and an opportunity for many reunions. At the 1990 hearing, Judy Deichten Radzik, speaking for the South Chicago Community Hospital class of 1966, told the parole board that she and the others were living victims who felt insulted by Speck's right to a hearing. Representing the state's attorney's office, Cook County prosecutor Wayne Meyer reminded the board that Speck remains the yardstick by which all crimes are measured. Without comment, the board announced on September 10, 1990, that it was denying parole for Speck. His next hearing would have been in September 1993. Speck's death changed all of that. "There's nothing to celebrate," Dr. John Schmale, brother of Nina Jo Schmale, told the Chicago Tribune after the killer's death. "There's no argument. There's no anything anymore. It's over. The families can finally relax." Jack Wilkening, who was 54 in 1991, was the brother of Pamela Wilkening, who at the age of 20 had been one of Speck's first victims. "It's morbid to say that you are glad someone is dead," Wilkening told the paper. "But I am relieved it's all over. It closes the door on a major portion of our lives. At least once a day I think about what happened. It never leaves you." When Wilkening called his mother, Lena, to give her the news, she responded, "Praise the Lord." She added, "If he had gotten the electric chair, I would have pulled the switch myself." Betty Jo Purvis, sister of victim Patricia Matusak, and daughter of the late Joe Matusak, said, "I'm sorry my father is not here to see that he's gone. It certainly doesn't seem a bad enough end." Joe Matusak had been a fixture in opposing parole for Speck, attending the hearings even after he became too ill to walk and had to be wheeled into the hearing room. The people most directly affected by Speck's evil remain horrified by what he did to their lives. Marilyn Ferris McNulty, the older sister of Suzanne Bridget Ferris, lives with her husband and 3 daughters in Oak Park, a suburb immediately west of Chicago. In 1986, she and her family agreed to an extraordinary interview published in the Chicago Tribune Sunday magazine as part of a cover story on the 20th anniversary of the crime. "I've never talked about this before," she said during the interview. "And I'm not doing it now to simply say, 'Hey, world, something terrible happened many years ago, and some of us are still alive to talk about it.' No, I want some good purpose to come out of it. I want people to know that we were all totally destroyed by this, and that I still cannot bring myself to say his name, that he killed more than Susie and the other nurses. It should never be forgotten that he killed a little bit of all of us." The family, Marilyn Ferris McNulty, Her husband, Bob, and daughters, Beth, then 18, and Peg, 20, were discussing the crime for the first time as a family. The oldest daughter, Patricia, 21, was at work. It was a very emotional time, and Marilyn Ferris McNulty, who is tall and thin like her younger sister was, and undoubtedly looks very much like she would today, spoke in a grave, sad voice that dominated the room. Her daughters and husband hung on her every word, as for the first time they heard the raw feelings that had been deeply suppressed. "I didn't believe it then," she began, "and I still have trouble believing it now. Other than husband and wife, I think that the relationship between two sisters is one of the closest in the world. Susie was only a year younger than I, and we both were very well loved and very well protected by our parents. The first time I ever left Chicago was when I accompanied my husband, Bob, to an army base in Ohio. The first time Susie ever left home was when she moved into the townhouse in 1965. By 1966, Bob had just gotten out of the Army, and we were living in an apartment in Riverdale, Illinois. A neighbor had heard the news on the radio, and she told me, "You'd better call your folks. Something's happened to Susie and the other nurses." I had no idea what she was talking about. Then I called Mom and Dad. Momentarily, she broke off the interview. The memory of calling her parents and learning what had happened was too painful, even 20 years later. Marilyn McNulty allowed herself a good long cry and a chance to be comforted by her family. The reporter offered to end the discussion, but she wanted to resume. "You know," she continued, "I used to have a photo of Susie in her nurse's cap that I kept in the living room. But visitors would always ask, 'Is that you?' I would say, 'No, that's my younger sister, Susie.' Then they would ask, 'Oh, at which hospital does she work?' And I would break down in tears. So now I keep the photo up in the bedroom. It's easier that way." I'm still devastated. 1 year later or 20 years later, it's all the same. I guess I'll feel this way when they bury me in Mount Carmel. And my parents, I know that it shortened their lives. My mother always used to say, a mother should never live long enough to bury her children. My mother was very stoical and could never talk about what had happened. Everyone said, "What a brave woman." She wasn't brave. She was totally destroyed. My dad died 3.5 years later, on the first day of his retirement. He was 63. Mother died 10 years later. She was 66. They both died of a broken heart. When Susie died, my little girls were only 18 months and 6 months. I had a job to do, but I was in a fog. For months, I couldn't seem to slip out of it. One day I was ironing and watching television, and somebody said something stupid about the murders, and I began to scream at the TV. Bob, who was about 1,000 times stronger than me, turned off the TV. Patty was crying, and she needed a bottle. Life had to go on. Her family of 1986 was now grown and raised, and sympathetically sitting beside her. Like his wife, Bob McNulty is tall and thin. He has graying hair and, at the moment, a worried expression. His main concern on that day was comforting his wife, but he had some definite memories of his own, too. He said, "I was determined that this thing was not going to break us. We had our own family to raise. I was working shift work at Republic Steel, including some nights, and I took a cut in pay and transferred to days because Marilyn needed me home at night. We both were pretty broken up. The day of the murders, I went down to the morgue to help identify Susie's body. The reporters were waiting for us, and I found it very difficult to fight my way through. Once inside, I saw a detective who was an old friend. He could tell that I was pretty shaken up, and he took me aside for a cup of coffee. This man has seen a lot, but on this day he appeared to be in a state of shock. People simply did not know how to comprehend what had happened. Bob McNulty paused at this remembrance. He tapped his feet, lit another cigarette, and resumed. As for Speck, what a shock. I went down to Peoria for the trial thinking that I would see a man who was 10 feet tall. What I saw was an ordinary jerk. He was transparent. You could look right through him, a man who was a loser and a jerk. He looked like the kind of guy who was a loser in work, a loser in love, a loser in life. He simply looked non-interested, as if he were always off somewhere else. There did not appear to be anything in him that was human or normal. In a way, it was a letdown. If he had looked like Darth Vader, I might have been able to focus my anger. Other memories did anger him. Right after the murders, he recalled, some people were heard to say, well, the nurses, must have been having a wild party or something. How ironic. I don't think that I have ever seen 9 young women who were any more committed or clean-cut than these women were. The unnaturalness of the crime is striking. I'm sure that the nurses must have thought, hey, we have a drunk here and we need to quiet him down and get him out the door. I'm sure that the women did not feel a sense of danger until it was too late. During the trial, I lost interest in Speck. He just sat there with a glassy stare a million miles away. I kept my eyes on the jurors. These were hard-nosed Midwesterners, and you could tell by the looks on their faces that they were horrified by what was being described. Marilyn McNulty listened to her husband with great interest, nodding in sad agreement. She added, when you've been hit by a 1,000,000,000-to-1 shot, it scars your life. Ask my daughters. If they're 10 minutes late coming home, I get very upset. When I took Patricia and Peg down to Charleston, Illinois to begin college, I was a nervous wreck. On the ride home, I cried. We were raised in a loving, protective family in which our parents probably did not raise their voice at us more than 2 or 3 times. And then, for Susie to run into someone like him. We were all destroyed, simply shattered. My brother, John, was only 15 at the time, not quite a man, but no longer a little boy. He was a youngster of few words, and he's a man of few words. But one morning he simply woke up and broke down. He couldn't keep it inside any longer. Beth McNulty, who in 1986 was about the same age as Suzanne Farris had been in 1966, and who also resembles her more than a little, was planning a career in pediatric nursing. She said, I wasn't even born when Susie died, but still I miss her. It really makes me mad that this man took her away from us. Her older sister, Peg, concluded, Mom and Dad are very strong people, and they've weathered this. They've come through it stronger than ever, and I'm very proud of them. But we all cry for Susie, and for what it did to us. The nurses were looking forward to a life of marriage and family and helping the sick, and it was all taken away from them. After Speck's death, Marilyn McNulty reflected, I'm grateful that I've outlived him, but he had 25 more years of life than my sister had. Members of the nursing class of '66, now middle-aged women with daughters of their own who are as old as their slain classmates, always made it a point to attend the parole hearings, both to keep Speck in prison and to help their own healing. The memories of their slain classmates remain strong. Judy Dykton Radzik says, When my father walked me down the aisle for my marriage, when my husband took me to the hospital for the birth of our first child, I found myself crying and thinking, why were my classmates deprived of these joys? Why did they have to die so young? Karen Besida Garanovich says, what really disappoints us is that the hospital never established a memorial for our friends. They are the forgotten ones, since all the attention goes to the killer. If it's the last thing we do, we want to see that a suitable memorial is created for our 8 friends who died so young. Tammy Sukoff, now a nursing supervisor, shivers when she recalls the night of the crime. How can I ever forget it? She asks. Every time July rolls around and the weather turns hot and humid, I try to work overtime at the hospital to keep my mind off what happened. But it's so hard with all the talk about Bastille Day, July 14th, and the publicity over the crime and so on. In 1966, we knew nothing about crime. There was no counseling provided to help us grieve, absolutely nothing. I still get very anxious in the summer. I like the short winter nights, but when the long, hot summer nights roll around, I get very nervous. I refuse to sleep without the lights on. I don't even trust my husband. He sleeps too soundly. My own daughters think that I'm silly, that this type of thing could never happen to them. Well, people can sympathize with what happened, but you cannot empathize unless you went through it. Our friends were so very, very innocent, and yet they suffered so dearly. The president of the class of 1966 is Ellen Harnish Stanish, who is now a happily married mother and nurse in Florida. In 1986, after reading the Chicago Tribune article on the 20th anniversary of the murders, she wrote a letter to the editor, explaining, I sat in my living room reading the article as if it were the first time I had read about it. I was crying, and I went to my bedroom where I sobbed until I was emotionally drained. I got up from my bed, looked at myself in the mirror, and said, My God, you look like you just got back from the funerals. It was the first time that I had read such a detailed, intense account. It was too painful and too shattering and too scary to read 20 years earlier. As I read in 1986, I hurt so badly for my friends, imagining and feeling what terror they must have been experiencing at that time. I thought it odd that I was suffering for them. Here it was 20 years later, and I was still suffering for them. Their suffering is over, and I'm still suffering. It was at that time that I really did my grieving for the townhouse, as I refer to it. Of course, I had profound grief at the time it occurred, but I was so numb, so dazed, so confused, so lost. We understand things on one level, and then we come to another level of understanding 20 years later. Now, I am 40, and have children about as old as I was back then. Now I have this maternal part of me that is grieving for my friends from a maternal point of view, rather than as a peer. I was also grieving for myself, for my young 20-year-old former self who had been so traumatized. We were so young, so innocent. Looking back, we were kind of like the forgotten children. We were trained to be strong, competent, confident. Our leaders weren't equipped to deal with our emotional distress. As I look back, I realize that I had walked around in a fog then, going through the motions of life. I have mental snapshots of myself doing so, trying to figure out what the hell happened. We had to stay in class and do nursing work until September. I was consumed with grief and fear and confusion. I would look for my deceased friends in a crowd to confirm that this had just been a nightmare. I describe it as being shot out of a cannon. One minute, I was a happy-go-lucky woman on top of the world. I loved being in nurses' training. I loved my friends, the sisterhood, the camaraderie. Time passed very slowly back then. 3 years was a lifetime, and we went to class together, studied together, worked together, ate together, talked intimately about our families, our lives, our feelings. We shared our pains and our joys. It was a rather sheltered life, and most of us had minimal contact with friends outside of school, other than boyfriends. It was a time when we had to live in the dorm and abide by curfews. And now, here we were, about to graduate and become RNs. Cars were a privilege, and my parents had just got me my first car, which I would pay for after graduation. I had a job at the University of Illinois with Sue Ferris. I was being cut loose, and I was ready to fly. I was already soaring. Then, boom! It was all over. All the excitement and joy were gone. Nothing had any meaning. My new car, my job, my plans, my life, all were irrelevant. One of my classmates told me, I never told them I loved them. I guess the only thing that seemed important anymore were the people in our lives, having been made grossly aware of this by our losses. So many of us clung to each other and the other people in our lives. A number of us, myself included, got married soon thereafter. Would we have done so had our lives not taken this turn? We needed protection, security, nurturing, and understanding. I was afraid to sleep alone, to drive, or to go out at night. While we were still in school, a number of us would all go to one person's house after school and wait there until our parents came home from work before we would go home. 1 year later, when I was living in an apartment building, I would be terrified when I heard other tenants enter the building or people walk outside. When I had children and saw their dolls on the floor, I would see them as bodies. Did I ever talk to anyone about this? Of course not. One night, when I heard someone talking outside, in the midst of my crazed fear, I said to myself, "You have got to get a hold on yourself, or you are going to go crazy." By now, it was not only myself I had to protect, but also my baby. And so I got a hold on myself. I took a deep breath, broadened my shoulders, got stronger and harder, and marched through life. What did I do with all that fear? I denied it and repressed it. That's the only thing I knew how to do. And so for years, it rolled around in me and recycled itself. When I read the Tribune article, it triggered my need to ventilate, to be heard. I work in a psychiatric-related field of nursing that facilitates and necessitates personal growth, healing, and awareness of our emotional and spiritual natures in connection with the physical. So I am fortunate to have the opportunity for counseling and growth groups. There was nothing of this nature available to us back in 1966. When something horrible of this magnitude happens today, the corporation or the university or the community responds immediately to the victims by sending in therapists. Our hospital sent in a psychiatrist once to talk to our class as a group. I don't remember what he said. I think that someone told me later that he invited us to come back to him individually if we needed help. But who would see a psychiatrist back then? It just wasn't part of our consciousness. In 1987, I had some therapy to help grieve, After the parole hearing that year, a group of our classmates got together for a mini reunion. I surprised myself and broke into tears and felt foolish about doing it. But still, I seemed to be much more healed than many of my classmates. Their emotions were so raw, and many of them still cannot talk about it at all. After the 1990 parole hearing, a small group of us had a process group for closure to deal with our feelings. 1 month later, I entered therapy with a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder. This counseling has been very helpful. Somehow in tragedy, we middle-aged women have become survivors together, and we have sealed a permanent bond. No wonder Mr. Wilkening didn't recognize me when I spoke with him at the 1990 parole hearing. He told me, "Pam was so young when she died." I didn't realize that I had become middle-aged. What a rude awakening. 2 months later, we held a middle-aged class reunion in Florida, wondering, is that us? A long overdue memorial to the 8 nurses was created in 1999 when producer Greg Kolak and playwright Rebecca Gilman presented the world premiere of Rebecca Gilman's The Crime of the Century, a 3-act stage play adapted from this book. It played before sold-out audiences and received rave reviews from November 3rd through December 12, 1999, at the Circle Theater in the Chicago suburb of Forest Park. Kolak, who conceived, developed, and directed the play, wrote in his director's notes, "In 1966, mass murder was practically incomprehensible. We slept with our doors and windows open. We trusted strangers. We felt safe in our own neighborhoods. In 4.5 hours, Richard Speck changed all that in a neighborhood where a major crime might be a cat stuck in a tree. Speck chose 8 women who had totally dedicated their lives to helping mankind and murdered them in the safety of their own home. I was 9 years old in July 1966, yet I remember many of the details as if it were yesterday. However, it wasn't until I read Dennis and Bill's book that I realized the remarkable dedication of hundreds of people to bring Speck to justice. More importantly, though, the book gave faces and lives to the victims. They were no longer 8 nurses. They were someone's daughter, sister, fiancé, friend. That is the story that is rarely told. The retelling of the story on stage made a powerful impression on the entire cast and crew, Kolak reflected in an interview with Brio. On a visit to the warehouse that stored the physical evidence of the crime, Kolak notes, the cast saw the bloody clothes and personal possessions of the nurses, including a simple fortune cookie fortune in the wallet of Valentina Passion, which read, "You will live long and enjoy life." During rehearsals that night, he continues, Seema Suko, the actress who played Corazon Amaral, burst into tears. Kolak and the stage manager comforted her with hugs. It was a poignant moment, he recalls. The experience was too much for her. Several cast members, and even Kolak's brother, Stephen Kolak, who helped recreate the townhouse model, had nightmares after the intense rehearsals. "What are you doing to me?" Stephen Kolak asked his brother. On another occasion, Kolak said, he had to cope with a phone call from a very agitated Dr. John Schmale, who was very protective of the memory of his sister, Nina Schmale, and was concerned about the impact of the developing play. "I assured him our treatment would be respectful to the memory of the nurses," Kolak said, and invited him to attend our rehearsals. Not only did he come to Chicago from his home in downstate Urbana, Illinois, but he attended a rehearsal and afterward cried and hugged the actress who portrayed his sister. We all went out for pizza and beer that night, and he became a good friend of mine. We've stayed at each other's homes, though he could never bring himself to sit through an actual performance. helping the actors develop the right feel for playing the key figures in the manhunt, investigation, and trial, Kolak noted, was welcome coaching from the actual participants in the case, who attended multiple rehearsals to demonstrate the body language, mannerisms, and voice inflections of those being portrayed. For example, Martin spent several rehearsals with Seema Suko, explaining Cora's demeanor and movements during her trial testimony. He also worked with the actor who played him to rehearse how he presented the closing arguments. Co-prosecutor George Murtaugh demonstrated the mannerisms of various trial witnesses. Jack Wallenda and Jim Concannon imitated the voices and speaking patterns of several cops and detectives. Federal Judge James B. Zagel did the same for the Speck trial judge, Herbert Passion, and defense attorney Gerald Getty. These same real-life actors in the drama, plus many of their colleagues, attended many performances of the play, never without tears. Kolak said the play enjoyed a perfect storm of success. We had this incredibly famous crime, set in Chicago, that featured a script by the internationally acclaimed playwright Rebecca Gilman, who was just beginning her rise to fame, and it was being staged at the newly prominent Circle Theater and would receive great reviews. The pre-opening buzz was tremendous. Playwright Gilman kept Speck nearly invisible and used each of the nurses in turn as the narrative voice. Kolak and the actresses meticulously recreated the women's appearances from photos that were projected at the rear of the stage. Theater critic Chris Jones wrote in the Chicago Tribune, "All of the performers are excellent. So even though the nurses talk to the audience about such typical preoccupations as boyfriends, engagements, and family members, the lost potential of their lives hits you like an oncoming train." He adds, "Since every event in the investigation takes place under the watchful eye of one of the nurses, the play makes a very powerful statement about accountability to victims." Critic Hetty Weiss, writing in the Chicago Sun-Times, praised the performance of Seema Suko as the heroic Corazon Amaral. Seldom has an actress had the opportunity to seize the stage as Suko, who for close to 20 minutes stands beside a large model of the townhouse and leads us minute by minute through her night of unimaginable horrors. And we follow her, riveted, mesmerized, revolted. As the stunned audience filed out on opening night into the theater's lobby, surrounded by a large gallery of enlarged photographs showing key locations of the crime, conversations could be heard about the nurses and their haunting faces of loss. The play received 4 Joseph Jefferson Awards in 2000 for Outstanding Achievement for Production, the play itself, director, Greg Kolak, actress in a principal role, Seema Suko, and new adaptation, Rebecca Gilman. Classmate Judy Dykton Radzik, the nurse who first heard Cora's screams of terror and led her back from the ledge of the townhouse, commented after watching the play, "I finally have closure." Kolak adds, "We had a record 200 actors audition for a role, and everyone in the cast told me that this play was their greatest experience as a performer. And every year on the July 14th anniversary, we all post on Facebook about our memories. Every anniversary, Kolak himself places flowers on the graves of the nurses who are buried in the Chicago area and on the lawn of the townhouse, where the owners have no idea what happened on July 14th, 1966. In his director's notes, Kolak concludes, "For us, this has been much more than a theatrical experience. It has been a profoundly human experience. We present this story in memory of Pat, Nina, Valentina, Pam, Suzanne, Marianne, Merlita, and Gloria." Recently, to mark the 50th anniversary of the crime, family and friends of the 8 nurses established a Facebook page at ournursesmemorialassn.com to honor their memory. Readers are invited to post comments. On a hot, sticky day in June 1991, Bill Martin and his co-author, Dennis Brio, drove to a dark county building on the west side of Chicago. There, in a small, dusty, stale-locked room on the 6th floor, is kept some of the evidence from the Speck prosecution. The killer's trustworthy tan vinyl suitcase is still there, looking as good as new. A pink handwritten inventory slip records the suitcase's overflowing contents, the remnants of Speck's traveling wardrobe. The suitcase was opened, and sitting right on top, neatly folded, was the black corduroy jacket with rayon lining, still ready for fresh wearings. Holding it up for a moment, Brio observed, "He must have been hot wearing this on that July night." Martin and Brio left the small room and walked out into the waiting sunlight. A child was skipping through the spray of an open fire hydrant, the same event that had helped set off the racial riots in 1966. Martin was glad to be out of the dusty room. While there, he had the eerily uneasy sensation of feeling that he was in the presence of the killer. It was the same feeling that he had experienced back in 1966, when he had stood in the upstairs bedrooms of the tiny townhouse and stepped around the congealed blood on the floor. Seeing the artifacts of Speck's monstrous crime, now locked away in this dumpy warehouse, brought home the banality of a man whose incredibly evil deed on a hot summer night some 25 years earlier had murdered the American sense of innocence and had redefined forever the landscape of crime. The forces that drove Speck remain unfathomable. Marilyn Ferris McNulty has the last word. Nothing will help bring Susie and the others back. The passage of time helps. But what happened on July 14th, 1966, turned our worlds upside down. I wish that we could all have stayed the way we were on July 13th, 1966. Part 6. A Portrait of Evil. Speck's Confession. During the trial, the state had proven Speck's guilt by introducing 4 classic principles of proof. Circumstantial evidence. Speck was near the townhouse before the murders. Corazone's eyewitness identification. The irrefutable physical evidence of Speck's 3 fingerprints on the second-floor south bedroom door, and his flight from the southeast side culminating in his attempted suicide, all evidence of a consciousness of guilt. The only gap in the state's proof, though not necessary to prove a criminal case, is that the prosecution lacked a valid, voluntary confession. A statement by the defendant that revealed evidence only the killer would know is the gold standard of proof. An uncoerced, voluntary confession, free from the medications administered to Speck at Cook County Hospital, would offer a dimension to the case that answered unresolved questions about the killer's actions in perpetrating the crime. Before the trial, Speck told his lawyer, Jerry Getty, and jail psychiatrist Marvin Ziporin that he had taken drugs at the Shipyard Inn. He claimed he blacked out and had no recollection of going to the townhouse and murdering 8 young women. His persistent account to Ziporin was that he had no memory of the murders. Everyone, including those closely involved in the case, knew Speck never confessed to the crimes. When his ashes were spread across the Joliet countryside during the Christmas season of 1991, all hope of a confession floated into the winter air. At various times after the trial ended, acclaimed Chicago TV anchor Bill Curtis interviewed Bill Martin about the case for news broadcasts and for the A&D cable network. In 1996, Curtis called Martin and asked if he could film an interview with Martin in his law office. Although Speck had been dead for 5 years, he was still an object of public interest. Martin agreed. After the interview was filmed, Martin walked Curtis to the elevator. Curtis said casually, "When you have time, I'd like you to come to my office. I want to show you something." Martin assumed Curtis was being a nice guy. and would treat Martin to spectacular footage Curtis had filmed of an obscure part of the world he had visited during his exotic travels. Curtis's studios were at the north end of downtown, an area Martin had no professional reason to visit. He forgot the invitation. A week or two later, Mike Harvey, then Curtis's producer, called Martin. "Bill would like you to drop by our office. He would like to show you something." Martin said he would try to visit the studio. The demands of his practice distracted Martin from the Curtis invitation until Mike Harvey called a second time. Martin realized that there must be more to the visit than an interesting display of Curtis's world travels. He and Harvey agreed on a date, and Martin went to Curtis's office. It was well appointed with striking artifacts from around the world. Martin did not have a chance to examine the memorabilia. Curtis quickly stood up and said, "I want to show you something and then ask you a question. There is something we have to be sure about." He walked Martin down a corridor to a door that opened into a large room as black as a coal mine. Martin glimpsed a series of chairs leading up to a projection booth in the dim light. He was in a movie theater. Curtis and Harvey were in the room. Immediately, the first image appeared on the large screen. There sat Richard Speck, much heavier than he was in 1966, dressed in paint-smeared clothes. His face was ugly, puffy, and pockmarked, his ragged blonde hair disheveled, and his eyes, as always, revealed nothing. He was sitting in a chair, leaning forward, and seated next to him was a slender, younger black man wearing aviator sunglasses, his arms akimbo, slouched backward against a wall. His name was Ronzel Larimore. The third person in the room was not visible and remained anonymous. He was operating a handheld black-and-white video camera with audio capability. In a sick parody of 60 Minutes, the offstage cameraman asked questions that Speck, and occasionally Larimore, answered. The video was slightly grainy but clearly visible. The audio was very good. The angle of the camera made it impossible to determine what kind of room the three prisoners were in. It had no bunk beds and was too large to be a prison cell. For the prisoners to have a video camera, a studio, and all the time they wanted to produce a show suggested that the inmates were running the asylum. They displayed no fear of detection by guards. At Stateville, in December 1988, it was a case of anything goes. Curtis had prepared a summary transcript of the interview and subsequently gave Martin a copy. The interview is highly disorganized. Questions and answers jump from subject to subject, back and forth, up and down, without rhyme or reason. This partial transcript of the video has been edited by Martin, insofar as possible, to group subjects together so that the interview is as easy to understand as possible. Under the best of circumstances, the failure of the interviewer, marked as I, to stick with a subject makes it difficult to follow the audio in a logical way. I is off camera, asking questions like a Stateville parody of Charlie Rose. S is Speck, and L is Ronzel Larimore, another inmate and Speck's gay lover, or in prison vernacular, main ride. The off-camera interviewer, another black inmate, was also one of Speck's rides. The dialogue began. All quotes in boldface were so typed in Curtis's original transcript. The comments in italics interspersed throughout the interview are Martin's critique of the Speck interview, sorting out the truth from the lies, the true confession from the macho boasting. Martin also cites the evidence that proves when Speck is untruthful and the evidence that corroborates the truthfulness of his full confession. The parts of the interview not included here are, in Martin's informed opinion, either excessively pornographic or irrelevant to Speck's account of the crime and his confession. The sections of the interview that have been omitted are marked in the following transcript with a series of X's, which indicate that an unnecessary portion of the Curtis summary transcript has not been reproduced. I. What is your name? S. Richard Speck. Speck's slow southern drawl was unmistakable. Martin had not heard it often, but he had heard it before the trial, and it was unforgettable. L. Ronzel Larimore. I. You all in love with each other? L. Yeah. I. Are you rich? S. Absolutely. I. Where were you born at? S. Kirkwood, Illinois. I. When was you born? S. December 6th, 1941. I. How old are you now? S. 47. I. How long have you been locked up? S. In July 1989, it will be 23 years. What followed was a discussion of why Speck and Ronzel loved each other. The interview contains several colloquies in which Speck brags about how many homosexual encounters he has had in Stateville. Speck frequently boasted about how much he enjoys having sex with black men and how he wants to have sex every day. I. About how many people have you had sex with since you've been locked up? S. Oh God, I can't count that high. Laughter. I. If you were going to kill yourself, what would you do? S. Get, expletive deleted, to death. Laughter. It would take him 2 weeks to get the smile off my face. I. Someone said you have real titties, do you? S. Yeah. I. Let me see them. A grotesque visual spectacle followed. Speck stood up and removed the layers of his house painter clothes, stripping down to blue silk women's panties. His naked chest revealed that he had grown nearly full-size women's breasts. They were saggy and unnatural. The cold-blooded killer had found a way to turn his flabby body into a monstrosity, a sickening ersatz imitation of a woman. Why would a white man from Dallas transform himself into a constantly available sex object for prison-hardened black gangbangers? Some who have seen the video feel that Speck was punished in prison by being constantly degraded as a sex object. Martin disagrees. Speck was as shrewd as an alley rat. He knew that he was the most likely target in the prison to be shivved or stabbed to death with a prison-made knife. Richard Loeb, of the infamous murdering duo of Leopold and Loeb, who killed 14-year-old Bobby Franks in 1924 for the thrill of it, had been shivved in Joliet in 1936. His killer became a hero and was found not guilty in less than an hour. Speck cleverly morphed himself into a corruption of a female body so he could trade sex for protection. Speck's primitive instincts paid off. The Black Brothers protected him every day as the drunken painter of Stateville ambled about the prison, painting walls. No one harmed him. How did he change his flaccid male body into a freakish woman whom the gangbangers who ran Stateville would want to have sex with? How was Speck able to pervert nature? In 1988 Stateville, contraband of every kind was not hard to sneak into the institution by visitors and bribed guards. If the interviewer could get a handheld video/audio camera into the joint and find a room to film a video without fear of interruption, how difficult would it have been for Speck to get the hormones that would enable him to sprout female breasts? The video also showed Speck snorting large amounts of cocaine and pot and ingredients for making prison hooch were regularly smuggled into Stateville. I. Can't stand them titties. S. No, I love them. I pet them every night before I go to sleep. I got nothing I'm ashamed of. I. Do you use drugs? S. No. L. You lying. Expletive deleted. He uses all types of drugs. He'd snort up a root. He even snorted up some Sudafed one time trying to get high. But when you stop bullshitting, he's the best winemaker around. I. Do you like your stepfather? S. No. I. Why? S. I hated him. I. Do you enjoy sex with blacks or whites? S. I haven't had sex with too many whites. I think about 3 whites in my lifetime. That should answer your question. I. What year was you locked up? S. July 1966. I. What that date today? S. 19th of December 1988. I. About how many people have you had sex with since you've been locked up? S. Oh God, I can't count that high. Laughter. I. What's you locked up for? S. 8 counts of murder. I. Did you kill them? S. Sure I did. I. Why? S. It just wasn't their night. X's. Speck's heartless and spiteful, blood-curdling words betrayed the monstrosity of his evil. It is beyond comprehension that a human being could be absolutely devoid of contrition or remorse. For once, he has told the truth, and unequivocally admitted that he killed the 8 nurses. He jettisoned his phony blackout excuse so that the truth would make money for his rides and protectors in prison. I. Is he crazy? S. No. L. He told me somebody spit on him. I. What happened? S. That's what set it all off. I was on acid, drugs. At one point I was spit on in the face. She said she was gonna pick me out in a lineup. I went off and hit her in the chest with a knife. There was 2 more there, so I offed them. Wound up trying to kill off all the witnesses. Mary Ann Jordan and Suzanne Bridget Ferris, who had been out shopping and then looking at bridal books in the townhouse down the alley, walked into the northeast bedroom of the townhouse at 2319 East 100th Street at 12:30 a.m. Speck was preparing to rape Pamela Wilkening, whose hands were tied behind her back, and whose mouth was plugged by strips of bedsheet to prevent her from screaming during the sexual assault. Unless there is physical corroboration, it's impossible to tell whether Speck is lying or telling the truth throughout the video. The physical evidence showed that Suzanne Ferris had 18 stab wounds in her chest and back and was strangled with a nurse's stocking. Lying next to her was Mary Ann Jordan, who was on her back and had been stabbed 3 times in the chest, once in the left eye and once in the neck. The manner in which the 2 nurses were murdered strongly indicates that Speck suddenly and viciously killed them without first tying them up. He had begun his murderous frenzy to eliminate witnesses. I. Did you carry a gun on the street? S. Yeah, a .25 automatic. I. Did you have a gun on the night of the killing? S. Yeah, the police got it. I. Why didn't you use the gun? Why did you use the knife? S. 'Cause it makes too much noise. I was in no shape to run, and the knife was quiet. I. Did you go into the door with the gun? S. Yeah, I went to the door with the gun and the knife. L. He was going to steal some shit. S. All I wanted to do is just a burglary. It started off as a burglary. Then all hell broke loose. Speck's claim that all he wanted to do was a burglary is contradicted by several facts. After he herded all the nurses who were home at the time of his entry into the back bedroom, he ushered each one at gunpoint to go to their purses and give him what money they had. Were it his intention to steal their money, Speck had already completed that crime and could easily have left the townhouse. Instead, he tied up the 6 nurses in the south bedroom, and then tied up Gloria Davy when she entered the second-floor bedroom where the 6 nurses were being tied. Speck now had what his sex-crazed mind desired, a group of women whom he could rape. Speck is lying when he claimed that he was only going to commit a burglary. He knew that there were young women in the townhouse from watching it when he was outside of the Union Hall earlier in the week. If all he wanted to do was commit a burglary, he could have done it a lot closer to the Shipyard Inn. Speck was lazy, and it would have taken him much effort to walk over a mile and back to and from the crime scene. He deliberately made this trip because he knew there were unprotected women in the townhouse. He took the gun, the knife, and the extra T-shirts because he had sexual assault as his ultimate objective. I. Have you ever tried to commit suicide? S. No, that's bullshit. That's propaganda stuff that Gerald Giddy used in the courtroom to try to get sympathy from the jurors so they wouldn't give me the death sentence. I. Were you high on drugs when you caught your case? S. Yeah, but it was no excuse. I'd have done it sober. That bitch spit in my face, hey. Speck said he wasn't drunk yet, claimed he was high on acid and drugs. Speck's modus operandi throughout his prison confession was to intersperse truth with lies. When he tied up Corazon, a trained nurse, she looked at his eyes. She was familiar with the appearance of the eyes of people under the influence of drugs. Speck's eyes were normal. He had walked over a mile to get to the townhouse. He had pried off the screen to get in the kitchen door. He was able to calm the nurses with his steady demeanor. He handily tied up all the nurses in the back bedroom. He was able to cut bed sheets into strips and carefully tie each one while keeping his gun and knife close to him. His behavior was consistent with a person who was not high on drugs. His actions were purposeful and consistent with sobriety. Speck cunningly chose what parts of his jailhouse interview would be truthful and what would be lies. Many of his lies occurred when he indulged in his trademark macho boasting. He wanted to impress his audience on how tough he was. Take away his gun and his knife, and he was a quivering coward. I. How far did you go in school? S. 10th grade. I. Is it true you were born on the day before Pearl Harbor? S. Yeah. I. Now you know Pearl Harbor is when the Japs bombed. You think that affected you in any way as far as the bombing is concerned? Make you insane or something? S. I was born up here in Illinois, and they blew the hell out of Hawaii. The day I was born, all hell broke loose the next day. Hasn't stopped since. X's. I. Do you have panties and a bra in prison? S. Yeah. L. You got lots of that shit. X's. I. Do you believe in God? S. I'm God. I. Do you believe in the devil? S. I'm the devil. I believe in myself. I. What's your religion then? S. Mine. Hypocrite, Baptist, all that bullshit that people's in. All church is something people afraid of dying think they're going to heaven. X's. I. How do you feel after killing those ladies? S. Like I always felt. Had no feelings. If you're asking if I felt sorry, no. X's. I. How you made 'em strip? S. How I made them strip. I stuck the expletive deleted pistol under her jaw and cocked it and said, "Get naked, bitch." Laughter. L. Did none of them get away? S. One did. That's why I'm sitting here. L. That's the one you didn't see, huh? S. Yeah.
If none of them got away, I wouldn't be sitting here. I mean, it's a hell of a thing. God damn it, I ain't gonna cry or feel ashamed, sorry, or all that crazy shit. What's done is done. L. I can understand that shit. S. Life goes on. L. According to society, they gonna put you in for life. They figured you gonna pay, huh? S. Yeah. But if they only knew how much fun I was having, they'd have turned me loose. Among the depraved combination of truth and lies, Speck, always the macho and unrepentant murderer, told the interviewer that it takes 3 minutes and much strength to strangle a person. This was more bragging by Speck about his supposed strength and revealed his complete lack of conscience, recorded forever on the video. His persistent previous claims of amnesia were false, as the prosecutors always believed. He knew everything he did in the townhouse, and he had absolutely no sorrow for the lives he had ruined. At one point during the viewing of the video, Curtis asked Martin, "Is that Speck?" Without hesitation, Martin replied, "Yes, that's Speck. No one else on Earth looks like him." Martin now knew why Bill Curtis was anxious to have him come to the studio. Curtis had to be certain Speck was the man in the video. Martin had no doubts in confirming Speck's identity. The video did not surface publicly until 1996, when Curtis came into possession of it, 8 years after it was made and 5 years after Speck's death. It has never been revealed how he acquired it. A logical inference is that the anonymous lawyer who got the tape from an inmate as a fee was never able to sell it. For 8 years, no one knew about the prison confession except the participants in the money-making scheme. After the validation of the prison video by Speck's chief prosecutor, Bill Martin, things moved rapidly. Curtis's production company repackaged the prison-made video into a polished presentation. Parts of it were broadcast on Chicago's WBBM-TV over 6 nights during Sweeps Week of May 1996, followed by a longer version of the video on A&E's investigative reports. All these broadcasts were heavily hyped to millions of stunned viewers. The Chicago Tribune described the jailhouse confession tape as a bizarre mixture of talk show, freak show, and hardcore pornography. Having been made unmistakably aware of the sordid culture of Stateville, the Illinois state legislature promptly invited Curtis to show the tape before both houses in Springfield. Curtis came prepared to screen the full 2-hour prison video before a packed audience. The legislature stopped the show and Speck began to have oral sex with his lover, Honey Bun Larimore. The lawmakers had seen enough. Subsequently, the legislature ordered a severe crackdown on the Illinois Department of Corrections, DOC. The pressure put on the DOC by the state legislature led to major reforms which, when implemented, ended the years of allowing an inmate-run prison system. So, beyond the hoopla over the prison video, 2 meaningful things were clear. Finally, Speck had made an absolute, unequivocal confession to his evil murders. And, ironically, the mass murderer had contributed to a much-needed and long-overdue reform of the Illinois prison system. Bill Curtis's typed note at the end of the first page of his summary transcript states that the prison video was clandestinely removed from Stateville in an attempt to raise money for a lawyer for a gangbanger's legal fees. Curtis further wrote, "A book was contemplated, and the video was created to prove Speck's total cooperation in the venture." The entire venture was too horrific to lead to a book. If such trash had been written, it would have been comprised of Speck's confession, his lies and complete fabrications, his perpetual boasting, and his cold-blooded lack of remorse. Despite his lies, Speck had said enough to make a full confession to the murders. The final chapter of the evil story had been completed by Speck's voluntary confession. The magnitude of his total lack of a conscience showed the world the full reality of the evil man who slaughtered 8 nurses, 8 young women who had dedicated their lives to helping others. The Speck case had come to its terrifying close. Martin's reaction to Speck from the first time he saw him at County Hospital on July 17, 1966, and throughout the investigation and trial, had been one of professional detachment. He could not have done his job if he allowed himself to react to Speck emotionally. He could not afford to hate the killer. He had to take a neutral position to avoid having his feelings interfere with the job of trying the case. Not until his closing argument could he release his feelings about the 20th century's first mass murderer. After he watched the prison video 29 years after the end of the trial, Martin was appalled by Speck's total lack of contrition and his inhuman braggadocio, spoken without one word of regret. Indeed, Speck was pleased with himself for his consummately evil murders. Previously, Martin had never had an emotional reaction to Speck. He couldn't afford to. Martin had prosecuted and defended hundreds of criminals. He never encountered one who didn't have at least a single socially redeeming trait, no matter how slight. Speck's heartless confession sickened him. This was the first time he had reacted to the killer viscerally, the first time he encountered a murderer who lacked a single ounce of humanity. He dreaded the realization that the families of the nurses would have to watch this revolting pornography, and pornography it was. Bill Curtis thanked Martin and was grateful because Curtis, for the first time, was able to obtain a positive identification of Speck on the screen. Martin quickly left the studio, shaking like he had never shaken before. His hands were shaking, his legs were wobbling, and his insides were churning. He couldn't wait to get away from the chamber of horrors he had witnessed, and to step outside and breathe the fresh air. Postscript. Expert commentary by William J. Kunkel, Chief Prosecutor of serial killer John Wayne Gacy. Robert Piest was a 15-year-old sophomore at Maine West Township High School on December 11, 1978. His home was in Des Plaines, Illinois, but his part-time job was located in Park Ridge, Illinois. He worked evenings at a pharmacy owned by the Torf brothers. He was trying to save money for college, and especially for a car. Since he had none, his mother Elizabeth would pick him up at the end of the school day and drive him to his job in Park Ridge. December 11th was Elizabeth Piest's birthday. There was to be a big family dinner and a birthday celebration at their home when Robbie got home from work. Elizabeth drove to the pharmacy a little early, at about 9 o'clock, to bring them home as early as possible. At about 9:15, Robbie ran out the front door of the pharmacy throwing on his jacket and hollering to his mom that she should wait for him. He said he was going to talk to a contractor about a job. He never came back. Over the course of the first 24 hours after Piest's disappearance, the Des Plaines Police Department learned that the contractor was John W. Gacy, a General Light contractor who had previously done remodeling work at the pharmacy and was present there just before Piest left. During the next week, they received oral and written denials from Gacy that he had met or talked to Robert Piest. They obtained a warrant to search Gacy's house and vehicles on December 13, 1978, and executed a search on that date. They recovered evidence linking Robert Piest to Gacy's home at 8213 Summerdale Avenue in the unincorporated Norwood Park Township. They also found evidence regarding a young man named John Sitch, who had been an employee of Gacy's and had disappeared on January 20, 1976. Also seized were handcuffs, ropes, chains, other restraint devices, as well as sexual and drug paraphernalia. They took numerous photographs inside the house that proved extremely useful in witness preparation and as evidence at trial. They even photographed the dirt crawl space under the house,
plainly showing the lime that had been spread over the area, which was very muddy from poor drainage and had a musty odor. There was no evidence of recently disturbed soil, and they had no authority in the warrant, or otherwise, to dig for evidence of Piest's possible abduction. Gacy was put under 24-hour surveillance from the 13th until his arrest on December 21, 1978. Much more was learned about John Gacy over that week. In addition to John Sitch, 2 other young men working for Gacy's construction crew had gone missing. John Butkovich had disappeared July 31, 1975, and Gregory Godzik on December 12, 1976. Gacy had been interviewed by officers from 2 different Chicago police areas and Park Ridge, Illinois, and had not been regarded as a suspect in any foul play. The Des Plaines investigation and Gacy's interaction with the surveillance officers was beginning to paint a picture of a man who was much more than the gregarious and workaholic contractor known for his self-promoting summer theme parties, his role as a Democratic precinct captain and a trustee of the Norwood Park Township Lighting District, and his entertaining at parades, picnics, and other events as Pogo the Clown. Gacy had been convicted in Black Hawk County, Iowa, for sodomizing a 16-year-old boy in 1968. He was sentenced to 10 years in the penitentiary, but was paroled after serving 18 months. Sadly, his parole was transferred to Illinois. He had a penchant for hiring young men, even teenagers, to work on his crew. Some of his neighbors were aware of the constant parade of young men, employees, and others through 8213 Summerdale for parties that ran late into the night. During his short second marriage, he had told his wife that he would remain bisexual, but that he would exercise his preference for males in his expanded garage, which contained mattresses, red lights, and mirrors, among other things. The garage area was off-limits to his wife and daughters. During his surveillance, he told the officers that when he was a clown at parades, he could walk right up to women at the curb and squeeze their breasts, and everyone would just laugh because he was just a clown. In fact, he told them, a clown can even get away with murder. On December 21, 1978, under the watchful eye of a surveillance team, Gacy passed some pills and a packet of marijuana to a young gas station attendant in Park Ridge. As Gacy pulled out of the station, the attendant brought the contraband over to the officers, who confiscated it. That day, Gacy was being driven around by one of his employees, David Cram. When Gacy went into DeLeo's restaurant for a meeting, his driver excitedly approached the surveillance officers and told them Gacy had said he had killed over 30 people for the outfit and feared he was going to be arrested shortly. He said that he was going to the cemetery to visit his father's grave. Gacy was pulled over and arrested for delivery of controlled substances. While in custody in Des Plaines, he had one of his signature phony heart attacks and was taken by paramedics to Northwest Hospital for diagnosis and treatment. During the same time period, a second search warrant was being prepared and authorized to search the crawlspace by excavation for human remains. This was based on the products of the first warrant and subsequent investigation, as well as the specific averment of a surveillance officer who had been in the house, in the bathroom, when the furnace in the crawlspace kicked on and sent a flood of warm air up into the bathroom. He had experienced the odor of decaying flesh on 40 or more occasions and immediately recognized the smell coming up from below. By the time Gacy was returned to the lockup from the hospital, investigation of the crawlspace was begun, and Cook County Sheriff's Police evidence technicians discovered human remains in 2 separate areas. Gacy was formally arrested and charged with murder. He then proceeded to give a series of oral confessions, mostly with his attorneys present, albeit over their objections and noted advice. He named 4 of his victims, and described the circumstances of the first, January 3, 1972, and last victim, Robert Piest, and gave the circumstances and nickname for a seventh. During his description of the last murder, he stopped talking, then began again in a changed voice, saying, "Who are you, and what am I doing here?" When told he was describing the murder of Robert Piest, he stated that he was not the murderer. The killer was the other John. Even the defense psychiatrists would agree that this was malingering. His attempt to mimic a multiple personality disorder was purportedly rejected even by the queen of multiple personality disorders, Dr. Cornelia Wilbur. Gacy had described in gory detail how he had used his handcuff trick to subdue his victims and his rope trick to strangle them. The exception was his first victim, who had been stabbed twice in the chest, confirmed by post-mortem examination. He also indicated that he had buried the victims in his crawlspace, and when that became full, he put the last 4 or 5 bodies in the Des Plaines River. The next day, he had a voluntary conversation with Assistant State Attorney Larry Finder and a policeman, during which he demonstrated the rope trick using his rosary beads, and also drew a sketch of the crawlspace on the back of a police telephone message slip, showing the location of trenches and individual bodies in the crawlspace, hoping to avoid unnecessary damage to his premises. Also on the 22nd, he was taken to the bridge to show where and how he dumped the bodies in the river, and to his house, where he spray-painted a stick figure showing the exact location and orientation of the body of John Butkovich under the concrete floor of his garage addition. Late in the afternoon, I was back in my office at 26th Street, looking through the stacks of paper already being generated by the several law enforcement agencies already involved. I had already enlisted a number of Chicago homicide detectives through the chief of detectives and the superintendent's office to immediately canvass the neighborhood around Gacy's house and interview every relative, employee, or friend of Gacy's they could find, and get them on paper. When interviewed by experienced detectives, they are usually as factual as possible. But if the media, or worse yet, a defense investigator, gets to them first, memories may get a lot less factual and more colorful. There was no doubt that this was going to be an insanity defense, the defense of last resort. I had handled a number of such cases. I was prepared to immerse myself, with the help and guidance of those experts who would ultimately side with the prosecution, into the study necessary to present the factual evidence needed to support our experts' opinions. My objective was to destroy the opinions of the defense experts. My other difficult tasks would be presenting our experts on direct examination and cross-examining the defense experts. But this would be a huge media case, with defense motions for delay, change of venue, jury sequestration, and any other twists the defense could imagine based on claims of prejudicial pretrial publicity, just like People v. Speck. I had handled specials and heaters before, but this would be the biggest pressure cooker yet. I had seen everything 26th Street could produce, first as a public defender and then as a state's attorney. I had seen the breadth and depth of the inhuman acts evil people had committed upon their fellow citizens, and it was staggering. You could learn to deal with anything, but this would be different. There would be not one, but dozens of victims' families to try to comfort, deal with, and prepare for life and death testimony. There were already not one but several police agencies involved: Des Plaines, Park Ridge, Chicago, the Cook County Sheriff's Office, which had jurisdiction over the crime scene at 8213 Summerdale, because it was in unincorporated Cook County. There would no doubt be more, as bodies might be recovered from the river in different counties or municipalities. Getting court-worthy identifications of the recovered remains would be a monumental task, and we might very well have wound up trying a few or many indictments based on unidentified victims' remains, and possibly even prosecute based on a murder of a known victim with no remains ever recovered. Would there be one trial or many? This would be a death case. As the Speck trial had shown, the jury would have to meet the stringent standards of the U.S. Supreme Court, as those standards stood at the time of the trial, and as those standards might be defined in the future. What had I gotten myself into? How did I get to this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and once-in-a-lifetime burden? It is often said that to get by in the felony trial division of the Cook County State's Attorney's Office, you had to win the cases that should be won. If you wanted to be a star, you had to win a few that were expected to be losers. But if you wanted to be viewed as an utter failure, just lose a big case that's supposed to be won. This case was supposed to be won. Gacy had the bodies on his property and made oral admissions. How could you lose? To win, 12 ordinary citizens, who no doubt would start the trial thinking that anyone who could kill 30 or more victims and then go to sleep so close to their bodies over a period of 6 years would have to be crazy, would have to be convinced that the killer was legally sane during every murder. Indeed, 7 of the 12 selected jurors who ultimately signed the guilty verdicts and the death verdicts expressed the crazy opinion during the voir dire examination. I had arrived at this life-altering place and time by a circuitous and fortuitous route. I attended Northwestern University School of Law after working 3 years with Union Carbide Corporation as an engineer. My initial purpose was to become a corporate and/or patent lawyer and return to the company significantly higher up the corporate hierarchy with engineering and production experience and a law degree. Several criminal law and trial practice classes and some success in moot court competitions had instilled in me an interest in both criminal and trial law. But I stuck with the plan, taking securities regulation, corporate financing too, and antitrust law. Then I met Professor William Martin. I took his criminal evidence seminar. The curriculum involved assignments as either a prosecutor or a defense attorney, preparing and presenting live witnesses and evidence before a real criminal court judge on various pretrial motions using actual Chicago police reports, evidentiary materials, and real narcotics and homicide detectives, crime lab personnel, and evidence technicians. Complainants, defendants, and other witnesses were played by other law students. There was no other practical course in the curriculum anything like it. I was hooked. I spent more time preparing for these exercises than I spent studying for finals. I was learning how to do something that mattered. As the late Honorable Earl Strayhorn, a superb, practical, streetwise, and fair 26th Street criminal felony trial court judge once said, "The true meaning and application of the United States Constitution is not decided in the Supreme Court of the United States by and for legal scholars. It is decided every day in the well of this courtroom by trial judges and trial lawyers for the victims, complainants, defendants, and the people of Illinois." This experience taught me many critical lessons. 1. That Bill Martin was one of the most intelligent, most compassionate, and most diligent felony trial prosecutors in the history of the office of the state's attorney of Cook County. That, if he would have me, he would be my mentor for a 44-year legal career as an assistant Cook County public defender, as he had first wanted to be, an assistant state's attorney of Cook County, as I had first wanted to be, a private practitioner in both civil and criminal trial practice, and, in my case, a criminal division judge in the Circuit Court of Cook County. It was often said that a good trial prosecutor was usually a frustrated jock looking for another arena in which to compete. It is no surprise that Bill Martin played competitive hockey throughout his life. Bill Martin taught many good lawyers the supreme importance of out-preparing your opponent. Every legal issue must be anticipated and researched, with a written brief or memorandum ready for the judge before the argument arose. Every witness must be thoroughly prepared and comfortable with giving his or her testimony and being cross-examined. A prosecutor must be able to think like a defense lawyer in order to anticipate every move and tactic of the defense and either preclude it in the state's direct case or eliminate it in direct cross-examination of defense witnesses. Finally, it is often effectively done in the state's case in rebuttal. A prosecutor must also be able to think and speak like a juror when a jury is deciding the case. Just as we learned these lessons in the criminal evidence seminar, you have learned them from the prosecutor/defender professor in this book. You have come to understand that Bill Martin did not become the best by trying and winning the case of the century, but rather, he was chosen to be the first chair for the biggest heater case anyone had seen out of a pool of talented and experienced trial prosecutors. Prosecuting Richard Speck did not make Bill Martin the best. Giving him the case demonstrated clearly that he was already the best. The investigators, detectives, and prosecutors assigned to assist Martin knew and shared that belief, and the state's attorney John Stamos and first assistant Lou Garippo were aware of that fact and entrusted him with being the chief prosecutor of the case. The crucial points where Bill Martin followed his gut shine through in this case. His knowledge of the trends being applied to change rules written in stone by years of law or practice was proven correct time after time. Not opposing the defense motion for a change of venue, agreeing to a court-appointed panel of experts to provide expert opinions on the issues of fitness for trial, his sanity at the time of the offense, and providing the defense access to a protected and concealed key witness, not just for an interview, but for a court-reported or recorded cross-examination, essentially a criminal pretrial deposition, were unprecedented, hotly debated, and ultimately all were correct. The crime of the century has given the reader a detailed, accurate, and fascinating account of the behind-the-scenes strategies employed in the celebrated case. Indeed, these and dozens of other obvious or subtle tactics and procedures would become crucial to the successful prosecution of serial murderer John Gacy in 1980. As luck and prescience would have it, two critical assignments brought the lessons of Bill Martin and the wisdom and experience of one of his superiors into direct contact with the prosecution and trial of the man who would become the serial killer with the most murder convictions, 33, in the history of the United States. On December 22nd, Cook County State's Attorney Bernard Carey appointed me to lead the investigation and prosecution of John Gacy. On January 10, 1979, in the Criminal Court Building at 26th Street and California Avenue in Chicago, Chief Judge of the Criminal Division of the Circuit Court of Cook County, Richard J. Fitzgerald, assigned Judge Louis B. Garippo as the trial judge for the matter of the people of the state of Illinois v. John Wayne Gacy, then consisting of indictments number 79C69 through 79C75. These first 7 indictments charged the defendant with the murders of 7 identified victims, including Robert Piest, whose body had not yet been recovered. Lou Garippo was the chief of the criminal division of the Cook County State's Attorney's Office during the investigation and prosecution of Richard Speck. He had agreed with Bill Martin's appointment and was directly involved in providing personnel and other resources to the trial team, as well as serving his sage counsel. He gained first-hand knowledge of the issues and problems associated with the prosecution of Richard Speck. Garippo's experience with the Speck case led directly to his masterful and error-free trial of John Gacy. He warned the defense attorneys to be careful what you ask for. with respect to filing a motion for change of place of trial due to allegedly prejudicial pretrial publicity. He was well aware of the reality of leaving a jury from a big city in favor of a jury from a rural area. Publicity for a case like these reached everywhere, particularly in a case where the defense of last resort, the defense of insanity at the time of the offense, was sure to be raised. The defense had a better chance in a large metropolitan area than in rural downstate Illinois. Nevertheless, the motion was filed. As in spec, the defense motion was granted. Also, as in spec, the state did not object. I felt that we would get a more state-minded jury pool elsewhere, and if Judge Garippo wanted to protect the record on appeal and eliminate a potential defense issue on appeal, so much the better. However, unlike spec, where Judge Passion had a free hand at selecting the place of trial, in Gacy, the defense wanted to have a very extensive and expensive media survey of potential venues done by experts of their choice, as well as studies of the potential jury veneries. Again, following the examples of Judge Passion, Judge Garippo began with his own survey of potential venues with adequate jury pool populations, jail and courthouse security, courtroom availability for a lengthy period, access space for public and media spectators, housing for lawyers and witnesses, and the willingness to take it on. He did not put Peoria on the list, as he felt Peoria had already paid its dues in full. While the court search was going on, we were doing our own. I was talking to prosecutors in likely locations to get a feel for their jury pools, local media, and court and jail personnel. Judge Garippo ruled that the defense proposal was overbroad and unnecessary. He chose 6 possible venues, including Winnebago County, to assess, using a more limited media survey involving inches of written media reporting on the case to date. The report came back with a significantly lower level of publicity in Winnebago County. It was believed that Rockford was the best venue. The county seat of Winnebago County, it was Illinois' second most populous city and was located farther from Chicago than most of the other contenders, had more citizen focus on local newspapers and local television and radio than smaller counties, which relied on Chicago-based media more heavily. We were delighted, as our research had suggested that Winnebago County jurors would be just what we were looking for. Judge Garippo's additional ruling was even more appreciated. I knew him well by reputation and through personal contact. As a public defender, I had second-chaired my first murder defense before him. He was a true product of the great Chicago neighborhoods, a real trial lawyer himself, a superb judge of people, streetwise, a legal scholar, and was a man who always found a way to do the right thing and protect the record at the same time. Many who knew him, but not well, viewed him as a defense-minded judge. Much like Bill Martin, he had been a competitive and successful prosecutor, but never lost his sense of fairness or his compassion. As he put it, he just couldn't get overly excited about the routine drug, auto theft, or other less serious cases, which he called the 95%. On those cases, he didn't give anyone a free pass, but he didn't take all police traffic stop or narcotic surveillance testimony as gospel if it didn't stand up to cross-examination or common sense. However, he had a fair but intense focus on the 5%ers. He issued the death penalty on more than one occasion, and well understood the seriousness of the armed robberies, rapes, and murders that were the basis for most jury trials at 26th Street. Richard Speck and John Gacy were at the very top of the 5%ers. We had not worried about losing him in a change of place of trial, because we knew he was going to remain the trial judge. His plan was to ask the Supreme Court of Illinois to transfer him to sit in the 17th Judicial Circuit Court of Illinois, which included Winnebago County, for the purpose of selecting the jury. Once the jury was selected, He would be transferred back to the Circuit Court of Cook County to attend to the trial and his court call as necessary. Since the defense had filed the motion to sequester the jury during trial to protect them from any and all publicity during the trial, which was granted, it mattered little whether they would be locked up in a hotel in Rockford or a hotel in Chicago. The judge implemented a 6-day-a-week trial schedule. We were to have witnesses ready to keep working steadily from 9 to 5 on weekdays and 9 to 4 on Saturday. He arranged for dinners out and sometimes a play or other event for Saturday nights, and gave the jurors the option of being bused to and from their homes near Rockford on Sundays, or meeting with families in the hotel in Chicago. None of this was objected to by the defense. They knew they would never get a fairer judge in Cook or Winnebago counties. Although this was a first in Illinois, none of these procedures ever created an issue on appeal. Lessons were learned from the trial of the century. Also, by holding the trial in Chicago, experts and other out-of-state witnesses had easy transportation and lodging access. Other judges were available to handle any emergencies on Judge Garippo's regular court call. Physical evidence in the custody of the medical examiner was properly maintained a short distance away. The families of 22 known victims could travel easily from home to testify or observe. The huge volume of physical exhibits and the large size of some of them were easily accommodated in areas very close to the courtroom. Judge Garippo also took charge of modifying the courtroom itself. The hard seats for spectators were altered to create more room in the well of the court, and the jury box was modified to accommodate 4 alternate jurors. Special passes for media and families of the victims and the defendant were prepared, and a first-come process was set up for passes for the public. Front-row seats were available for the media's courtroom artists. Because of the large media presence, Judge Garippo met with representatives of the media and made an agreement whereby the media pool on any given day was to select a single representative to be given access to all sidebar conferences, including those conducted in chambers, and to then report back to all reporters present during the next break. Again, more lessons learned from Speck. Like the Speck team, I did not want to create an appearance of unfairness or piling on by having too many lawyers at the prosecution table. As first chair, I would have the ultimate last word on any procedural or strategic decisions. But, as was always my practice on trial, the rest of the team would be expected to have a large share of the burdens and the exposure. I would direct the overall trial strategy and order of proof. I would handle my share of the routine witnesses, but my focus would be on the direct examination of 6 of our 7 psychiatric witnesses, the cross-examination of 5 of the 6 defense experts, and the direct examination of Dr. Robert Stein, the medical examiner of Cook County. I would give the last, or rebuttal, closing argument for the people in both the guilt phase of the trial and at the end of the separate penalty phase. The second chair, Robert Egan, would focus on the testimony on the recovery of the remains from the Gacy property, which he had personally viewed from beginning to end, the dental and radiological identifications of the known victims, the direct examination of one of the prosecution psychologists, and the cross-examination of one of the defense psychiatrists. Bob would make the opening statement for the prosecution, which all jury research and most trial law regards as critical. The jury must begin hearing of the evidence already knowing that the people can and will prove the defendant guilty. He would also give the people's opening-closing argument during the death penalty sentencing hearing. The third chair, Terry Sullivan, would focus on the majority of the Des Plaines police testimony, the largest portion of the life and death testimony of the identified victims' family members and friends, and certain Gacy employees and friends. Terry would also give the people's opening-closing argument in the guilt phase of the trial. The fourth chair, who did not sit at counsel table unless presenting a witness, was James Varga. Jim was a Rule 711 law student clerk, practicing under our direct supervision pursuant to Supreme Court rules. He was our legal researcher, the same task carried out by Jim Zagel on the SPEC team. He also presented several witnesses at trial, including life and death witnesses and others. All of us would direct or cross-examine many other witnesses. In our case alone, I think approximately 80 witnesses were presented. To fulfill my central role as the architect, some might say the cinematic director, of the evidence and arguments to prove Gacy legally sane at the time of all 33 murders, I had to take up the study of psychiatry, at least to the extent defined by the diagnoses and opinions of 13 experts. To understand what legal insanity entailed, I had to come to my own understanding of this insatiable killer. I had known Dr. Robert Reifman of the Psychiatric Institute of Cook County and Dr. James Kavanaugh of the Isaac Ray Center at Chicago's Presbyterian St. Luke's Hospital for several years from prior cases. Both were appointed as court's witnesses and were in no way controlled by either party. The Psychiatric Institute evaluation was requested by the defense, and the Isaac Ray Center team was requested by the prosecution. Both found Gacy fit for trial and sane at the time of the offenses. Both men and their supporting staff or team would be called to testify by the prosecution. However, because they were court-appointed and owing to their fair nature, they were all readily available to both sides for interviews and to us for preparation. Therefore, I did not need a separate, non-testifying expert to assist my preparation. Particularly, Dr. Kavanaugh became my tutor and advisor regarding my effort to win the battle of experts. As the defense of insanity had to be raised affirmatively by the defense, they had the burden of going forward with evidence to support their theory. Therefore, all of our psychiatric expert witnesses would be offered in rebuttal to individual or groups of defense experts, and were given copies of the transcripts of the testimony of the witnesses I would ask them to rebut or refute, and we would prepare in detail for their own testimony. I compiled files on all of the expert witnesses, including their reports and notes, all psychological testing materials and other documents, their testimony in prior relevant cases, their professional history, their articles and publications, and any expert treatises they relied on in their reports. The people's experts were very uniform in their diagnoses. All agreed generally that Gacy was not suffering from any psychotic illness, had no neurological or relevant physical problems, and was not suffering from any mental disease or defect which would excuse him from legal responsibility for his crimes. They regarded him as suffering from personality disorders, such as antisocial personality disorder, psychosexual personality disorders, and some added narcissistic personality disorder as well. Illinois law did not recognize personality disorders as a mental disease or defect sufficient to constitute a valid basis for an insanity defense. The defense experts were all over the map. Their Freudian-oriented diagnoses included consistent paranoid schizophrenia for the entire time period, or only during the murders and body disposal, psychotic rage attacks induced by stress and/or drugs and alcohol, and a borderline personality disorder which expanded into florid psychosis at the time of the murders. Two of the defense psychiatrists did not give any legal opinion at all, but rambled on about their diagnoses, using old European Freudian terms and definitions not mentioned in the current Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Psychiatry, the Bible of psychiatric diagnosticians as adopted by the American Psychiatric Association. The most significant difference was that the people's experts relied heavily on the facts of the crimes and on Gacy's life during the relevant period in reaching their opinions, while the defense experts relied on psychoanalytic theory, Gacy's self-serving statements to them, and, in essence, that his upbringing, failure to accept his homosexuality, and abuse of alcohol and drugs was at fault. Dr. Reifman said it best for the prosecution. John Gacy denying he is a homosexual is like Bruce Sutter, a star with the Chicago Cubs in 1980, saying he is not a ball player. And John Gacy has no remorse because John Gacy has no remorse. My personal conclusion was that John Gacy is simply evil. In reading this book, I have learned in painful detail that Richard Speck was simply evil. The defense witness testimony and the defense arguments to the jury repeatedly alluded to Gacy having a condition or psyche depicted in Robert Louis Stevenson's Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. In rebuttal argument, I told the jury that Dr. Jekyll had a base of morality. The kindly Dr. Jekyll had sought to study evil, not external evil, but the evil that lurks under the surface in all of us. He sought to study the evil buried within him. He devised a potion which would release that evil, and he made a conscious decision to take it. It worked. He was transformed into the evil Mr. Hyde. He was now capable of awful brutality, of the worst of crimes against his fellow humans, and he committed them, and he learned that he enjoyed committing them. He learned to love what he believed was the godlike power to decide who would live and who would die. And when the potion wore off and he turned back into kindly Dr. Jekyll, he remembered it all. And then he made a conscious decision to do it again and again and again. Just like Dr. Jekyll, John Gacy made the conscious decisions to have the handcuffs ready, to have the rope and handle ready, to have trenches dug for use as graves, to assault and immobilize his potential victims, and then to take their lives for his own conscious pleasure. But I told the jury that they must not forget the moral balance at the end of the story. Dr. Jekyll paid for his crimes with his life. Trial preparation took just over 1 year. The trial was originally scheduled to begin in November 1979, but another Gacy phony heart attack delayed us until January 28, 1980. The jury was selected in Rockford, Winnebago County, Illinois. Judge Garippo's superb process for selecting the jury completed the process in less than a week. Opening statements followed by a full day of evidence began the trial on February 6, 1980. Working full days, the trial was completed in 6 weeks. The jury's guilty verdicts in the guilt phase were returned on March 11, 1980, after deliberations lasting 1 hour and 45 minutes. The jury returned 12 death verdicts on March 13, 1980. John Gacy was ultimately convicted of 33 murders of young men and boys. 12 of those murders were committed during the time that Illinois had reinstated the death penalty. Gacy was sentenced to 12 death sentences and 21 life sentences without possibility of parole. Although he never won a new trial or significant hearing on appeal, Gacy was not executed by lethal injection until May 9, 1994. That he was convicted and executed without need of a second trial, or in legalese, without reversible error, is in no small measure due to the caliber and character of my trial team, and the legacy of the lawyers in the Felony Trial Division of the Office of the Cook County State's Attorney, and their wise supervisors in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and in particular to the courage, character, and intellect of Bill Martin and Lou Garippo. The Crime of the Century is a comprehensive and spellbinding account of what goes into the preparation and trial of a celebrated case. I set forth the strategies applied in Speck that were utilized, in part, for the preparation of the Gacy prosecution. There are differences, mainly attributed to Gacy invoking a full-fledged insanity defense and Speck not raising an insanity defense at all. Another crucial factor is that Gacy gave pretrial confessions to certain elements of his murders, whereas Speck did not confess to anything. A substantial number of mental health experts testified and were cross-examined in detail in Gacy. No psychiatrist testified in Speck's trial. In order to use an insanity defense, the defendant must admit that he committed the crime. Speck was shrewd and admitted nothing. He did not want to trade admitting the crime for raising an insanity defense. Moreover, the Speck defense was locked in by the impartial psychiatric panel that the public defender requested and received. Their unanimous finding that Speck was sane at the time of his murders left Speck no experts to testify to an insanity defense, as opposed to Gacy, who used multiple mental health experts. The problem of dealing with a frenzied media was identical in each case and solved the same way. Neither case was turned into a media circus nor sensationalized because the prosecutors kept their mouth shut. I strongly recommend The Crime of the Century as a compelling, comprehensive, and fully documented account of one of the worst crimes ever committed. I know of nothing else like it. This concludes The Crime of the Century by Dennis L. Brio and William J. Martin. Narrated by Christina Delane. Copyright 1993, 2016 by Dennis L. Brio and William J. Martin. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Skyhorse Publishing, Incorporated, and was produced in the year 2017 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.